catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me howling at the moon. When it rains, it pours. Water's up to my chin. Won't stop fighting to the very end. Many men try to reach it. Many men have failed. Well, if you wanna get to heaven, you gotta raise a little hell. And I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. They say no to sleepless nights. Will you find me? Hope you find me. When the sunrise, when the sun. We're trying to catch me howling at the moon. Trying to catch me howling at the moon.
to FORCECON. Make some noise for yourselves. All right, I'm your host, Blaze, and this weekend, man, it's gonna be a special one. Wait till you see it. How everybody doing today? Yeah! Now, this weekend is so special because FORCECON is the first federally recognized esports event. And I know my service members out there love that one, and all my future service members out there. And we got 6 awesome branches that's about to battle it out on the stage for your hearts, for the trophy and the prize. So let's bring them all out right now. Everyone make some noise for the U.S. Army. Now give it up for the Marines. Now make some noise for the Navy. Now I'm gonna need you to get higher. Make some noise for the Air Force. Now I need you to go beyond. Make some noise for Space Force. And last but not least, give it up for the Coast Guard. Now at this time, we ask for everyone to remove your hats and stand on your feet as we get ready to sing the national anthem, who will be sung by Airman First Class Adriana Parson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Now I'd like to ask you all to join us in a moment of silence, the recent tragedy in Uvalde, Texas, and to remember and honor our fallen service members who have made the ultimate sacrifice for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here in beautiful San Antonio, Texas, where the weather is nice, but the food is even nicer. But that's not why we're here, though. That's not why we're here. We're here for gaming, technology, and innovation. That's right. It's FORCECON 2022. Garrett, are you as excited as I am?
Oh, I cannot be more excited for today's competition. We have the best of the best from the armed forces. Everyone's out here and ready to compete today. We have so much competition ready for everyone at home to enjoy, and it starts right now.
I'm Wannabe Reckless, aka Wannabe Caston. This is my man Garrett Tools, Old Tool, and you know, these events, they didn't start just today. It didn't start just yesterday. I mean, even going back to last week, we had the honor of commentating over the Patrick Finals. We actually had the Air Force and the Space Force duking it out, dwindling down to the final 10 players to make it out here in FORCECON. And let me tell you, that event was crazy. And this one's going to be even better than that one.
And it's crazy. Last week, we were in Florida where these teams battled it out. Space Force and Air Force. 4 teams came in, 2 came out, and they're here today at FORCECON, which they were selected by their coaches, ready to compete today. It's the top of the top competition in the armed forces.
It really is. And like you said, it's actually all of the armed forces this time. It's not just Space Force, not just Air Force. We're bringing in everybody. And why don't we take a look at some of them? Let's start on board with looking at Army.
Well, the Army, they selected 8 players to come here to FORCECON, which 4 of them were selected by their head coach today to compete on the main stage and to try to take it all.
And very similar to Army, we got to talk about Marines. We actually had Hoaxer, our professional coach, coming in and bringing us down to our final 4 players out of 8, and they're going to be competing today.
And well, the Navy, they did things a little bit different, right? They had 3 tryout sessions in which the best 8 players from there were selected to come compete today at FORCECON, which was whittled down by their head coach, Eli the Ninja. The top 4 are going to compete.
And we got to talk about Air Force. They actually had a 6-week-long competition from each region, NA, EU, and Asia, to break us down and to get us down to our final 4 squads. Watch out for Air Force. They are dangerous.
Well, speaking about the Air Force, we can't talk about not the Space Force. These guys, they had a 4-team elimination bracket at Florida last week. The top 2 competed here today. Top 4 from those top 2 teams are going to be competing, led by their head coach, Eli.
And last but not least, we have the Coast Guard. 10 teams competed in a single-day qualifier, finally bringing us down to 2 teams where Coach Lunchbox, what a legend, Lunchbox brought us down to our final 4 players to make a 4v4 unit. Coast Guard are no one to be sleeping on.
And now these 6 teams are going to be slotted in a double elimination bracket in which they're going to have to compete against each other all day today to see who comes out on top.
All right, you're talking about the bracket. We got to take a look. Let's take a look at the bracket here. We're going to have Air Force and Space Force already starting off in round number 2. Meanwhile, in round 1, we're going to have the Army going up against our Navy, and then Marines up against Coast Guard for the right to make it in to the semifinals.
And speaking of the U.S. Army and the Navy, that's going to be our first competition today. I'm more excited than any. You know, the U.S. Army, the U.S. Navy, well, they like to fight each other sometimes. We're going to be seeing it on the stage behind us.
I'm excited here. the Army are looking strong. I've been hearing a lot of trash talk in scrims, not even in the tournament, in scrims. They out here talking trash in scrims, and I can't wait to see them prove it on the ultimate stage.
Yeah, their journey didn't just start today. It started earlier this week, in which they competed at a combine. Scrims, left and right. The coaches getting them ready for today. So they're at the top of their level today.
You know what? Let's meet our team here. Let's talk. We're going to talk about Army. Let's talk about the Army. We're going to take a look at Team Army.
Well, Team Army, these guys are some phenoms to be messed with today. These guys are ready for their competition. They have been training left and right. Their coach, alumni of Optic Gaming, he has one of the most prolific coaches in all of Halo, and he's got these guys ready and whipped into shape.
Oh, are we going to talk about Army? We're not going to talk about Navy? We're not going to talk about Navy. Goats and Glory over there, coached by the legend Eli the Ninja. I was back in the day. I was watching his montages. When he switched over to coaching, it unlocked a whole new sector of my brain. He really has broken the game down beautifully. I can't wait to watch this team competing under Eli the Ninja.
Honestly, these two teams, I have a feeling that we're going to be seeing some incredible competition. But let's meet our U.S. Army team.
We talked about Army. What are the favorites to make?
Let's get it. Our entire team is filled with talent.
I'm just trying to do anything I can to be able to win the game. If I have to slay, I'll do that.
I know we can take them.
Any game is winnable, and we can get that win.
I think that everyone comes here wanting to win, but
Don't get too comfortable. We can make anything happen. If the Navy thinks they can bring it, get your scrims in, and then come see us.
To the other teams, good luck, but not really.
If it flies, it dies.
Whew. I got goosebumps looking at that. And first to come to the stage is going to be LMNO. Whew.
LMNO out of Fort Bliss, Texas, ready to take on the competition today. He's been playing Halo since he was 10 years old on Halo CE.
Next up, gonna be Fakey coming out of Fort Hood, Texas.
Fakey going to be the player to look out for coming out of the tunnel right now. Give a warm welcome to Fakey, Fort Hood, Texas, a native to Texas once again. Fakey has been all over the scene, and he served in South Korea for a stint in 2018, and he was able to be at the Olympics in South Korea when he was there.
You know, I heard if you feel good, you game good. We gotta talk about Call Me Smiley. This man's gonna be coming up next. Call Me Smiley.
Ooh, call me Smiley. Look at this man, ready to take the stage out of JBLM, Washington. This man has come all the way to Texas to put his name in history, ready to play some Halo with the rest of his team.
I saw that smile on his face. He ready. He's ready. Look at him taking his seat. He's ready to game right here, right now. But I'm sure their fourth is as well. And next coming up is gonna be Leafeon.
Leafeon, what a player to look out for. Leafeon coming out to the stage. Oh my! Ready to take on the competition today. Leafeon comes from a Halo family. His teammates, his brothers, been playing Halo since he was young. And guess what? This man, not only a demon on the sticks, also a demon out there on the field, on his all-Fort team at his base for football.
We saw the players. They looked ready. They look ready for action. We've been hearing this is one of the favorites to make it into the grand finals, but now it is time to prove it. And we got to talk about our coach, Alumni.
Alumni. What a coach for these guys out of the U.S. Army. Alumni, a prestigious player in the Halo community. Started his career as a Halo player and then eventually took on the role as a coach. And now the GM of Optic Gaming, many people's favorite esports team today.
You know, I heard a rumor that his brother, I heard his brother's out here too. That's gonna be a lot of little rivalry. There he is. Make some noise. Optic Gaming's very own Alumni.
Alumni, that man is an absolute demon at Halo. I know that he has this U.S. Army team ready to compete today.
I still want to see him and Hoax match up. I want to see that rivalry going in. We already see that these players are ready. We already see these players are ready to go. They're ready to compete. Well, let's take a little bit of a deeper look at these rosters.
Yeah, the Army roster is one that's filled with absolute talent. You got to remember, they selected the top 8 players from their branch, hand-selected, ready to come today. So let's take a look at these 4 players from the U.S. Army.
We got the chance to sit down and talk with Fakey and Leafeon. There was one thing that they didn't lack. That's confidence. They're coming here knowing that they're one of the best teams. They let us know about it. I was ready. They converted me to a fan. I want to be honest with you, Garrett. I'm a fan of these boys.
Yeah, I think U.S. Army has an opportunity to go farther than anyone else today. They want to absolutely take it to the best of the best. Let's take a look where all these players from the U.S. Army are coming out of, because we're in beautiful San Antonio, but they've all made the trip out to San Antonio. Take a look, Call Me Smiley out of Washington, LMNO and Fakey, both from Texas, still had to make a little bit of a trip to San Antonio, and Leafeon out of Georgia with his out of his base in Georgia.
Oh, you know I'm from Georgia. That's one of my locals right there. But I mean, we're talking 2 players right here in beautiful Texas. They got home field advantage, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I would have to say so. But they're not the only ones that had to travel out here. Let's take a look at where this U.S. Navy roster is from. U.S. Navy, they also have a Texas local, and I'm Invincible. But all across the United States is this U.S. Navy esports team.
Love the fact that we're bringing in talent from across the U.S. to come in here and to compete with the best of the best. They had to earn their spot here. But again, this right here is the ultimate stage. You see how beautiful that main stage is? That's where everybody's going to be competing on.
And take a look at our roster right here from the U.S. Navy Esports. These players are ready to take on the competition today. Look at Breakaway just staring at me right there. That man is ready to take on the competition. Let's meet this U.S. Navy team and why they're competing today.
I'm always interested in the strategy and mindset and the hard work that goes into becoming one of the best in the world.
I want to frag out. I want to actually see my name and my little turnaround pose on the big screen. Don't let them get too far ahead.
You know, really playing together as a team is going to, separate us and put us ahead of the other teams here.
I know that we can definitely make some waves, and if we're on our A game, we can cause some upsets and turn a few heads.
Go Navy, beat Army!
First up, I am Invincible.
Woo! Invincible. The only thing this man is not allergic to is playing some great Halo. Invincible out of Irving, Texas at that intact Red River base.
Looking confident, looking swag out as he takes his seats across the way from the Army. Is he ready for the challenge? Next up is going to be Battle Cat.
Woo! Battle Cat, an incredible player today. She is a phenom on the stage. but not only is she a great Halo player, she also has a little bit of a green thumb. They say if you go to her apartment, it's filled with plants. She likes to collect them all, coming all the way out of NSA Mid-South out of Tennessee.
I'm ready for this. Both these players look ready. They look hungry. Coming up next, Eric.
Woo, Eric, what a player also from the NSA Mid-South base out of Millington, Tennessee. Mid-South going to be an incredible player. Aaron is going to be an incredible player to watch today as we get ready for them to take the stage. This is going to be a U.S. Navy team that you're going to have to look out for. Multiple FPS titles behind them. They like to play every game.
Eric coming out now here, ready to bring us in as our third player. Eric.
Woo. Oh, that's a man that knows what he needs to get done. Look at him. Make some noise for this man coming out to your stage, ready to take on the competition.
I just love the confidence. They swagged out. They are ready to compete today. I'm so excited. I want to get on the stage myself, but to round it out is not me. It's a breakaway.
Ooh, breakaway. What a player. Breakaway out of Pittsburgh at the NTAG Pittsburgh base. He has been an absolute monster in the combine today. There is breakaway.
And make some noise. There we go. There we go. Getting the crowd on his side already. I'm telling you, when you need a high IQ player to break away from the action to stay alive, to play their life, that's breakaway. He's right there. He's right there.
And I'm going to say it. Look for this man on your screen at all times. His name is not by coincidence. He's going to break away from the competition today.
And we can't forget about their coach. We got to talk about Eli the Ninja. Been around the block a few times. We call him Eli the Sensei.
Woo, Eli. This is a player that has legacy throughout all of Halo. If you don't know Eli, will get to know him. He has a legacy that foretold in Halo that not many can even think to come to. This is a man that's been playing since the beginning, and he demands the respect of the rest of the Halo scene.
Garrett, I'm hyped. That got me hyped. I got goosebumps right now. I am ready. Our first matchup is going to be Army versus Navy.
Whew. This is going to be a tough matchup for these players. They're going to be going through the slog, and now we have to get them into this game as soon as possible, Tony. And to get us into that game, we have two incredible casters ready to bring this action, and we're going to have so much competition today to look out for. So be ready for this competition.
Yeah, I can't wait. Our actual caster is going to be Shyway and Magic to guide us through our first series. One of these teams are going to make it into the semifinals through the winners bracket. The other one's going to drop down into the elimination bracket and be one series away from going home. Lots of implication on the lines here in our first matchup.
Now, this is just our first round, right? We have so much more to come, but we're going to go to our casters. We have a lot of competition here today, Tony, and it's going to be an incredible watch. And we have incredible coaches that were able to take these players throughout the combine today, right? Getting here earlier this week, practicing Halo through and through. We're talking about the most rigorous boot camp possible for these players that play at their highest competition.
We actually got the chance to literally walk around the LAN center. We saw them practice. We saw them putting in the work ourselves. And we've enjoyed them for a few games. I was sitting down putting in that work as well. But it's time to leave it on the line. It's time to get onto the main stage. Shyway, Magic, are you ready?
Tony Tools, damn right we are. How you guys doing? Great to be here. Of course, FORCECON, the U.S. Armed Forces tournament. We are armed and ready. By the way, I got a needler. I got Magic with me. And I can't help but feel like this isn't a fair fight.
I'm pretty sure I'm winning this 1v1, Shyway. I don't know about the teams out there, but I am ready with this energy sword. I'm kind of mimicking a breakaway. His pose right there with the energy sword over his head. It looks fierce, and I want to see if they bring that to the battlefield.
Yeah, just give me a long hallway, and I think I might have a shot. And while I'm not well equipped. I think what's for sure, Magic, is these teams are very well equipped. Of course, we got the Army, we got the Navy going head to head. Now, should be a hell of a series. And the only thing I'm thinking, though, is Army. They came to play. They're pushing to win this thing. Navy, on the other hand, a bit of a question mark as to whether or not they can take them. What are you thinking?
I mean, I think it's going to be a great matchup. What a way to open today's competition with these two teams. When they're walking out those player intros, they just looked ready to fight it out.
They're confident. They're having a good time, which I think is the best thing in the end of the day. Just come bring your A game. Let's see them make plays. Let's see what the the U.S. our armed forces can put together. Let's take a look at our map and mode for the series as well. Of course, very important. Our series, every single series, is going to be a best of 3, and the maps and modes going to dictate how this might go. We got a chance to talk to Army a little bit as well, and I got some insight on some of the game plan, the strategy that we might be seeing out of them. It turns out they like the grapple. They like the repulsor. So does Fakey. So Fakey might be looking to make some big plays with him. But here's our series layout on screen. We got Oddball Recharge, Slayer on Streets, and then Strongholds on Streets as well. So back-to-back Streets in this series, of course, if we get there.
Yeah, I mean, 3 different modes, and I like that we're starting off with Oddball. You mentioned the grapple. That is going to be in play here on Recharge. So right out the gates, we're going to watch and see, do they race each other, you know, trying to steal that grapple from one another. But I personally love starting off with an Oddball. I think it's a great mix of you need to get the slays, you need to play the objective, and it's just an all-around kind of standard in the Halo game types.
Right, a great opportunity for some good team coordination. We get to see who really came to play as a unit, right? In the end of the day, Halo comes down to team synergy and chemistry, and this is the opportunity for Army and, of course, Navy to showcase their stuff. Even though I did hear a couple things from the Army about them maybe wanting to go for style points just a little bit with that grapple. We'll see what they do, and maybe that gives Navy an opportunity to kind of punch through and find a weak spot here.
I mean, that's very possible. We saw a little bit, just a hint of trash talk there in those intro videos, but I gotta respect Army. They're saying if it flies, it dies, but they're the ones with the grapple, so they're leading the flying. So we'll see how that plays out when they get their hands on that equipment. But we're diving right into the action.
Oh, Magic, here we go. Our first game of the day in our FORCECON tournament. We got LMNO to kick things off, and look at the position he's got already.
Great high ground position up on that A-side ledge, and then Smiley here flanking around, so I like they're a little bit spread out, and they're not going straight for that objective because they know they got to put the slays on the board first. Leafy picks up one, Fakey picks up another.
Ooh, and we talked about getting slays. I mean, this is so important in controlling the ball. Even though he doesn't get them, though, the coverage he's got with his teammate right next to him is going to give him that ball in the back pipes, and early time going to go to the Navy. Army, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that first delay, it was a full team wipe. It was just kind of staggered out, but they have the 4 kills on the board. That's going to get them some objective climbing. Also, Leafy holding that shot rifle. It's amazing at long range, but even at close range, you can deal out some heavy damage.
Yep, right now this is Leafeon with the shock. He's got 3 kills to his name. And by the way, Leafeon, this man came to play. I've heard he might be one of the most individually skilled players in the tournament, and we're already seeing why. There's a double out of him.
I mean, the electrocution damage coming out from Leafeon with the use of that shock rifle. He has some competition, though. It looks like Aerith is approaching this attic position, but the defense is holding strong. We're already at 40 seconds of oddball time here for Army. It's first round of oddball. This is a little best of 3. It's like a mini series within the series, but this first round, the defensive force is really impressive. You see the clock ticking and more oddball hold time. Now the oddball is passed to Fakey.
Yep, I mean, we talked about it, the Army being arguably one of the top teams in the tournament today, so not going to be easy to take down. You can see why the coverage right here had to call me Smiley. He's going to lock things down from center. They still got the ball in hand. You still got Leafy up top in the attic, and a coverage on A as well, so a full perimeter, making it very difficult for Navy to find an access point, and if they don't do this quick, they're running out of time here, Magic.
Oh, this is such a great line of sight right now with that shock rifle at long range, and now active camo is also in play. We're on board with Smiley. He might be smiling, but I don't feel like the enemy team is as they see him scoop up that camo and sneak away.
Dare I say it, Magic, we still do have a player that doesn't have a kill on the board, a Goose there, and hopefully we see that change. What we're seeing, though, are big plays out of Leafy. Leafy already on a frenzy with a double.
He's living up to that confidence he showed us yesterday when we were chatting, the confidence as he walked out onto the main floor, and now he's bringing it in the game. You love to see it all. Like, all the dots are just connecting. And round 1 goes straight to Army. 100-0. Navy have a chance to come back, though.
Okay. Well, they have a chance, but it's not looking too hot off that first round, if we're being honest. That said, though, they do have their coach, Eli, in the background, feeding them some info, hopefully giving them a little bit of confidence to get back into this round. Like you said, they can bring it back at any second, but they're going to need kills to do it.
No, I love that you bring the coaches in here, too. You know, Eli is going to be feeling pretty good about that start from the Army. But again, don't underestimate Eli and the impact he can have with this Navy lineup. Just one little fine-tune can make all the difference in these matches.
I mean, you're talking about fine. Smiley with a camo on the body and a grapple, quite a few different items to work with to make some plays. In the meantime, Leafy just going to hold things down from center. Looks like the ball is starting to move. Once again, it's the Army that's picked it up. They've taken it over to the hallway on the left-hand side of Leafy, and he's just peppering everything from center map here.
I like that restraint right there. He goes after that kill, finally gets a takedown, but also an assist because he's just holding his ground, dealing out the damage, and now across the map, Smiley, look at this cross-map line of fire they have. They just have this map locked down.
They definitely do. 13-0, by the way, out of Leafy, who came to make a statement, still getting the sightline cross. I think he just got a kill there on the breakaway. We can see it. 17 and counting. We need to see something out of Navy to break through. Let's at least get the ball played off the map. But there you got a ball kill out of Fakey. So even Fakey putting in the damage while holding the objective. You can see Army, they're just so well coordinated.
They look very in sync right now.
Yes.
I loved LMNO with that pre-grenade kind of around the crate, tossed the grenade, went back to BR damage, and then the grenade gets the cleanup on the detonation. This lockdown on C-side, they also have an option here if they need to play the ball off the map. They can toss it, reset the oddball back to spawn. I don't know if they're going to need to as they hit that 48-second mark, but here comes that offensive force from the Navy.
Right, and we saw a sneaky flank out of there. I think it was out of I'm Invincible trying to find an opening on the ball, but you got to be so careful in these team-based games, especially with oddball. He flanked alone, right? He had no teammate to draw fire or take attention because of it. They're all dying in unison here. We got 2 down in the feed. 1 trade did go out thanks to Navy. And I believe that is Ariel who's going to try to find the flank opportunity as well.
I really like this approach from Aerith because all the attention was on the opposite side of the map, and he's kind of flanking through long tunnel, but he's going to go up against the sword. Leafy with the sword takedown, and what looked to be a great flank was cut short, quite literally.
And here goes Fakey just to add insult to injury. There's a double and a spree out of him. He's already got a lock on the spawns, too. So you can tell Army there in complete control of this game, 75 and counting. And, man, he's trying to be sneaky here. Call me Smiley in the back of the base. While the ball's on the other side of the map, he doesn't care. He's still going for kills.
Even if you don't have the camo, you can still make a sneak attack, and that's what Smiley did, getting right up behind the players, catch him off guard. Here comes the melee, though, and there's another takedown. LMNO said, you might break into our hold, but we're going to come right back with that melee.
You know what? I've got a goal for this one, Magic. I hope we see we get 1 kill by the end of this. Hopefully we can find a...
called him out. Wow.
Oh, no, it's not going to happen. Instead, we are going to see a dominant performance in Game 1 out of Army. And, I mean, we talked about it coming in, but, man, when you see it in action, they came to play.
Absolutely, a huge first game, and I think they're just setting the tone for this tournament. We have a lot of great plays going on, and I liked what you mentioned, how in sync the teams seemed to be. They seemed like they were all mentally on the same page, and it showed in that gameplay.
Definitely. They had to control the map. They had to control the ball. And every time we saw that ball control, we saw a setup around it, right? Especially the coverage in that first round from Attic all the way over to A side. And then the weapons they would control as well. The grapple, the shock in the hands of Leafy making plays at the start.
And the energy sword, yeah.
Didn't see a needler. And I'm happy I didn't, because that thing, I don't like getting killed by this thing. It's devastating. But it just makes me wonder what's next for Navy. Now, I think in an objective-based game like Ball, the better team can definitely lock down the game in a more oppressive fashion. But in Slayer, I think you get a couple opportunities, here and there to break away.
Yeah, I think there'll be some chances for a little bit more back and forth, right? Game number 1, oddball, you lock down the map. It's a runaway, including that killing frenzy. Shout out to the Observer for swapping over to catch the end of that one. And we're just going to cycle through highlights, and it's pretty one-sided with Army having the map on lock.
I mean, I believe it was 100. Oh, no, they did get 3 points we can see in round 2 here, but yes, definitely a very dominant performance in that first game, and I'm sure it'll set the precedent for the series going forward. But Navy, I hope they bounce back. The best place to do it would be Slayer here on Streets. Definitely some opportunities for some kill trades, but can they control the map and the rockets, the shoddy? There's so much to cover here.
Yeah, maybe that shift in the equipment will also play to the Navy's advantage, right? You talked about the grapple, how much the Army loved it. They could use it in round 1 only. It's not going to be an option here in Streets, but maybe those things like the Bulldog or rockets can kind of shift the tide in the Navy's favor.
Here's hoping. Definitely looking for a tightly contested series. I mean, even with this opening one, we do know that Army, they're shooting to win this tournament. With this confidence coming out, I wonder how high they can push. But love to see the audience already here to support. What a tournament we have ahead of us today for Saturday, and we got a full audience already, Magic.
I love it. I love it. We're still getting warmed up here in the morning, but maybe as we continue on, that audience is just going to get more invested, more animated, and you love to see the excitement. There's just something about the energy of an in-person event that just, it gets that adrenaline going.
Right. I mean, it all comes down to the big plays being made in the end that I think that really gets the Halo excitement. So this is just obviously the appetizer, I think, for what's to come, but we've seen a bit of a little tease of it, I think, out of the individual players on Army for sure. Who's taken your attention most so far?
I think it's pretty obvious. Like, you already know. You're asking out of courtesy, but you know it's got to be Leafy coming out with that killing frenzy and just outright slaying. But hey, credit to the other players on the Army team as well, because they were playing the objective, and you need both on your team in the majority of these objective modes. You need the players that can go out and get the slays, and that was Leafy, but you also need the players that can lock down that oddball, and I noticed all 3 other players had some time on the oddball, so they were definitely rotating through and, kind of filling that objective slot.
Right, and as you can see, we got our teams on stage here. Beautiful stage, by the way, to set things up for these players. Note that they don't quite have a lot of LAN EXP, so there's a lot of pressure on the line when, you go from that online experience to being in person on a stage with an audience watching you. It's hard to translate sometimes, so it's cool to see that confidence still maintained at an Army, despite the fact that, maybe they haven't been to too many Halo LANs. It really just goes to show you, how great an opportunity this is for our armed forces to compete in a live stage.
I mean, what a rare experience, right? Yep. Being on the stage, we got the lights, we got the screens, we got the cameras, you got everything. This is the gamer's dream, though, is being up there. And coming out of the game number 1, that's where you might see some of those butterflies, a little bit of the nerves. But Army obviously coming out, they ready to go. They've been practicing, they've been putting the work in, and they look very systematic in the way they approach that game.
Right, and you talked about everyone kind of playing their role and doing damage despite where they were on the map or their objective. Even Fakey holding the ball the majority of the second round there, he was getting kills with the ball as well. They try to flank him and he'd be brawling in the back of the map. So you got to respect that. And then Smiley as well. I mean, the confidence to just recognize, okay, my team's, they got this over on C-side. Let me take the camo and flank into spawns and just throw them completely out of whack, right? So just I think the combination of it all is deadly. And it makes me wonder, where will they find their competition? I'm thinking maybe Air Force down the line.
Ooh, that's very possible. I mean, that would be a ways down the line because the winner of this series is actually going to go up against Space Force. And it is a double elimination. So the losing team of this series still has a chance, their second life in the lower bracket. But if you're looking for that Army-Air Force matchup, that would be pretty far down the line. I think it would be all the way down to winners finals, actually, before those two teams would potentially face off against each other.
And Magic, I like that you brought up that it's a double elim tournament, right? Navy, if they do lose this, I mean, who knows? We might have a hell of a series coming up. They might bounce back with confidence. But even if they do, they drop down to the lower bracket. Even just a little bit about the Navy, right? They had multiple tryout sessions to get here. The top 8 players were selected to attend FORCECON, and then the top 4 for this team. But I believe the top 4 are not just Halo players. They're all around gamers being represented in this U.S. Armed Forces tournament, right? So we've got they're not only Halo players. They're playing Rocket League and League of Legends. So I mean, credit to them to be able to bounce from game to game and compete in this tournament.
Yeah, it's hard to try to balance that out, right? I would call them the triathletes almost at this point, right? Because they need to be all around esports athletes when they're competing in multiple titles. And it can put a lot of pressure on you, but I think that, coming back in game number 2, it's going to be a new map. It's going to be a new mode. So looking forward to what they can bring. Who knows? Maybe even though they are the Navy, maybe they'll own the streets.
Maybe they will. It's going to be a brawl for sure. I can't wait to see it. And like we said with Slayer, because the only objective is to get kills, then, hopefully at least they can play for a couple trades. Slow things down a little bit. Don't let that snowball start rolling, especially with the weapons we've got on the map to control here. But it looks like we are just about ready. No, we are ready. We're jumping into game 2 on streets, and we've already got 2 kills on the side of the Navy. Make it 3. What a start. Oh, wait, you know what? They swapped sides here. So it is actually the Army with the first 4 kills.
Yeah. On the left side here is actually the Navy. Navy, so I think we need to swap that around. But we do have the U.S. Army up 1-0 in the series. But coming out at the beginning, 1 kill each for the players on the Army roster, a nice even spread. And I think it's safe to assume they had control of the early rockets. I heard some background noise. You hear those explosions in the background like you're part of an action movie. And LMNO is picking up another kill along with Leafeon as well. And they are just trapping the Navy back on this seaside spawn.
You talked about trapping. Look at the pinch from both sides. We have 2 come up to B and 2 back in driveway just to light up what's remaining of Navy at this point. We got Breakaway on screen, who will hopefully break away from the action we've seen so far. It's an 8-0 start in this game. By the way, Magic, we need to see just a little life out of Navy, or this could slip out of control very quickly.
I like Breakaway tossing those nades out right at the beginning. You try to funnel players into a line of sight where you can use that BR. Breakaway does get the first takedown there for the Navy, so a nice kill right there. But now the collapse is coming in. Aerith also taking a kill, but LMNO is the one with that stalker rifle. Very heavy damage at mid to long range. You see those red lasers coming across mid-map. There he is, sitting up in the top tower.
You said it, Elemento with the Stalker in a great position to use it. He can light up center map, and he's also got B-rail access, the alley on his left-hand side. I mean, so much damage you can do, and you can see that they can feel the pressure trying to tiptoe their way in. Breakaway just looking for an angle there to do some damage. But while it happens, you've got the rest of the U.S. Army finding a perimeter to flank and to pick them off from the sides. And here the rockets now spawned.
This rocket pull is going to be so crucial. Looks like Smiley's the one to break away. 2 rockets at the ready. You get a nice direct hit or a little blast radius, and it's an easy takedown. Lining up the shot, and there's the explosion. But getting flanked. No! Oh, the assist coming through. Leafy saving the life, and maybe even more importantly, the rocket for his teammate.
That could have been, if that was me, Magic, I think I would have just shot the second rocket. Who knows who I take down with me.
That's right.
But there it goes, and because he saves the teammate, that turns into a double, make it a little more, almost cleaning up the third. He's got Fakey there to help out. Look what Fakey's got. He's got a shotgun. So all the weapons on the map accounted for by the U.S. Army here.
I mean, this is spelling trouble for the Navy.
Definitely.
And we saw this on Recharge as well. Controlling those power weapons is so crucial. I love that LMNO is still posted up here with that Stalker rifle. Hey, they haven't taken that spot away from him. Why not hold on to it? There's a nice win from Fakey with 1 HP and a dream. Most kills on the board sitting at 7.
I mean, if it works, it works, and their game plan clearly does. There's 2 dead on the feed. New spawners, looks like they're up behind A, and you can see Army are intimately aware of where these players are spawning and where they're going to be at all times, just trying to hold things down from the back line here. Fakey looking for a high ground to help out his team here, now on board with LMNO, and just patiently playing his life. Despite the scoreline, they give a lot of respect to this enemy team.
Yeah, I like this, the restraint they're showing, right? Because they kind of lost that high ground position where the Stalker rifle spawns, but now rotating around together. Also notice that LMNO and Fakey, I hate to say it because I might jinx it, but neither of them have died yet, so they're kind of fighting each other to see if they can hit that 10-kill frenzy.
Can we get a perfect game out of LMNO and Fakey? That would be pretty wild, but it's looking good so far. There's a 9th kill out of Fakey. He's shooting for a killing frenzy. Make it 31-2, by the way, in this game, Magic. And Rocket's about to pop up yet again, but he's worried about the kills in front of him. Make it a double. Now 11-0.
That Bulldog pair with some melees in close quarters, you do not want to find Fakey with that shotgun at the ready. And he does pick up that frenzy, and they have control of the rockets yet again. This is the 3rd set of rockets on board. There's 1 takedown. Can he survive this? The reload coming through from Breakaway, unfortunately his undoing. And Fakey's now sitting at 13.
Magic, not going to lie, I winced a little when I saw that coming. The entire team of the Navy were so close together. When he's got a rocket launcher, he's about to do some serious damage. Breakaway tries to escape from the fight, but you can see the teamwork out of Army with LMNO already locking down ATM, making sure he's got the cutoff, and a back smack coming in too, and we did not see that one coming.
I didn't even see that one coming. Honestly, Leafy kind of juked me out on that melee, but taking their time going for the back smack and just seeing the smart plays coming out from the Army as they move as a unit but aren't afraid to take those 1v1s. It's a difficult balance to strike.
This is difficult. We could just end it there. Magic 41-2 as they look for the final kills to close out this game. We have Fakey and LMNO, who have yet to die. 14, by the way, to Fakey. He's looking for a running riot. Here's the Stalker into play as well to take another, and the riot on the feed there out of Fakey, who got a nade kill to do it.
And LMNO just went away from the frenzy. We saw him early in the game with the Stalker rifle, and now it's back in his hands, but he has 3 of the Navy in front of him. Those spikes grenades going to give him a little bit of cover, but he's taking a lot of damage. There's so many grenades coming at him. He's forced to kind of double back. He has some health. There's the frenzy. He might get an assist on this other player. That assist does come through, so that little jump out the window from LMNO might have been giving up position, but getting the kills. Another frenzy. That's 2 frenzies and a running riot from the Army, and a dominant game too.
Oh my God. Magic, I'm pretty sure 16-0 counts as a perfection for that game. So a perfection medal out of Fakey to close that one out in a very dominant fashion. Woo. That's got to be a blow for the Navy, no doubt. Not expecting that level of competition. The Army, they came to play, and it makes me wonder if they're here to win this whole thing.
I mean, look at it. After that win, you see a couple smiles on their faces, but they're still calm, cool, and collected because they know that the work is still out there in front of them. If we got some Army fans here in the audience, can we get some noise from you on that first series going over to the Army? A lot for them to be excited about, and some amazing players. I mean, just that preserving of the life in game number 2, pairing that with the aggressive kills, I'm impressed.
I love to see the confidence out of these players. We saw it in the walk-in, and it translates directly into their gameplay, and it spells good things for the remainder of this tournament. We've got, of course, another team like the Air Force, for example, very dominant team in this tournament as well. Can't wait to see how they play head-to-head. But like you had mentioned, Space Force is the next competitor to go up against. So Army, now that they've won this, they're going to move up in the bracket to Space Force. Navy, they're not out. They're going to drop down to lower bracket. They still do have a shot. But they're going to have a little conversation, I think, with Eli coming out of that series.
Yeah, that conversation is going to be key. But maybe, again, it goes back to those nerves of, be the first team out there on the stage. It's morning, get some caffeine in your body, you get back in the action. So they might just be getting warmed up. And maybe we just have not seen what the Navy can bring to the table just yet. I mean, Army, they pretty much delivered on the promises. They were talking up their game yesterday, and they sure gave us a show for match number 1.
And you know what? From what I know of the Navy, I believe some of those players are used to over 500 feet worth of pressure underwater. Ooh. So this can't be too bad, right? I'm sure they'll find a way to bounce back in the lower bracket. Either way, it's been a great show so far. And, even if it's dominant, it really just means we get exciting gameplay out of Army to talk about.
Yeah, they got a nice little highlight reel, I feel like, out of that one. I mean, and it was fun getting to hop around to multiple players and seeing them work with all the equipment. I mean, we saw Bulldog plays, we saw Stalker Rifle, we saw Rockets. We got some backsmacks in there as well, but I felt like it was just a little bit of everything working. Speaking of the Army and that dominant with all the equipment on the map, we're actually going to get to talk to one of the players. We're going to toss it to Blaze with an interview ready with Fakey.
Thank you so much, Magic and Shyway, for the awesome cast. I'm on the main stage with Staff Sergeant, a.k.a. Fakey, as we just watched the U.S. Army. That was a dominating performance right there. The Army a little bit far ahead than the Navy, huh?
Yeah, we are. There's a big skill gap between Army and Navy right now, so, we're just playing our game. We know that skill gap is there, so we're just trying to stay disciplined, play our own game, and definitely when we play Air Force, same mindset, that's what we're shooting for.
And that was my next question, okay? Because I know you guys are excited to play Air Force, and they are in the next step of the bracket in winners round 2. That's your next matchup. How you feeling about that one coming up, and how are you feeling about you and your team's performance?
Me and all the guys, we just try to stay consistent, play our own game, stay there mentally, don't lose focus. And then looking forward to playing the Air Force, we know they're really good players. They have all these accolades and everything. So as long as we play our game, we play together, we play on the same page, every game can go either way.
All right, good luck on your game coming up against the Air Force. Any last second shout outs?
Shout out to my unit, shout out to my son Jackson back home. Shout out to my paper champs in the Discord, all the boys that be grinding the sauna on Discord. And support us, guys.
All right, give it up one more time for Staff Sergeant. Best, take this and break it down for us.
They're already looking forward to their next matchup. Army was looking good. We heard the rumors. They put it to work right there. They proved that they are one of the best teams that we have here in this tournament.
Yeah, Army not looking just great. They're looking unbeatable. They look primed to take it all. It wasn't close in game 1 and game 2. They look like they're on a mission. I think everyone's been hyping up this Air Force squad and the U.S. Army. Well, they're ready to say, look at us. This is our time. This is our championship.
Taking a look at it, Oddball and Slayer going handsomely in the favor of U.S. Army. Good luck to Navy, though. They get to still compete. They get to compete in the lower bracket, so they're still in the tournament here. But it's Army that are moving forward. I believe they're playing Air Force coming up next. They asked for them. They gonna get them.
Yeah, the Air Force is gonna be an incredible team to look out for. A bunch of players who have accolades throughout Halo, a team that is a championship level roster, but the U.S. Army proved to be some tough competition, and this is going to be the match to watch out for. This bracket is going to get insane, and it's going to get insane quickly.
Well, we're talking about the bracket. Let's look at the bracket. We see it right there at the top of the screen. We have Air Force going up against U.S. Army. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, we're still waiting for the Marines to go up against the Coast Guard for the right to play against Space Force. We saw excellent action in round number 1, but there's plenty more to come.
Yeah, stay tuned. This Marine Corps and Coast Guard gaming matchup is going to be an incredible one. I can't wait to get into that action. U.S. Army going to have a little bit of a break, and I think that's what's really important is for the U.S. Army to get with their coach, Alumni, and to start to feel out what their mistakes were, the few that they had, and to get themselves in the best possible shape to go up against what they will consider their hardest matchup yet.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing U.S. Army in the rest of the tournament, but also looking forward to seeing Navy strike back. I want to see that anime redemption arc coming out of them, make it through the elimination bracket and go forward. I'm really looking forward to see. I don't think it's been the last time we see Navy on screen.
No, they will be back, but their match will be determined by the next one that we have coming up. The lower bracket will be a little bit later in today's competition. First, we have to go back and see who's going to be winning between the Coast Guard and the Marine Corps up next. That is going to be a tough matchup. I'm not really sure. I think they're about on even footing, Tony, from what I've been hearing from the coaches. The scrims were relatively close between them, so I'm really interested to see how this next matchup goes.
Well, you know what? We're not going to have to wait too long, because after this short break, when we come back, we're going to have our second round coming in, and we're going to have the best seats in the house. We get to commentate it. Ooh. Don't go anywhere.
Board a goose there, and hopefully we see that change. What we're seeing, though, there you got a ball kill out of Fakey. So even Fakey put
with the sword takedown, and what looked to be a great flank was cut short, quite literally. Radius, and it's an easy takedown, lining up
Minnow and Fakey, that would be pretty wild. But it's looking good so far. By the way, in this game, Magic and Rocket's about to pop up yet again, but he's worried about the kills.
Rockets yet again. This is the third set of Rockets on board. There's one takedown, can survive the kills. Another frenzy. That's 2 frenzies and a running riot from the Army and a dominant.
My name is Marcus Lovejoy. My gamer tag is Alumni. I'm a former Halo professional. Transitioned from gaming professionally to coaching professionally. Now I'm a player manager, and I've managed many professional players over, many games.
My name is Anthony Canelos, and my gamer tag is Fakey. I feel like sometimes I try to pull like almost an in-game leader role, just kind of reel everyone in, try to stay on the same page. We try to stay focused, communicate. We can almost fit any role. If one guy's slacking, one of us can pick up the kills, get us across that line, get the win in the end.
With like Fakey, I heard a whole bunch of great things from his counterparts. He's got a lot of dynamic playstyle within himself.
My name is Jacob Swancott, and my gamer tag is Leafeon. The role I think I bring to the team is almost like an all-around player. I'm whatever role I need to be. Like if I need to play objective, I can grab ball, or if they need me to slay, I can slay. Halo Infinite is such a skill-based game that almost everybody on your team needs to be able to do almost everything.
I had played with Leafy prior to this tournament and saw a lot of potential in him.
My name is Christopher Caudillo. My gamer tag is LMNO. As far as for the role of the team, I think at any given moment, I'm able to slay or play support at the same time. If I have to play support because everyone else is just doing great, I'll do that. If I have to slay because someone is not doing so well, I'll do that as well. In general, I'm willing to just fit in wherever I need to and play any role that's going to give us the win.
There was a lot of consistent play with LMNO, you know, pretty solid all-around shot, positioning.
My gamer tag is Call Me Smiley, and I'm Jared John Santos. I know what these three are capable of, so I play more of the support role / the objective player, so I'm the one that pushes a lot for the objective side and then support whatever these guys are trying to do.
I was following along Call Me Smiley, and he really impressed me with a lot of the majority of the games he was playing. Took some time and a lot of consideration, and it was super hard. That's how I came to this decision.
As long as we stay together as a team and play as a team, as a unit, we can decide our own outcome, and we can get that win.
I think we're all very focused. Everyone comes here wanting to win, and if we all just put our minds to it and realize that, hey, this is an opportunity that we all get a chance to compete while being in the military and just stay humble, I think we get a lot of good out of that.
The team that poses the biggest challenge to our team is probably the Air Force team, but I know we could take them.
But it's just a mental game, really. Like as long as we are mentally there in game, work together, and we can make anything happen.
What we're going to focus on, just our team style or team play, based off what team we're playing during this tournament.
To the other teams, good luck, but not really. Let's get it.
If it flies, it dies.
welcome back. We're live at the Techport Center, San Antonio, with our U.S. Armed Forces FORCECON tournament. And what a show it's been so far. I'm Shyway. I'm here with the wonderful Magic. Can we talk a little bit about what's happened in this tournament?
I mean, it's amazing. Like, the facilities here are absolutely pristine.
Yeah.
We got this new arena. We got the LAN center just down the hallway. Got to test out some games over there. But everything coming together for this event, it's about as beautiful as you could want.
High-quality center, high-quality players and teams in this matchup, no doubt. And we've got our bracket that we can take a look at as well, just to see what's happened so far. Of course, just previously we had the Navy and the Army go head-to-head, and the Army, man, did they come to play with a dominant 2-0 in that series.
They're definitely looking like a team to take it all. I mean, from what we saw in match number 1, they were ready to go right at the get-go. So really impressed with what we saw from the Army. Again, we did mention that the Navy, they're not out of it just yet. They're going to move down to that lower bracket. They're waiting for that next matchup to come. But in the meantime, this is all we've got so far to update you. That bracket will get just more and more intense the further we get into the day.
And where our focus will be specifically is, as you can see on screen, Marine Corps and the Coast Guard will go head-to-head in our next series. And this one, Magic, I think is going to be a little bit closer.
I feel like the same thing. I think these two teams are very evenly matched. I think we're going to see some back and forth. You know, I can keep my fingers crossed that we'll make it to that game 3. Would love to see it happen. But really excited about these 8 players and what they can bring to the table.
Oh, yeah. On Marine Corps, you can see Waffles, Ezelon, Rain, and Hero to round out that roster. What do we got here for Coast Guard?
I mean, to Coast Guard, we're looking at Toros, we got Gambit, we got Scotty Nose, and we got Sick Pulse. I mean, I have to say, Sick Pulse might have my favorite name in the whole tournament. It just kind of brings that edge, brings that idea that he's going to come out and do some damage.
I don't know what a Sick Pulse is just yet, Magic, but I can't wait to find out what it is a little bit more in our series as soon as that's ready. I believe the first team that we're going to be looking at is the Marine Corps, and as soon as we're ready, we're going to get to meet them. Oh.
We're the first Marines to be here representing the United States Marine Corps in esports. It's just an honor to be here.
We have a lot of determination. We're going to make our names for ourselves right off the bat.
These guys displayed energy and aggression. We get very good at slaying numbers.
Doesn't matter who we're playing against. Doesn't matter how many kills you get.
We are all skilled players. It's going to be nasty.
Hoorah! All right, you got to see the Marines. Let's see them walk out one at a time. Our first competitor, Hero, JTR.
Yes, Hero, the Staff Sergeant, Jeremiah Tovar-Rosa, ready to come out and play a data systems chief. So you know that the intellectual is going to be there.
Ready to bring the data into this game for sure. I'm sure it will help. But let's see who we've got next to come out to round this out. We've got Uzalon as our second player in this team. And just wait for it. Little suspense to bring him up. There he is. Uzalon.
Let's go, Uzalon. Lance Corporal Sean Tober has played Halo casually for 15 years, but competitively ever since Halo Infinite launched, so we know that he's ready to go on the stage.
Wow, so a ton of experience in Halo. Look at that, he's already warmed up the crowd as well. Comes in, gives a couple props before sitting down and joining the team. He'll round out the second member of our roster, our third one. Will be walking out, and I believe he is a better part of your breakfast, by the way, Magic. We've got Waffles walking out.
Love to see Waffles. This is Corporal Houston Burns, and Waffles coming out of Camp Lejeune is a radio operator, but when it comes to the gameplay, I personally want to see Waffles come out with a pancake.
Fair enough. I mean, you know what? You said he's a radio operator, though. One of the most important things in Halo is your communication, so I guarantee you come to bring that as well. But not last but not least, we've got Rain as our fourth walking out. Here he is, Rain, and he looks stone cold, by the way.
Oh man, that focus is in full effect when it comes to Rain coming out. Lance Corporal, Jariah Lamelli, passionate not just about competing in Halo, but also creates his own Halo animations using, software like Blender. I'd love to see that creativity and that competitiveness together.
Creativity, always important in Halo. And you know what else is important is their coach to round out the team. We've got Coach Hoaxer, the coach of C9, and he'll be walking out. Sure, take the stage. Here he is, Hoaxer.
Love to hear the crowd getting into it.
Yeah.
I wanted to give them a minute to kind of get that rally behind Coach Hoaxer from Cloud9 itself. You see he's repping the hat, but he's here for the Marines.
Man, I've listened to Hoaxer's comms as a coach before, and he is good vibes. He's going to bring a lot of calm, cool, collected energy, I think, to this team. When they're under pressure, if things are out of line, Hoaxer, he can pull them back together, make sure they're well coordinated, ready to dominate.
Absolutely right. When it comes to these best-of-3 series, the coaching is still important, but I think it's more the ground laid beforehand that's going to show out in this first matchup.
Definitely. Let's take a look at that roster one more time. I guarantee these boys came to play. And here they are on the screen. Waffles, Ezelon, Rain. Love the text there for Rain. And then Hero to round it out. And, of course, Coach Hoaxer.
They look ready to go. They got their brows furrowed, their focused faces at the ready. And I want to see what this Marine lineup can bring when it comes to this Halo competition.
They're going to have quite a competitor to go up against. That competitor is going to be actually, before we get there, let's see where these boys are from, right? All across the U.S., Magic.
Yeah, we got some Illinois. We got some, I don't know if this is Arizona or Southern California. I'm trying my best here to read. I didn't know I was going to have a geography test.
Know.
Give me a math test any day, and I'll handle that one. But we also have Rain actually coming all the way over from Japan.
Wow.
So not shown here, but players international, players domestic, coming from every corner of the world to get on this stage and compete.
Multi-talented, multicultural, you love to see it, and I'm sure they will represent when they come together on the main stage. I'm expecting a close series, Magic, and I can't wait to get into it. Here's Coast Guard Gaming, by the way. Their competitors also from the U.S. Looks like we got a pretty even split this time, though.
Yeah, players from all over. We got East Coast represented, West Coast represented, and again, Coast Guard, this is our first time kind of looking at them as a group of four, not just geographically where they're coming from, but we got, the headshots, we got the player names, we mentioned Sick Pulse being just awesome, and I think it's the positive version of Sick, like Sick plays, Sick Pulse coming out.
Yeah, you know what? That does sound like the right kind of pulse to have for a gaming tournament. So can't wait to see what they put together. And I mean, just being on opposite ends, like you said, West Coast, East Coast, finally here on a LAN, getting to work together with that perfect, ideal Halo connection. It's got to be the best setup for them to make the biggest plays. But let's meet the Coast Guard and see what they're all about.
I think that one thing that our team has is communication and support.
I think the most important thing to keep in mind on match day is just to keep it calm and level. We've been playing together for a few weeks now, on and off, and this is a good time to really put it to the test.
I think our chances are pretty good at winning this tournament. It's super exciting for me to be a part of this.
I never thought when I joined 11 years ago that, I'd be playing any sort of game for the Coast Guard, let alone my favorite game, Halo. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I'm really happy to be here.
Watch out, Coast Guard's coming. Go Coast Guard!
There they are, Coast Guard Gaming. Our first player, we've got Sick Balls.
Yeah, Sick Balls coming out, Petty Officer Second Class, Joshua Torres Cruz. 5 years as an electrician, but never been shocked.
Never.
I kind of want to see the shock rifle in his hand.
Apparently he's never been shocked. I'm not sure if that counts in both IRL and in Halo as well. So he'll be dodging shots left and right, I'm sure. But that is just the first player on the team. Coming up next is going to be Scotty Nose. As soon as he's ready to get up there, we can see Sick Pulse though just getting ready to sit and dominate today. Looks like he's got Dragonite with him. But there he is, Scotty Nose.
Yes, Scotty knows. Lieutenant Scotty Kenny. No surprise there that his first name is Scotty. He's coming out. He sailed ships across the Atlantic, but I think this might be his first time with a LAN tournament playing on the big stage, and I love all the experience coming together. Let's see how it translates into Halo Infinite.
I'm sure it'll be a great translation. He came bearing gifts, too, by the way. Generous guy. Threw a couple T-shirts into the audience. And maybe he's trying to earn a couple fans and get you guys riled up for the series. Of course, Coast Guard, they came to play today. But there you have it. Our first two members of the team on screen getting ready to focus up. Like you said, maybe their first time on a big stage like this. An awesome opportunity. But our third player, and he'll be walking out to bring on the show. Here we've got Gambit, and here he is.
Petty Officer First Class, Alec Alfonso is Gambit. He's gone cross-country for every PCS. So moving across East Coast, West Coast, wherever it takes him, he's ready to move with the Coast Guard and ready to bring the heat in these matchups.
Man is well-traveled. He's been places, and I wonder if that will translate into his gameplay. Maybe we can see some big rotations out of the man, too. Either way, there's Gambit rounding out the team. 3 out of 4 members. Our final player to finish this one off, last but not least, we've got Toros. And here he is.
I love the entry of all these players. Come on, let's give it up for Toros. Petty Officer Third Class, Freddy Sorto. Look at the focus and look, more T-shirts. I'll tell you what, the Coast Guard know how to win some fans over. You think if we reach really far, we can catch a T-shirt from here?
Maybe, if he throws it a little farther. I didn't know they could do that, though. They're coming in, they're earning fans on their walkout, but here are the boys on screen. Can't wait to see the energy they bring, and they are going to bring that energy with one hell of a coach, Magic. I can't wait to bring out Coach Lunchbox.
Absolute legendary Coach Lunchbox coming out for off the gate, and you can hear the audience is getting hyped, and he well deserves that energy. Let's go. Give it up. And another T-shirt. I still didn't catch this one.
A legend in the Halo scene. We know him well, a coach for Optic Gaming. We got the coach of C9 on one side, the coach of Optic on the other. What a matchup this is going to be with Coast Guard and Marines.
A legendary matchup between Marines and Coast Guard, and then both represented by these amazing coaches. They got here early. They've been practicing. They had to do some tryouts to be the top 4 in this matchup, and those coaches are ready to lead the way. I think it's going to be a close call between these two teams, and I'm excited to see that happen.
I definitely think it will. So much experience coming into this series. Finally onto a main stage, onto a big stage like this, an awesome opportunity, a lot of pressure, I'm sure, maybe a little bit of nerve coming into this series, but we'll see who can ice up when it really counts as they get ready to jump into their best of 3 matchup, Magic.
Yeah, you see them grabbing those controllers. They're getting ready to go. We got the headsets in place, and you want to make sure everything is geared up so that you're comfortable, you're in the zone, and ready to come out and compete. I want to see what happens. There's a few players here I have my eye on, but I'm looking forward to see how they operate as a whole.
Right. I mean, as a team, the chemistry is so important at the end of the day, but let's, if we were to focus up on single players, I think Sick Pulse is who you were looking at. It seemed like you had your eye on him.
I mean, the name alone, right? The gamer tag is delivering, but also watch out for Azulon. He said that his favorite weapon is actually the sniper. So especially if we get a live fire in the mix here, keep your eye out because you know he's going to play for that power weapon.
Right. I mean, live fire, you've got recharge with the shock. We've got a skewer on Catalyst as well, so a lot of sniper-like weapons to work with. But let's see these boys play. Let's send it back over to our casters. We've got Tools and we've got Tony to cast the action.
Sorry. Well, we gotta cast some Halo. I'm sorry about that. Sorry, I got the energy sword. I thought I was in lead for a second. It got wild. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for some action. We get to see another 4v4 on the main stage, still in the winner's bracket.
Oh, we have 2 incredible teams ready to take it today. The Marine Corps versus the Coast Guard. And 2 awesome coaches. I was seeing them coaches over there, and I was like, dang, these guys are really getting the practice, and they look laser focused. And you have to know, these coaches, they're the best of the best in the Halo scene. And you have to know there's a little bit of a rivalry between them as well, right? These coaches really want to win against each other, and they're going to do it with their squads in tow.
Well, see, I got a problem, though. I think Lunchbox and Coast Guard, there was a little bit of foul play. They out here throwing merch into the crowd. They're trying to get the crowd on their side, and I didn't get a shirt. I don't know what's going on. There's a little bit of foul play on that one, Coast Guard.
Hey, Coast Guard? Just hit us up after, you know what I'm saying? The Coast Guard jerseys look fire today. All these teams coming out to do their best, and it's going to be a best of 3 to start their competition today, in which they're going to have to go the gauntlet. I have a feeling this match is going to be a very close one, in my opinion, Tony. I think we're going to be seeing some back and forth competition.
That's what I want to hear. I don't want to see blowouts. I want to see close contested games. I want to see them going down to the wire where every single decision you make matters. One false move and you can cost yourself the win, or you can make a play that solidifies your name in esports. I mean, this is the first time that we're seeing this funded coming here for FORCECON 2022, and I'm excited. I can't wait for next year, the year after that. We'll keep doing it.
Yeah, you know, what I'm going to say is this needs to be every single year, and it's going to be changing titles left and right. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be the same teams every time. We're going to see the title change multiple times, but there are some fierce competition out here. And you remember, these guys' journeys didn't start today. It started a while back. This week, they were able to go through a boot camp, a combine with their coaches today throughout this entire week, and really get trained up by the best talent in Halo.
And that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited. That's one of the reasons why I'm so excited for this matchup right here, is that we haven't seen these two squads going at it yet. You know, back in Patrick, we saw Space Force, we saw Air Force, we saw them go at it. We have not seen these two squads. What's most important is this map and game type rotation. We have King of the Hill here on Livefire, a new game type here to Season 2. The meta still being defined right now in game number 1. I wonder how both of these teams are going to approach it.
Yeah, King of the Hill on Livefire is going to be an interesting one, but also the sniper rifle going to be in play in both game 1 and game 2. Livefire, the only map that has that S7 sniper rifle. So we're going to be able to see who is going to be taking some heads today with that long rifle.
Map so nice, we put it in twice. Livefire coming in game number 1, game number 2. And then if necessary, we're going to see strongholds on streets. You know, whenever you're looking for a fight, you got to take it to the streets. I love me some streets.
Streets on game 3 is every player's dream, right? You have so much to work with on that map. Rockets, shotgun, thrust, stalker rifle. It really is the mastery of the toolbox that'll put you through on game 3 if we get there. But that's a big if, right? These teams, once they sell First Blood, they're going to be trying to take it in 2. There is no game 3 on their mind. They're coming out strong. They want to make sure that they can make a statement on their first match on stage.
Now, while we're waiting for the game to load up here, Livefire, King of the Hill, what are some of your keys to success? How are you going to succeed here in game number 1 if you're one of the coaches? You're not Lunchbox though.
Right. King of the Hill works a little bit differently than we've had King of the Hill in past Halo iterations, right? So imagine a mixture of strongholds in Halo Infinite mixed with oddball, right? So we're going to be fighting for 60 seconds of hill time. When you capture those 60 seconds, that gets you 1 point. It does take 4 points to win the game. And you have a 5-minute timer that starts when that game starts. But if you're in the hill, that timer pauses itself, a little bit like how Oddball plays in Halo. So expect to see teams setting up for hills and see less of the rotational style Halo that you expect in Strongholds, but rather getting a strong setup on the map, making sure that you can control everything, and from there, getting your 4 points to win.
So we're over here talking about the map and game type, but you know what? Let's get right into it. We're going here on Livefire, and it's about to get live.
Ooh. Okay, Livefire, the first priority is this sniper rifle right here. You got to make sure it's in your hands, and it looks like the Marine Corps going to be the first one to be able to use this sniper rifle.
Looks like we're starting on board with Azulin with the sniper rifle in hand, watching that garage door. So important. Excellent denial grenade over toward the sandbags. When you're talking about this part of the map, you got to watch out for that garage. You got to watch out for that sandbags. That's exactly what they're doing.
And look how fast they've been able to get this hill, right? They're halfway to their goal before even Coast Guard has been able to contest this hill. But when Coast Guard comes, they come soaring. All of a sudden, you see an overshield, a heat wave, all the goodies in their hand to take on this hill.
Now, I heard the song before. They said Scotty doesn't know, Scotty doesn't know. Scotty knows what he's doing. He gets right behind enemy lines, gets a big kill. Now Gambit actually challenging here towards the nest side, locking down this hill. Beautifully played by Coast Guard.
But notice how Marine Corps, they put players towards the tower, but the call was made by Coast Guard to get behind them and to outflank the flank. Huge amount of damage put in to that C platform area, reducing the numbers of the Marine Corps. But look at this, they're already back into this hill and getting more action.
Just like that, Marine Corps starting to take control, but 2 players down on each side. Sniper in the hand, goes in for the no-scope to the body, whips out the battle rifle to challenge that player and puts him down immediately. Then the flank's gonna come in, utilizing the pancake. I'm hungry.
Oh, throwing them into that wall is that repo so important. It spawns over at this hill, and you have to make sure you're controlling that piece of utility to get this hill time. And the first point on the board for the Marine Corps.
My man Ezelon going off. 5-1, even throwing up an assist as well. Having the sniper rifle in his back pocket. This man is ready for action. Another flank coming in, and now you're seeing a duo coming in for Waffles and Ezelon pushing towards that hill.
And this heat wave so important to being able to control the map. It's a 2-shot beatdown, but you can also use it as a pseudo shotgun, right? 1 shot, 1 punch gets the job done. But you can see the pressure that's being put on the map, the expansion that we're seeing from Coast Guard, and it's making this hill a pain for the Marine Corps to maintain. And all of a sudden, they all are falling down, and it looks like the Coast Guard is going to be soaking up some valuable time.
Someone need to check my man Toros, man. He's just walking in there, laying down the law. Scotty knows with them. They're having 2 in the hill at the moment. There's 9 access from all sides of the hill. Sick Pulse gonna go in for the trade, but every single one of these trades are going in favor of them as they're still getting valuable hill time.
And all of a sudden, you have one last push if you are the Marine Corps. If you want to go 1 for 1 on this hill, you have to make it count right here. But Toros and the crew are standing strong. The final push is coming. They need to hit the sniper shots, but they don't ring true. It's ticking away. This final hill should be going to Coast Guard as we rotate the hill 3.
All 4 members going down for Marine Corps, and it looks like Coast Guard are looking to take advantage. Gambit now going to push forward onto the sandbags, but multiple spawners on Marine Corps are blocking his sight line towards the H side. Coast Guard are going to have to break the setup.
And this hill time so valuable. This is what we call a money hill. No exposed sightlines into this hill. Very easy to hold. If you are not able to get those initial slays, it's going to be a pain to break. And the Marine Corps are set up strong inside of hill 3.
Ezelon getting in, staying alive despite being 1 shot, going in for the reach out. Love the plays come in, but he was not expecting the drop ball. Ends up shooting it down immediately. Right as the power-up is coming up, he ends up getting 1, but the flank comes in. He goes down. It looks like Coast Guard might be able to get away with the overshield, but it's popped out of nowhere. Hero stealing it away and might be stealing this game away with that play.
Oh, this is going to be a valuable hold. This is a last stand from Coast Guard. They cannot afford to go down. Some shaky shots, but Hero gets the job done. He needs to jump into this hill. Only a couple seconds necessary, and the hill will go to the Marine Corps.
Rain trying to make it rain with the grenades, but he's going to end up getting answered back. Sick Pulse ends up in a 1v2. He's going to go down as well. 3v3 scenario, but still a 2-1 lead going in favor of Marine Corps.
Now check out this next hill rotation, right, Tony? This hill gonna be over towards the overshield spawn, but what's important about it is how exposed on the map is. You have to coordinate your efforts if you're gonna break into this hill, or if you want to hold it, right? So many exposed sightlines into this hill. It's gonna be up to these coaches to make sure these players are in check and working together.
Teamwork is what's going to drive both of these teams forward, and both these teams are well aware of that. 2 go down for each. Toro somehow still in the hill, but that nade coming out of nowhere, wiping him off the face of live fire. Now we see Scotty Knows throwing excellent denial grenades, but he's going to get answered as well. 2 down for Coast Guard. Marine Corps have to take advantage. They have to get them out of the hill.
And the most important thing happened for Marine Corps right there. They were able to take down Gambit, and when Gambit falls, the rest of Coast Guard falls. He's been leading this team 11-7 to start the game, the main slayer out of Coast Guard Gaming.
Nero keeping the height advantage, dropping down immediately, going in for the challenge, a very risky challenge, not gonna pay off that time as 2 members go down from Marine Corps. There's no way you're gonna be able to play at this level of competition to be able to take over objectives if you don't have the lives. 3 down from Marine Corps, Rain getting in there, he's gonna take down 1, but go down himself. 2 go down from Marine Corps once again. Coast Guard are starting to push forward. They already have the lead for this hill.
And this hill isn't just about time at this moment. The overshield is up and ready for action. The team that controls this hill will get the overshield. This next fight's the most important one. Get it on the body. Scotty knows with the overshield grab, and this should be the rest of the time going for Coast Guard. It's up to Scotty knows to make the plays.
Coast Guard Gaming was already dangerous, but the extra shields, they're now deadly. The heat wave in the hands of Scotty knows. Meanwhile, Gambit trying to scare away Marine Corps as they get these final seconds in. Ladies and gentlemen, we are tied up at 2 apiece.
And it's always been blow for blow between these 2 teams. As soon as one gets the hill, the next comes out stronger for the next hill. We could be going down to the wire, but Gambit has some things to say. The double kill and sniper in the hand. The man's 15-8, and you better be weary if you're coming around that corner.
Now, I thought Lunchbox was coaching this squad, but with that insta-splode, he must have been working with Walshy a little bit. You know, he's the master of the insta-splodes. Love the blaze coming in, but it's not enough to steal them a hill just yet. They do have the numbers, do Marine Corps, but Gambit trying to catch an angle with the sniper rifle, has one in front, gonna barely miss that shot with the no-scope. Now we're seeing Hero start to grind forward, start to chase him down, but runs into a couple grenades. Here comes the cavalry for Coast Guard.
Now, Coast Guard's falling right here, but I want to say I like the play. I like the communication that's happening between the members on that team, right? They baited a player into that back tower and used their communication to get them out of position and find that kill. Although they weren't able to execute on the next steps, if you keep making plays like that, it's a road to victory.
15 kills out of Waffles, but his 13th death just hit there. Scotty knows with the heat wave in hand, this Promethean style shotgun. It's a close range, deadly weapon. You do not want to mess with that heat wave. And Scotty knows that he's denying access here toward the sandbag. He doesn't have a player in front of him, takes down 1, but the nades are still coming. Somehow Scotty knows is alive and still putting valuable points onto the hill for this team, but they're finally going to shut him down.
Ooh, the Marine Corps are going to be able to get back into this hill just barely. One thing to note there, Lunchbox been winning the fight for the overshield. The timers have been so important, and that's a reason why Coast Guard has been able to get this final time just a tick away. Hill going towards the Coast Guard.
This is bad, Garrett. All 4 members go down from Marine Corps. Coast Guard are now 1 hill away from taking game number 1 and momentum in this series. I'm a firm believer in momentum, and they are stealing it away.
I think we had a crash on the stage. We'll have to be going towards our referees and seeing how they decide to play this next hill. I think we're going to have a reset. I don't know if they're going to play this all out. We'll see some more of this action, but right now I think we did have a crash over towards Marine Corps.
Either way, one thing we did notice is Coast Guard were up 3-2. And not only that, but they even got Marine Corps 4 down. They were positioned to get some early, valuable time into that next zone. They were looking damn good.
Yeah, they were looking really, really good. And, you know, we're going to go to the reset. Now, what the blessing is that the lag out or the crash happened right when the next hill started. So we don't have this question of how much time they had in the hill before the crash happened. So I think it's going to be a relatively easy call for our referees today to make sure that we get that game state repaired as best as possible.
You know, I love hearing us talk. I love the sound of my own voice. You already know that. But I want to hear what the players think about the match. I want to get into the mind of the players. I believe we have Rain talking about live fire. Why don't we get into his thoughts?
Probably choose live fire. I like live fire a lot. I'm not sure why. I think it's because it's a lot more open, and there's just kind of more places where you need to kind of pick and choose where you want to go and how it's going to affect not only you, but your actual team as well.
we're going to see it in game number 1, game number 2. Not only is it exhilarating, not only is it always good matchups, but I feel like it's a really good warm-up for these teams. It could really get into your own on King of the Hill live fire and kind of set you up for that game 2 or possibly game 3 if we end up seeing it.
And what's so important, right, Tony, is that this iteration of this tournament is going to be a little bit different than some of your other tournaments. We have a veto system here today. So the teams and the coaches are getting together. You know, they've had a week of a combine. They know what their weaknesses and strengths are, and they can go into this veto system and make sure that they play their best maps. Now, what's obvious from this best of 3 rotation is both these teams feel very confident on live fire.
And I'm not mad at that. Like I said, one of my favorite maps here, but also one of them are feeling even more confident on street. So if it goes the distance, maybe they have that advantage into game number 3. We're looking at Rain right now. Favorite Halo map is Blackout. Okay, he got some good taste. I'm a Halo 2 kid myself. Let me tell you, them 1v1s on the original Lockout were absolutely insane. And then Blackout was that remake going into Halo 3. Not as good. Not as good, Rain. I'm sorry. We'll talk about it afterwards. But Blackout, definitely not as good as the original Lockout. Come on.
Some hot takes from Rain over there. Now, hey, I did get word from the admin. So it's going to be 2 hills for the Marine Corps. Okay. Only 1 hill necessary for the Coast Guard to win. So the Marines have to come out and play perfect. There's no mistakes to be made. You cannot give up 1 hill. It's all or nothing in this reset.
How many times do we talk about how important starting strategy is? How many times do we talk about how you're setting the tone for the game? And now at this point, one team only needs 1 more point, and that's going to be it. We're talking about 1 good starting strat and then continuing that momentum from there, being aware of where the spawns are and then putting pressure on it, and game can be over. This could be one of the fastest King of the Hill games we've seen as it's our version 2 of game number 1.
And before we get back into that game, let's get back into the minds of these players. Let's hear what Tauros had to say.
All right.
In Kodiak, Alaska, there's a pretty big Coast Guard presence there, and I mean, originally, from high school, I didn't initially join the Coast Guard. I joined the Marine Corps and then transferred over to the Coast Guard. I didn't really want to go to the Coast Guard, and then later on, realized it was more family-oriented, so chose Coast Guard right after.
Oh, look at Tauros. This man breathes Halo. Been in the military for 7 years. And his favorite map, the Pit. What a classic. And the Halo 3 sniper going right in tandem with that.
It's my kind of guy right there. That's my kind of guy right there. I love me some Pit action. One thing I feel like we are missing in some of the newer Halos is those classic 2 sniper maps. But live fire does have at least 1 sniper, and we're going back into a reminder that our Coast Guard team actually needing 1 point. Meanwhile, Marine Corps needing 2 to become game number 1 champions.
Well, Coast Guard striked into the hill first, but it might have been a bit preemptive, right? They immediately go 3 down, and the Marine Corps takes over. Hoaxer leading that charge. You know that he told them, bait them into the hill, let them get comfortable. We'll come back, get all the utility on the map, and retake our position.
We talked about how important that starting strategy can be towards Coast Guard, but it was just as important for Marine to set that tone, for Marine to take control of the pace of game, and that's exactly what they did. Marine Corps are in that hill. They are locking it down, but the nades come in, end up putting them 2 down, and Coast Guard Gaming now getting their butts in the hill.
Hey, well, Marine Corps, they got a great chunk of time, but they're going to have to coordinate themselves on this retake. Look at that kill feed, though, Tony. All players, only 1 player with kills, Ezelon, getting 4. The rest of the Marine Corps going to need to be able to find some slays for the retake.
This reminds me of back in the day, King of the Hill, we played that in football. Whoever you just toss the ball in the air, whoever has that ball, everybody attacks them. Whoever's in that hill, everybody is attacking them at the moment and trying desperately to get them out. But it's a point-based system, and Coast Guard Gaming, once again, are 1 point away from taking game number 1.
Scotty knows the position to be and gets behind 2. An easy kill, and now look at how the Coast Guard are collapsing into this hill. Only a little bit of time needed for Marine Corps to win this. Unfortunately, not gonna be working for Coast Guard. They weren't able to get their 1 hill. All of a sudden, it's sudden death. 1 hill to win.
Not only Marine Corps serving up waffles, our boy Waffle, but they serving up butt kickings as well. As I say that, looks like Coast Guard Gaming are going to answer back, putting them 2 down immediately. But Overshield and the man of waffles himself, he's getting into the face of Coast Guard Gaming. Excellent shots, but he's taking some nades back. Finally, that player will be dealt with, but a new challenger appears, and Waffles puts him down.
Oh, this hill's gonna be so vital, and you can see Coast Guard all going down. The Marine Corps able to take their stand. Now what the next step, right, is to expand and get the utility on the map. You see them prioritizing that heat wave, making sure that the journey to this hill is as hard as possible. And the Marine Corps work, it's a 1-2 punch to keep them out of the hill.
3 down go Coast Guard Gaming. Marine Corps able to slide into it again. They only need 1 more point. This is a sudden death scenario, and Coast Guard Gaming are not in position, but a large reason why. So we might have seen another crash coming in. 1 player gone for Coast Guard Gaming.
And I have a feeling that we're going to just be going sudden death when we get back. We'll have to get word from some of our wonderful admins here on how that's going to be approached. Unfortunately, a couple crashes to start our first map, you know, King of the Hill. It's a little bit different. We're going to have to get through those little kinks. But what I do love is that we're going to be coming back into the action, and it's going to be just first blood, first hill to win.
And speaking of first blood, Marine Corps striked it. They came out so hot. It was their backs that were against the wall. Coast Guard Gaming understood that they needed to get into the hill as fast as possible, but Marine just using that counter push and able to take them down, clear them out, all 4 players, a full squad wipe, and then they took early control of that hill and the game.
This is going to be tough, right? And this is where it falls on the coaches. I think that the Marine Corps had a successful retake at the start of that reset because of what Hoaxer told them. We saw them prioritize the expansion on the map rather than going straight for that hill. Coast Guard went immediately for the points. And I think Hoaxer said, hey, we're going to let them have that hill. We're going to let them get the first couple seconds. We're going to take the rest of the map. We're going to get the weapons that we want, and we're going to collapse as a unit. And it was wildly successful for the Marine Corps. Now, it's going to be up to Lunchbox over there, the coach of Optic Gaming, to try to get these boys on Coast Guard ready to play the mind games against Hoaxer and his crew.
Big fan of Lunchbox, but like you mentioned Hoaxer. For those of you guys aren't familiar, Hoaxer, coach of Cloud9, back-to-back LAN champions here in Halo Infinite. There's only been 3 of them, and they took 2 out of those 3. Cloud9, one of the strongest teams that we have in the league, and no, they don't look good on Orlando, I'm sure. They coming back for blood. They coming back for that belt.
And Cloud9 has the last laugh right now, but you know Lunchbox and our Optic Gaming crew, they've been putting in the hours. They're the next up-and-coming team to look out for, and I think a large part of it is what Lunchbox does in that back room for them. He ensures that they're on the same page, and you can see him giving the reps in, telling his team how to approach it. And look, oh man, Hoaxer is an intimidating figure to have on the other side. This is a man that has Halo prestige, has been around the scene forever, and has been one of the best coaches for, I think, probably the last 5 years, Tony. He's been absolutely killing the coaching scene.
He really has, and the players that they're coaching over have been incredible here in this first round, and they're leaving online. It's actually a shame that someone's had to drop down to elimination bracket, because this game has been so close so far. So far, we actually seen 3 caps out of both of these squads, so it may be a sudden death 1 cap take, so I'm still waiting on official wording, but that just tells you how close these teams have been. Whoever makes it into the winners semifinals will definitely have earned their position.
Yeah, this is what we live for. For it to go down to the final line, for it to come down to the individuals at the last moment, sudden death. How do you respond when you have no rope to give? When you're on that last inch, how do you come out the gate? How are you swinging?
Looking right now at Exulon. This man, he was actually leaving it all on the line. Let me tell you, he was absolutely putting in that work in the game, and he's one of my players to watch. By the way, favorite map, Sanctuary, another double sniper map. You know about it. And of course, his favorite Halo weapon is the sniper rifle. Sanctuary came with 2 snipers. He wants it all.
Take a look at that MRE. Now, I got to question the MRE choice right there. Spinach fettuccine.
Okay, all right.
All right, you know what? I saw a lot of Chili Mac on a lot of these players. I think I'm Camp Chili Mac for the MREs.
Wait, it's over spinach fettuccine? Over spinach fettuccine. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to talk to you right now. I'm just, as a man from Jersey, I know me some good spinach fettuccine, and I'm picking that all day. I'll deal with you later.
Hey, you know what? It's the Armed Forces event. We're at FORCECON. It's all-American, baby, and there's not many more things that are more all-American than a chili mac. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm searching for if I need something to eat.
Well, guys, if you guys hungry, I mean, we are in beautiful San Antonio, Texas. Let me tell you, I've been partaking in some of the food. I ain't gonna lie. I'm on a diet when I'm back home in Georgia, but when I'm in Texas, you know, I'm about to come in with that Tex-Mex. I'm about to come in with that barbecue. You already know. Everything comes bigger in Texas, and so does the competition as we coming back here with the resume of game number 1.
Scotty knows. Oh boy, that's a big fight, right? Because it secures the heat wave for his squad. And now, Scotty knows with that heat wave, he's going to be the one that needs to reposition and get behind Marine Corps and find the opening pick. And look at this, beautifully done, just needs to finish the kill.
Scotty knows quickly taking that perimeter, trying to open up some alleys for his teams to grind forward. Meanwhile, Hero sliding right into the zone, having 2 players in front of him on the nest side, but still has that gun. He ends up taking down one, but can he get the double kill on the second one? That's going to be Gambit going in for the challenge. Takes one of his own, but he ends up trading out his life in the interim.
This is what's important. Coast Guard gave up a ton of time to start this match, but they prioritized the overshield, and now it's up to 6 Bulls to make some sick plays. Sniper in the back pocket, overshield now burned, but look how Marine Corps systematically find the angles to take down that overshield player and to recapture this hill, now only 15 seconds away from securing this game.
You see that bar at the bottom of your screen. It is ticking for Marine Corps. Gambit ends up somehow finding a kill, and looks like they're able to actually push Marine Corps out of the hill, but Marine Corps answering right back. Slays on both sides, and looks like Coast Guard will get the slight best of them as they've slayed out. They've gotten the hill, but my question is it too little too late, Gary?
They have to play perfect. They have to defend this point with all that they have. No mistakes can be made. It's time to defend your coast.
Gambit flying in over toward the pillars, ends up going in on the challenge. Not gonna win one. The teamwork too strong for Marine Corps. That coordination, that teamwork, that fighting for your brother in arms is gonna come out on top in game number 1.
We went all the way. The distance was met. And the Marine Corps, they know how to swarm the beaches. They know how to get in and find the weaknesses in the defense. What great coordination that we saw from the Marine Corps. Every time that the Coast Guard was able to get into that hill, we saw coordinated efforts from the Marine Corps to take different angles, to find the weakness in the defense and to punch right through and to recapture that hill.
Marine Corps just showing sometimes a good defense is just an even better offense, and they handsomely take game number 1. And mind you, that was on live fire. We're going into Slayer on that same map. Are you telling me that doesn't play exactly the same as King of the Hill?
No, it's going to be a lot more freedom on the map, right, Tony? It's going to be what we all love. You have the ability to move wherever you find necessary. There's no objective to gravitate towards. The only priority, getting kills, staying alive. First to 50 is going to win.
And the one thing I've always loved about Halo Infinite, or Halo in general when it comes to Slayer, is that in some games, you know, you're almost rewarded for camping it out. You're almost rewarded for sitting in corners, especially in a Slayer type of game type, you know, or TDM game type. Not in Halo. You're going to notice that these power-ups and these equipments are placed specifically around the map to force you to have to gain that map control. It forces you out of your position to fight for it, and sometimes it can be high risk, high reward. Like, for example, on live fire, you might see a camouflage, you might see an overshield, and at the end of the day, you do not want that in the hands of your opponents. You have to fight.
You have to fight, and the heat wave is what I saw that really came out, right, Tony? The heat wave, to me, is what needs to be prioritized for these teams. If you can get that weapon and put it to work, you're going to be able to find some easy picks. Now, obviously, the sniper rifle, always going to be important. The overshield, always going to be important. But priority number one is to get that heat wave. And one thing I really liked from that Marine squad was the fact that you said it's all offense, baby. It's all attacking. There was no defensive play I saw from them. When they got the hill, they immediately pushed out. They wanted to take more fights. And that's the kind of ferocity that I like to see. Yes. The Marines, I think, are going to come out strong right here. But Coast Guard, we saw wonderful moments from them. We saw them recapture the game. They were one hill away. They had the lead. And unfortunately, Hill 1 did them in twice. Now, Slayer, this is their opportunity to strike back.
And with that aggression, with that offense, the first thing that pops into my head, coordination. Because no, you can't, let's be honest, you can't be a one-man army. You can't do it by yourself. You could be a leading Slayer, but no man can win a game by himself. It takes a unit. It takes that coordination. And honestly, I think Marines really had it, especially towards that end of game 1.
And you know what's really important is for individuals to step up on the team, right? It's about the players who can step up to the task, who can take it. And there's no better player than a Zulon. This man is as competitive as possible. Let's hear a little bit about him.
I cannot express how excited I am and just thankful I am to be able to experience this with not only myself, but with other people that with like-minded mentalities. While we are competing, we're all under the United States, military, and we're all having fun and greeting each other, and a lot of each other know each other from like online, and it's just such an amazing thing to just all see each other here in person.
You can't cheat the grind. You simply can't cheat the grind. This is one man that puts in that work, and they have been doing so all weekend long, especially in the LAN center, but also at home as well. There's no way you're going to be able to come out on top and win if you're not grinding, if you're not understanding this game, and clearly they do.
Zulon, he was playing incredibly well in game 1, and I want to see him step up and take the charge for his team. The Marines need him. And then on the other side, we saw a lot of plays from Scotty Knows. He wasn't leading the slaying column, but I'd like to see him take the next step, take the lead for his team. I think there was a lot of great coordination from Coast Guard, but I think they need that one player to step up. And I want to see Scotty Knows take that position.
I'm sorry, every time I see his name, I think of the song Scotty doesn't know. I'm sorry. I'm singing it in my head right now. I'm not even joking. I really am. Game number 1 went to Marine Corps. Despite the fact that Coast Guard had the lead, if you're in the ears of Coast Guard, what do you think their coach is telling them? What do you think they have to do to bounce back and recover in game 2 after losing that so important momentum?
You know what? If I'm Lunchbox right here, I'm looking at my players. I'm like, Lucid couldn't even do that. You know what I'm saying? You get your players in. It's like you start hyping them up. You start letting them know. You start giving them that little bit of gas because you know there's a fire there. It's just about providing the fuel and making sure that these players can play at their highest level.
I guess my man Scotty does know. I guess he does know because look, I love the mix up here. Favorite map? Guardian. That tells me he's been playing Halo for a long time. That tells me that he's one of the OGs in Halo, coming back from Halo 3. But he also got some good taste because he didn't specifically say any sniper. My man said that Halo 5 sniper. Let's be honest, with that extra aim assist that you got, you could really make some plays. I like this man Scotty. This is my kind of player. We gonna talk, Scotty.
He's got a smile that can kill. I'll tell you that. What a handsome man over there, Scotty. Knows how to win the game, and he needs to lead his team. But, Lunchbox is back there. He's going to be able to give them the comms to keep the team as a unit. But it's about the individual coming up and showing leadership for their team and leading the charge, being the leader that's necessary for them to be confident enough to take this game too.
And I want to make sure we got cameras and stuff on Lunchbox's hands. Because we saw Scotty Knows start to make some plays. I want to make sure he's not trying to steal the controller from his team. I'm saying because Scotty Knows he was looking good. But clearly, with that good taste, he talked about Guardian. He talked about Halo 5 Sniper. That's my kind of player. Clearly, he knows what he's doing. And hopefully, we know what we're doing here going into game number 2. We're talking Slayer on the very same map that we saw live fire. I'm ready. It's one team either going to win the series or maybe send us into a game number 3.
Right, and we're going back to live fire, but it's not going to look like anything you saw before. With it being Slayer, there's none of this objective to orient these players around. It's just about getting kills and staying alive. So imagine some more unorthodox positions, some unorthodox pushes, because at the end of the day, if you can get the kill and stay alive, you're doing your job.
Now, if you get those slays and you're able to be aware of where the enemy team is spawning, you could have that advantage. What are some of the important spawn points that you're going to be watching out for throughout this game?
Expect to see players take up the tower position towards back C. The elevation and the sight lines are so important, and you can funnel the spawns towards the A spawn, towards that back garage area. From there, you can try to make a chokehold towards the sandbags area. That's where you're going to see a lot of this action take place. But what's priority number 1 right now is getting away with this overshield.
My man Shyway and Star Wars told me you got to keep the high ground. The top tower, you got yourself the high ground. Waffles going in for the challenge onto Key Door, not going to able to win that one. Meanwhile, not only was Rain able to secure that kill for his team, but also securing himself the overshield. That's going to be so important early here in game 2.
And what we saw there, right, is we saw a push from the Marine Corps to get up, and it cost a life, and they didn't get a kill out of it. But what was important is it secured the overshield for their team. It's about making the sacrifices necessary to take ground and to get the utility that works. But check that kill feed, a sniper rifle in play, and it's a Zulon who's finding the kills.
What started off as a 3-kill lead is now just gaining. They are adding Marine Corps, not only getting the slays, but also securing that C-side setup that we're talking about, that tower side setup. Scotty knows, tries to go in for a flank, but looks like they're watching all angles. Ain't nobody breaking through.
Ooh, and this is a pivotal fight towards the bottom half of the map. Here we're going to be able to push down that nade, but what it does is it alleviates the flank pressure. You're keeping the players in front of you, right? The most important part of the map, to an extent where you're holding C, is not the front end action, but it's making sure that players cannot leak through those pillar doors and find a way to the flank to disrupt your setup.
Overshield in the hand of Waffles, running in tandem with Hero. This is the bait and switch that you're going to want to see as they're grinding forward. Scotty knows, once again, trying to go in for the flank onto bottom mid, but ends up getting caught. Meanwhile, Rain anchoring these spawns, sitting over toward the seaside, loving the play coming out of Marine Corps. And look at that scoreboard, Garrett. It's not getting any easier.
It's not going to get any easier from now on either. Look, this overshield and heat wave in the hands of the Marine Corps. And you have to ask yourself, if you're the Coast Guard, how do you respond when you get punched in the face, right? How do you respond? Because that's what the Marines did. They came out of this gate and they just absolutely sucker punched them off the start, getting a massive lead. Now Coast Guard quickly on their back foot and having to show their resilience.
You know, I believe it was Mike Tyson that said, everybody got a plan until you get punched in the face. And like you said, as of right now, they are getting punched and then possibly knocked out here. And it is almost a double-digit lead going in favor of Marine Corps. Zulon able to get yet another one. This was your player to watch for, and I'm seeing why, Garrett.
Zulon able to collect that weapon that dominates the map, the sniper rifle, and now it's about keeping the sight lines, checking the overshield push, right? If his teammates have the position, in this position, I absolutely love from Hero, all the way at back B, a sneaky beaver able to get behind these players and disrupt the push from Coast Guard. Every time they try to get closer to this C tower, they're gonna be taking damage from the players from behind.
You could just tell that the pro coaches have done so well with opening up the minds of some of the players and really getting to look at the game a lot differently. Like that play by Hero, that's beautiful. That was a wonderful setup by Marine Corps, and they used it to open up a double-digit lead, and we're almost at that 25 kill mark. Half the game is almost over. As of right now, Coast Guard are really in danger.
Coast Guard allocated a ton of resources towards this overshield, but they haven't been able to secure it. Still on the ground, this fight could be the most pivotal of the game if Coast Guard wants to get back. But look at the push from the Marine Corps, able to get this overshield on the body. Your Marine Corps starting to put on the score.
And that was such an important push. That was that moment that Marine Corps had to fight for that overshield, because if Coast Guard would have gotten it, they would have been in danger. Coast Guard would have possibly been able to come back off of that overshield alone. That was a pivotal point in the game, and they got so much value out of that round.
And I need a Hero And that hero has a heat wave in the back pocket. And this is what's important, right? You're on that perimeter, but you're trying to punch a hole into the defenses and get behind those players and use the utility on the map to find the first blood.
32-19 lead in favor of Marine Corps Gaming. Mind you, in game number 1, Coast Guard Gaming, they had the early lead. They're the ones who had that early control. Marine Corps was not able to answer, not only able to answer back in game number 1, but they are stealing the show here in game number 2. Waffles pulling off a beautiful snipe. Scotty knows putting down the shots, trying to break forward, but Marine Corps are taking a firm grip on game 2 and the series.
And this is quickly getting out of hand, a 15-point deficit. You have about 5 more lives to make this game competitive before it gets too far gone. And Azulon already on that flank and trying to find the power position on the map, something that the Coast Guard has not been able to get, and Azulon has just been controlling this tower. Azulon, I think, really a pivotal piece to this Marine Corps strategy. Yes, he's only 6-4, but he's always been in the right position for the squad.
You know, I like my Halo players the way I like my breakfast. Nothing but waffles. 13 kills, 5 assists, only has died 6 times. He is a large reason why Marine Corps are coming in hot, and we are approaching the late game. At this point, if Marine Corps gets to that 40 kill mark, Coast Guard Gaming will really have to make some pivotal plays. They need to make their stance right here, right now. They need to line up the defense. Otherwise, they're going down into the elimination bracket.
It's not too late, but this next couple of slays are what's going to tell the story, and the story is the Marine Corps. They push 4-2, going down, and it's going down to the end. Coast Guard quickly seeing the respawn screens, and the Marine Corps able to grab that sniper rifle once again.
Took them a little while to heat up, but they have definitely heated up. Hero getting the Mangler in hands. This gun can be so deadly from close range, even with the mid-range. Meanwhile, Toros and Coast Guard Gaming now going in for the flank, ends up getting the kill, but trades out his life to do so. 2 down go Coast Guard Gaming, and once again, those slays battle going in favor of Marine Corps. They're constantly putting Coast Guard on their back foot.
Do it in style. How does the Marine Corps finish this game? Azulon has the sniper. Not going to be able to hit the shot, but hits the body on the way back. And this is what I love, right, Tony? Stay in that tower. Keep the sight lines to yourself. Make sure that if anyone tries to expose themselves, they're instantly taken out with this sniper rifle.
Fundamentals, communication, and teamwork. Some of the things that these players have been learning throughout their entire career here in the armed forces, and they're putting it to work here on the virtual battlefield. Only 3 more kills needed for Marine Corps Gaming as Hero ends up going down. Hold on, Coast Guard coming out of nowhere. Hold on, what's going on?
Oh, it's gonna be, no, come on, get the punch, and it's over. A little bit of a triple to end our first match. The crowd getting into it as the Marine Corps win 2-0.
Marine Corps really showing us what they're all about. Look at their face right now. Just all business. They know they just went up 2-0 in that series. They had an incredible comeback, but they just have all serious face on. They know that their work is not done yet. They still got the semifinal. They still got the winners finals. We still have a lot of Halo to be played.
And what I saw was a well-oiled unit, a team that trusted each other, and a team that I think has learned a lot this week. The way that they were resilient in game 1 and were able to bounce in game 2 and just take it right away. They were always in a lead. They were commanding throughout game 2. And I think a lot of that credit goes to Hoaxer and the work that he's put in with his team.
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of Hoaxer. Hoaxer not only just one of those coaches that knows what they're talking about, that can have the clipboard, but you know what? He'll toss the clipboard. He'll put it to the side because he grinds the game. Sometimes he grinds the game more than some of the professional players. That's why that's my kind of coach. I want a coach that not only knows what he's talking about, but has been in the trenches with me, that really knows what he's talking about. It's almost like if you're playing basketball. You know, I love Jason Kidd as a coach. You know why? Because he's been in there. He's been in the heat of the moment. He's made some big plays and had a phenomenal career. So is Hoaxer.
Yeah, I think it's really important. You know, we're seeing the divergence of 2 different types of coaches, right? And I think there's merit to both. But having a coach that's been there, done it before, has competed on the circuit, and knows what the trials of being a top-level competitor, you can't buy that. You can't only learn through experience. right? And the experiences that he's been able to foretell these players, and then now they're on the main stage experiencing it themselves, learning how to be icy, learning how to come up into the clutch, learning how to come up for your team and play at the highest level. You can only tell them, prepare them, but it's time for them to execute on that main stage. And that's what I saw from the Marine Corps. When their back was against the wall, they came out and they swung right back and they kept that momentum. That's an experience that's going to carry them throughout this tournament.
Well, if we're talking about experience with coaches, I mean, Lunchbox and the squad ain't out of it. And when it comes to experience, I mean, we're talking about one of the OG dynasties. You know, you got Final Boss, but there was a while where Instinct were absolutely running it. Lunchbox has been one of my favorite players to watch for so long, and to see him transition into this coaching role, I think it's excellent. He's always had a brilliant mind for Halo. He's always been that player with that high IQ. I remember one time Lunchbox said, he said, good players win their 1v1s. The elite players, the best players, they avoid them. I heard that, and that changed the way that I've seen Halo for the rest of my career, my long, illustrious career.
Lunchbox and the crew going to have to get it done in the lower bracket. In the meantime, let's go over to Blaze. I think he has Azulon ready to talk about their action today in Winners Round 1.
Guys, so much. I'm on the main stage with Lance Corporal Azulon, the marksman himself. And from one marksman to another, I gotta say, nice snipe there on the main stage. You were picking them apart one by one.
I appreciate that, brother.
Now tell me, the Marine Corps coming out, moving on through the bracket with a big victory. That was a close matchup. What was your favorite moment throughout it?
I have two to say. One of my favorite personal moments is when the start of the second round, because the game crashed. When nobody contested for sniper from the Coast Guard team, so I was able to just push up top mid, grab the sniper, take somebody off top tower, rotate B pillars, and then just kill 3 people, and then I just burned the overshield. I sniped him 3 times in a row without missing. It was pretty nice.
Now, when it comes down to it, tell me about the Marine Corps squad, okay? What makes you guys so special here?
We're Marines, we have that brotherhood that a lot of people just don't have. We trust each other. Sometimes. And also, we're loud. We're very communicative. We're able to just get on another level that people aren't able to get on.
Now, speaking of another level in the competition here, I know Air Force and Army is coming up on the main stage, and I know you are looking forward to play them. You got any predictions for that matchup?
It's a toss-up. Anybody can win.
All right, anybody can win. Any last-minute shout-outs?
PI.
PI. All right, yo. Give it up one more time for Lance Corporal. Yo, break it down, Des, because we just saw a great series.
Thank you, Blaze. The Marines are looking confident. Ezlon's looking confident, making plays with this snipe, by the way, as well. Magic, what was that you were saying about his name?
Yeah, his name might be hard to pronounce, but it starts with EZ because he makes it look easy on
Making
the
it
field.
look easy. Well said. He definitely did that with the snipe. And I got to love the fact that that was a more closely contested series, right? That King of the Hill match to start the series, the back and forth we got to see. And I love how King of the Hill just a focal point for the action, right? These 4v4 brawls in center map or outside on OS, just wild to watch.
Yeah, even when it came down to that sudden death hill, the Marines had it about 95% of the way. Then we see a little bit of comeback from the Coast Guard, but Marines ultimately sealed the deal. What a great matchup between these two teams, and it just makes me that much more excited to see what's coming up. But let's run through the maps right there, the modes, and kind of break down a little bit of what happened. Obviously, Tony and Tools, amazing job over at the cast.
Right, we have a map recap we can take a look at real quick, and here it is. It was, of course, the best of 3 series, live fire back-to-back. Both King of the Hill and Slayer we got to witness. King of the Hill, like we said, very close and very entertaining to watch. Slayer is where we saw the Marines pull away just a little bit. I think that the sniper had a big impact on that result. But a 2-0 once again, and the second 2-0 of the day. Something that I think we expect with some of the earlier games, right? As the dominant teams, they'll find their way through fashion.
Yeah, just we see 2-0s right now. That doesn't mean that that's what's going to carry through the rest of today. And really hand it to Marines because that game won incredibly close when it came back and forth with that hill. But they said that they want to dominate in every domain. They came out and they secured the victory. And I feel like that momentum carried them through the game 2 and the Slayer as well.
That momentum definitely matters. Let's see where it carries them in the bracket. Of course, to start the day, we had the Army up against the Navy. The Army took it in a 2-0. They'll be going up against Air Force. That's going to to be one hell of a competition. And of course, the Marine Corps and the Coast Guard with the duo as well. Marine Corps, their next competitor will be Space Force Gaming, which I think might be our matchup coming up very soon. But Magic, what a show it's been so far today.
It's been a non-stop action, and now we have those two lower bracket teams. They're ready and waiting. We don't know who they're going to match up with just yet, but we'll find out after we get through some of these semifinal matchups, and I have a feeling we're going to see some not sweeps. We're going to see some back and forth series.
You don't want to go anywhere. It's about to get much closer in this tournament, in this venue. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
And puts them down immediately. Then the flank's gonna come in, utilizing the pancake.
So valuable. This is what we call a money hill. No exposed sightlines.
That looks like Coast Guard might be able to get away with the overshield, but it's popped out of nowhere.
The team that controls this hill will get the overshield. This next fight's the most important one. Get it on the body. Scotty knows with the overshield. As soon as one gets the hill, the next comes out stronger for the next hill. We could be going down to the happening between the members on that team, right? They
1 point away from taking game number 1.
Scotty hard as possible. And the Marine Corps work, it's a 1-2 punch to keep him out of the hill. Distance was met. And the Marine Corps utility that works, but check that kill feed. A sniper rifle and heat wave in the hands of the Marine Corps.
Not able to answer back at game number 1, but they are stealing the show here. Hold on.
Kill 2.
One more.
You got him. You got to run.
Come on, Walker.
Let's go, bro. Let's go, bro. Shit, boys. Yeah, let's go.
Woo.
Lovejoy, aka Hoaxer. I'm a coach. I've just been involved in competitive esports and Halo since 2009, so I've been in it for a minute. Being a part of a historical event like this, where it's never been done and it's backed by the US government, it's one of those things where I can be proud of.
My name is Houston Burns, gamertag Waffles. It's special because we're the first Marines to be here representing the United States Marine Corps in esports. It's just an honor to be here.
My name is Jariath Lomeli. My nickname is Rain. I'm a Lance Corporal of the Marine Corps. You know, it's an honor, right? It's not everybody's able to do this. It's like a historical moment for all of us.
I'm Lance Corporal Sean Tover. I go by Yuzu SIV. I'm just so happy and just proud to have such just great people around me, you know, with the other branches, the coaches coming out to come and help us. It's just an amazing opportunity that was just brought to us. I just can't be happier.
My name is Stats Tover. I'm the United States Marine. My gamer tag is Hero JTR SR. So just being part of this event, I'm very, very thankful for it, especially being with these group of guys. They're all a lot younger than me, so you know, I just got to keep up with them.
What I was looking for in terms of a team composition, or you know, a set of players that had some slaying capability, guys that could get a good amount of kills, that have good aim, showing a certain level of aggression. With Rain, he was racking up a couple of overkills. So I was like, okay, this guy can put up some slaying numbers. Ezlon, he's got like a good shot. Hero, he's like pretty charismatic, vocal. Waffles, he's got that cool, calm, and collected attitude. It's a good balance to round out the rest of the team. So that's kind of like what I noticed with these guys.
For me, the role that I feel like I fill out is the spotter, a little bit of the slaying side, but also kind of just a distractor.
I personally think my role within this team is, as Hoax mentioned, to keep the team calm, cool, and collected. I'm one of the main slayers with Ezlon. Once we start getting the comms rolling, it's very good.
We have those moments where we need to look back at ourselves and be like, hey, we need to work on this, right? We need to push further to better ourselves as people and as a team together.
As long as we can keep calm and collected and just make sure we're playing together and not just going rogue, we got this.
We are all individually skilled players, and once we are reading the same book together, it's going to be nasty.
There's only 4 Marines representing the whole Marine Corps in the Armed Forces Championship, so if you're good, you're good. If you're not, then you know it's going to show.
I think we've got a good shot of winning this event. It's an honor to be able to be in the company with these Marines and the rest of the servicemen.
We have a lot of determination.
We're going to make our names for ourselves right off the bat.
I mean, we're Marines. We're prideful. And that's all there really is to that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with FORCECON 2022 live here from San Antonio, Texas. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good.
This has been incredible. We have seen incredible matches through and through, and it's time to see the best teams go at it.
Why don't we take a look at the bracket, because you can't know where you're going until you know where you've been. And so far, round number 2 coming up next. Air Force Gaming going up against U.S. Army Esports. Under that, you got Marine Corps and Space Force going at it. Now, this is where the tournament really starts. This is where champions start to become molded.
This is going to be one of your marquee matchups for today. Air Force Gaming versus the U.S. Army Esports. These two teams look primed to go on a championship run today. What we saw from the U.S. Army was nothing short of phenomenal, and Air Force Gaming has been everyone's favorite thus far.
Air Force Gaming, U.S. Army, 2 of the teams that are poised to make it to the grand finals are going to meet early here. We're taking a look at the matchups. Look at those faces. You're going to tell me those don't look determined? You're going to tell me those don't look determined?
Air Force Gaming is going to be a tough team to take down. The U.S. Army Esports, though, we've seen that they're more than capable of slaying around. They absolutely dominated their round 1. This matchup is going to be one that you do not want to miss.
I can't wait to meet the Air Force Gaming roster here. We know them well. We actually played with them many times. U.S. Army we're a little bit new to, but we're hearing the rumors. I got to watch them play. We actually saw them in round number 1. They're the real deal. They're here for first place. They're not scared of Air Force Gaming.
No, and Air Force Gaming has been this team that everyone is talking around. When you go through the venue, all you hear, everyone's talking about this Air Force squad, how they're some of the best Halo players around and how they're going to be taking the championship today. I think U.S. Army, they're hearing all those rumors, they're hearing the words, and they're saying, hey, we're here to stay. Before that, Air Force, they look like a mighty good team.
Well, you know what? Let's meet the team. They're mighty indeed. Let's meet them.
Can you remember any of the rap that you did?
My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure. It makes me wanna dribble dribble, you know.
That's what I'm here to do, just execute.
Anytime we can help each other out, we know like what we're about.
It's definitely something that's gonna go down in the history books and be looked upon.
I know we are all better than everybody here.
They're not gonna beat us, but you know, make them sweat a little.
Do whatever it takes for the win.
Then the game's over.
I feel like we are the only people that can beat ourselves.
We know all the routes, and we're together 24/7. They're done, so.
I'm just here to play my game and represent the Air Force.
Air Force!
And first up, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Halo 1 veteran, Slaves.
Schlag's an incredible player here today. He's been grinding Halo since the beginning. Local to San Antonio out of JBSA. Lachlan, give it up for Schlag.
Hoodie up, hands in pockets, he's ready for business. I'm looking for that. I'm ready to watch Slaves in action. Almost just as much. We got to talk about my man, Trey, professional coach for Oxygen Esports.
Trey has been around the block. When you think of Halo veterans, you think of Trey, former pro player, current head coach for Oxygen Esports. This man is going to lead a team to victory.
And next up, we got my man, Posey.
Posey has been making an absolute wave throughout throughout the Halo scene. Many consider him to be one of the best upcoming amateur players in the scene. Look out in the pro scene for this man eventually. Posey has been an absolute force out of Florida at Buckley Space Force Base.
He's one of the crowd favorites. I heard that crowd. They were loud, but let's get loud for the last but not least 31-time champion, Command Station.
Command Station, there's not much more you can say about this young woman. She is an all-star in the making. Was considered one of the best 2v2 players to ever touch the stick. She is an absolute phenom in the making, and she's looking to lead her team to victory today.
Any team that challenges her with the BR in hands, I feel bad for. That's gonna be a mistake. But that is your Air Force Gaming. So we gotta talk about Coach Clutch.
Coach Clutch has been leading Bear Claw Esports since the beginning. Coach Clutch has been working with this squad, and he has a talented squad to work with. But let's give it out for Coach Clutch, repping Air Force Gaming today. And as I have to say, this is a home crowd through and through. Coach Clutch looking to lead this team, be in those comms, and make sure that they're running on all cylinders.
My man is dread locked in. I'm ready. Air Force Gaming, one of the favorites here in the tournament. But I heard we got a special guest. I heard we got a special guest. I heard we got WWE superstar Xavier Woods.
You can't talk about no one better than this man, Xavier Woods, here in the building. Look at this man, an absolute monster on the scene, looking to cheer his Air Force Gaming squad, repping it out. Make some noise for Xavier Woods.
Look at him, Command that. And he got some merch with him, too. Let me get one of them. I didn't get that one. I didn't get that one. That's Xavier Woods. We're going to see more from him going forward, but he's already here. He's already making some noise. And listen to the crowd. They love some Xavier.
Now stick around because we will hear from Xavier Woods later on in the broadcast. This man's hanging out, watching some Halo, and being able to see what branch of the armed forces is truly the best at Halo today.
Air Force Gaming, the first time we're seeing them on the main stage, but not the first time we were seeing them. We saw them back in Patrick. It was amazing. It was about last week. We got the chance to commentate them, and they won hands going undefeated through the winners bracket into the grand finals and earning their spot here in San Antonio, Texas.
Oh, it was a tough tournament, and these four were the ones that were able to make their way all the way through and be able to rep the Air Force today. And this is a mighty good squad.
It really is. And it's funny because we've been talking about Air Force. We've been talking about Army Gaming. This is a squad that people wanted to see in the winners finals. This is a squad that people wanted to see in the grand finals. They're meeting here in the semifinals. One of them is going down into the elimination bracket early. But why don't we dive a little bit deeper into that Air Force roster?
The Air Force roster's through chock with talent. Starting with Command Station, made her name in the Halo 5 2v2 scene. Posey, who's been absolutely lighting it up in Halo Infinite as a top AM. Schlags, who is a monster on the sticks. And of course, head coach Trey, he's here playing today, but you can see him on the HCS main stage behind Auction Esports.
I've got the chance to play many games with Trey Try. Let me tell you, not only does he have a brilliant shot, but he has a brilliant mind for Halo. To not only have such a strong player in the game, but also as an IGL, on top of that, another pro coach. I mean, come on, there's no wonder why Air Force Gaming are one of the favorites.
And take a look at this map, and take a look at Schlags in particular. The hometown kid out of San Antonio, just down the street. He's ready to win in his home base.
That's not fair. That's not fair. He got the whole crowd. Look at that. Look at the crowd. Listen to them. That ain't fair.
Oh,
we got to move the venue.
Oh, man. This is going to be a matchup to watch. Now, we talk about this Air Force Gaming squad and how talented they are and the expectations behind them. But there's someone creeping in the dark, someone who's trying to make some waves their own. The U.S. Army Esports roster is here to try to make an upset.
U.S. Army coming in to challenge Air Force Gaming. They are not afraid, and we're going to go right into the action. We have Shyway and Magic going to be guiding through what's going to be one of the most amazing series here in this tournament.
Okay, she's got both the weapons.
No. It's just a little beard trim. It's
Look,
fine.
I haven't shaved this beard in 10 years, Magic. All right, we're not. It's not about to happen.
Trying to get you clean cut like all those military guys out there. Come
Look,
on,
I'm
Alex.
trying. She's more powerful than me. I don't know what to do. She's got both the weapons, but thankfully the matchup isn't between us. We don't have to 1v1. It's going to be, of course, between the Air Force and between the Army. And what a walk-in we had from the Air Force there. They're looking confident. Of course, high expectations for this team, too. They came to play.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody was talking about Air Force Gaming, how they are the team to beat. And if there is a team that has them in their sights, there's none more so than the Army. And they came out round one giving us a great matchup. But now the competition is heating up.
Definitely. I mean, just considering what we saw with the Army to start the day, just utter dominance out of them, the 2-0 in their series against the Navy. They were looking so good, but now you've got arguably the best competitor in the tournament here up against them with the Air Force. We've already talked about it a little bit up on the main stage, but let's just start with Command Station. I mean, 31 first-place wins in competitive Halo already, looking to add to 32 now.
I mean, I would love to see that happen. I'm personally a big Command Station fan. Sure. She's out there dominating, putting in the work, and she's been grinding out Halo Infinite, really bringing it her best. And I like to hear the applause when she, walks out onto the stage. She definitely is making a presence for herself, but the gameplay is also at that same level.
Right, and then surrounded by some very talented teammates as well. No doubt this is going to be a hell of a matchup, and we've been talking about her. Here she is, Command Station on screen, 2 years in service in the Air Force. Just doing it all, right? Whether it's Halo, whether it's in the Air Force. She's got a sniper as her favorite weapon, too. So better watch out for either the Shock or the S7 on live fire.
No, absolutely true. We're not going to see, I don't think, a live fire in this series. But so, maybe not the favorite map, but she's got that #1 ready because she can come out as #1.
What's that MRE line? It says none, but it's not real food. There's a reason there's laxative gum. Damn. Not a fan of MRE, that is for sure, but she makes it somehow.
Absolutely. Whatever is fueling her is bringing out the plays, so she's ready to go. The rest of the lineup as well. This is our first time to have Air Force taking the stage. I kind of just wonder, what are those emotions like? Are they feeling excited? Are they feeling nervous? But their entrance made me think that they have been mentally and, in game preparing for this.
Apparently, we get to hear from the players themselves in just a second as well, so that's very exciting.
Nice. I'm excited to see that. I like the comms. Obviously, we have Coach Clutch here leading the way, so maybe we'll get a little bit of comms from him as well and see how he's kind of directing them in that pre-game prep.
Let's hear what they have to say.
I think collectively together we make a good team, just our dynamics, what we do. Me and Posey very much like Slayers. Cole Slags and Trey Tree, they can be Slayers if they want to be, but they do a lot of OBJ and stuff like that. So I mean, we're a very well-rounded team, all smart players, all experienced players, and so I can't wait to see how we do together.
You gotta love it, Magic. Command Station, of course, on screen. We got to hear a little bit about herself and very confident in her teammates as well. Looks like they perfectly kind of round out this roster, and it sounds like they're ready to really bring their A game because of it.
Absolutely right, and I think we saw in the video earlier as well that the only people they're worried about is beating themselves. So they might not have not a lot of respect maybe for the competition, but they do need to make sure that as a unit they're operating in harmonization with one another.
And I mean, you talked about it just before we got into that little interview, main stage pressure and how that might change things. So, can they stay coordinated when they've got a different kind of pressure on the line, different experience for them? Even for somebody like Command Station with the wins that she has, I don't think she's been on a stage this large before either. So definitely can be, a beast, I guess, of its own to manage. And then you've got the Army up against you, who are looking like one of the strongest teams in the tournament as well. And here they are.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this FORCECON lineup, it's interesting to me to make that parallel between that military experience and how does it translate when they get to the big stage. That mental awareness, that teamwork, all of it has to be firing in perfect harmony for them to get the best result. And this is going to be an intense matchup. When we look at Air Force, we look at Army and these rosters, we see them prepping. They're going to give us a good show.
If you're just tuning into the live stream, if you're just sitting down in the venue, this, I think, is the biggest matchup to watch, and hopefully one that we're going to see a little bit later as well. But let's take a look at the maps and modes and see how this will truly play out. It's King of the Hill Recharge to start the series. Slayer on Streets, and then Oddball on Streets as well. So, like I think you had mentioned earlier, Magic, this team, the Army team, loves Streets. Made sure to put it in the series here.
Yeah, we did see 2 Streets maps in their first matchup as well, even though we ended up only getting to play on one of those, and that was that Slayer Streets, where you got to watch out for LMNO posting up with the Stalker Rifle. I want to see if he brings that back when we get to game number 2, but not before we can see King of the Hill on Recharge.
King Recharge is going to be very interesting, Magic. Can't wait to see it. Of course, there is a shock on the map. Maybe not an S7 sniper over on Livefire, but still a snipe that can do some damage. And then just the fact that it's King of the Hill, something very new to competitive Halo, at least for Halo Infinite, and how that'll focus the action to different sections of the map throughout the game. I believe it starts in bottom mid, which is a hell of a way to start the game. I mean, you got camo center map to fight over, and then just do you risk it going down there in the hill when all the setup, all the power is above?
Yeah, you might want to see players that kind of rotate outside to go pick up that sword or the shock rifle, the grapple. All of those are items in play. But the attention at the get-go is going to be that bottom middle of the map where the camo spawns. But what I want to see, Shyway, is does a player pick up the camo? Do they sit in the hill or do they grab camo, rotate out, and play defense?
That's a good question, right? I think with the camo in the hill, of course, they don't know where you are. They're not sure where to throw nades. But if the moment you get hit, you get revealed, you can get killed immediately and then lose that important power weapon. Whereas the alternative is, do you stay around the hill and make that flank position happen, bait with your teammates, let the teammates go bottom mid, and then use your camo to sneak up and do some damage from the sidelines. That's kind of the beautiful thing about King is, yes, there's a focal point, but how you play around it and kind of flank and be elusive is generally the key to success.
Well, I think that I have a little sneak peek in Army, if we take that Recharge Oddball map as an example, where Leafy was the one going out getting the slays, but you often saw them playing cross-map and not really all focused in one place. They really wanted the map control, and I think that would apply in King of the Hill as well. You'll most likely see 1 or maybe 2 players sitting on that hill, but a lot of players covering the rest of the map because you want to control those spawns and the power-ups.
And I think that perimeter that you're talking about is going to change depending on where the hill goes throughout the game as well, right? Because bottom mid, you might be able to set up a perimeter and get some sort of coordination around the hill while you've got players there. But what about that hill next to the repulsor that we'll see a little later in the game? There's a hill in a tight hallway, and there's no way to set up a perimeter around it. It's just going to be a bloodbath, basically. We're going to be brawling.
Well, speaking of a bloodbath, you might get a literal bath because the repulsor spawns in that tunnel right on the edge of the map. So you grab the repulsor, you can get a mind the gap, toss somebody out in the water, and they're getting that literal bath. It could be a part of that spawn in particular. But this is a great idea for your next video, Shyway. Give us the defensive post-up positions for the different hills in each map. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. That's a freebie.
I mean, I'm learning as I go, to be honest, Magic. I can't wait to see what Air Force and Army put together when they do start to control these hills, because I'm just going off of my matchmaking EXP, and I currently don't play too well with my team. I'll just be honest.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a second. No way.
As you can see on screen, we do have a bit of a technical pause. There was a disconnect as we're just getting started with the game. Magic, I think it's better we get the disconnect before the series starts than, during.
Yeah, absolutely. Let the players have a little more time to take those deep breaths, calm their nerves, maybe even a little bit of rallying from the coaches. I mean, we got Coach Clutch over here with the Air Force. We have alumni here on the Army side, and we know that they're going to use this time to the fullest, right? Any last pointers they need to make, any breakdown of strategy, and maybe they're even talking about specific hill spawns and how they want to treat them.
That's a good point, Magic. While they talk about strategy, though, let's talk about one of the most interesting people in the venue here. We got Blaze on the stage with Xavier Woods. Let's see what they have to say.
All right, everybody, one more time. Give it up for WWE superstar Xavier Woods, a.k.a. Austin Creed himself. My guy, what you doing in the building today?
I wanted to come check out the games. Y'all are doing it right in here. This is for the first time ever having an event like this, and I'm not going to miss that.
Exactly right, and we are doing it right because this is the first time that we've had an esports event federally recognized, and that is so important. What did you say, so?
Definitely, of course. It's seeing the culture change, seeing things come to light that people didn't think would ever happen, And so to be a part of that is just insane. It's wild.
Yeah, you've been a gamer for a long time, so I know you've been watching how esports have evolved over the years, and so it's so dope to have an event like this. Now, I hear that you got a pretty awesome gift for the MVP of this event, yeah?
So, if we could, please, we got a little something for somebody special. If you are the best, if you are the greatest, then you will be going home with your own WWE World Heavyweight Championship.
You need that. You need this belt right here. And we're giving this belt away to the most valuable player of this tournament so you could be a superstar as well, all right? Well, Austin, yo, it's been great up here talking to you, man. So, you know, everyone, give it up one more time for Austin Creed, and give it up for Air Force and Army as they're about to battle it out on this stage.
Let's go!
That was pretty awesome. I mean, there's a lot of different things to fight for in tournaments like this, just in general, who is the best in the armed forces. But, I mean, the belt as well, an MVP, going to walk away with a belt. I can't wait to see who earns that.
I know. Maybe you want to second guess and say, you know what, put me up on that stage
Maybe.
after all. Now that the belt is there, that's a lot to play for.
Yeah.
And it's going to be exciting to see because now, you know, there's double prizes, right? You play to be the best branch, that winning, but you also have the MVP kind of in the back of your mind. So we'll see which players really show up to go after that because that is a nice piece of hardware.
Hopefully it doesn't hurt the team chemistry, right? It's like you want to make the biggest play so you stand out, but you got to be a good team player, and you can't leave your post sometimes depending on the situation. But I'm sure we'll see some big plays in this series as soon as it's ready to go. We've got, once again, I mean, we talked about it with King of the Hill on Recharge. There's so many weapons to work with on this map, so many different opportunities for creative playmaking.
Well, in series number 1, we really saw Army kind of setting the pace, and they had amazing domination of those power weapons like you're talking about. So I feel like they're going to be ready, going back to Recharge, something very familiar. You got the shock rifle from long range. A lot of times you'll see the player posting up there at the attic position. But opposite side of there, too, that A-Ledge can give great cover fire. I'm really expecting to see Army taking those high ground positions and then sending 1 or maybe 2 players to try to actually attack the objective.
Right. So just like you said with that first series, we got to see them control the map in the perfect setting so they know what to do when there's not too much pressure against them, right? Like they had all the best spots, all the best weapons, but you know that Air Force is ready for that type of control, that type of energy. So I wonder how Army will play when there's a real pressure on the line. Can they hold top 8 plat? Will that be a difficult, something to look out for Air Force? Or, if maybe Army will start to falter in there. Maybe there's cracks in the defense that we won't see till they face this stiff competition.
Well, if there are cracks in that armor, Air Force is going to try to exploit them, divide and conquer. If they can break up this Army lineup, they certainly are going to give it their all to do just that. And the other advantage here coming out from Air Force is they had the chance to watch that competition earlier. They saw Army on Recharge. They saw how dominant they were. So maybe they're back there kind of talking about, okay, we can't allow this to happen. We got to keep that weapon out of this player's hands.
Maybe.
And then also how that adds into the first matchup.
Either that or they are heavily focused on scrims as well, though, right?
True.
Like, these players, they are dedicated to grinding, and something we got to witness since we've got into the venue over on Thursday, that they've just been, heads down, focused on the game and any opportunity they could get. And, I mean, what a great venue to support this. When these players aren't on the stage, we've got, multiple venues for them to, like a LAN center environment, separate rooms where you can scrim with players, just a great environment to bring the best out of you as a player, but also, kind of build your confidence and your just experience your readiness for the main stage once you finally get there.
There is so much here to do, as well as for the spectators. I mean, I ran back to the bathroom. There's a big kind of cloth banner back there. I went and threw my name on there, Shyway. So I beat you to that one, at least in this little mini 1v1. So, if you're out there, you want to add your name to that banner, you can put it under one of the branches if you want to kind of align yourself. Like, hey, I'm rooting for this group. Put your name right there. I tried to put mine in neutral zone because that's where I belong as a caster.
Man, I might have to go check out that banner. Maybe I could have my name on one as well. You know what, Magic? While we wait for this game to start, let's zero in on specific players on the team. Let's start with Call Me Smiley. Here he is. What do you think of Call Me Smiley, Magic?
I mean, he looks pretty focused in
He does
right
look
now.
focused.
We have a little bit of player info about Smiley, and he's kind of living up to his name, right? That kind of lighthearted, smiling, and even right now, pretty relaxed, you know, in the zone, ready to go. But what I know about him is he likes island music and even going out and grilling.
Wow.
So, you know, you put some kebabs out there on the grill, put on some island music, and that's the kind of, you know, ambiance I could go for.
Definitely. I mean, I don't know how well it helps his Halo gameplay, but I love to hear it, though. You know what? There he is on screen. Call Me Smiley. Spinach fettuccine, by the way, his main
Yes.
MRE of choice, so apparently he is a fan of it. Battle Rifle, his favorite weapon. Convenient, considering Halo Infinite is our game of choice here. Battle Rifle going to be so important. And the Narrows as his favorite map. I wonder how he plays if we shift things up to Catalyst, which we haven't seen yet. Kind of similar in its layout and style in a way as well. But apparently he's got a couple things to say. Let's hear what Call Me Smiley has to say.
Gaming growing up was a bond for like my family, made me build bonds with like people where I'm from. Playing like LAN tournaments and all that stuff, it built the hype. So like I love that feeling. I love that feeling of being able to compete against other people.
There he is. Just getting ready to go, getting the yawns out before the match starts, right? This is going to be very fast-paced and energetic once we do kick it off.
Yeah.
And a lot of experience, it sounds like. He's been playing games all his life, and no doubt that translates. What a way to start with Halo, for sure.
No, I love to see that. And, you know, he's out here with his team getting all prepped and ready to go. I'm really curious about what those team comms would sound like in-game. You know, we get these little clips of the players, a little glimpse at their personality and their style. But I think that also adds into those player comms and the call-outs. So whatever it was from series number 1, they just need to try to replicate that here in this new matchup.
You know what, Magic? Well, Call Me Smiley might be a great, you know, focal point on the team. What I'm more focused on, just off of that last series that we saw with the Army, is Leafeon. I want to see what he can do up against Air Force, and I think that's what's going to matter most against a team of this fashion is Leafeon and his ability to control some of the most important weapons like he had with the Shock in that first series. If he's making plays with the Shock in that first series, in this one coming up, then, I mean, Air Force have a problem to deal with.
They definitely will have a problem to deal with. I feel like Leafy's kind of living up to the Halo Season 2 Lone Wolves theme going on here. We saw him rotate around, get some back smacks on people unawares. It might be a tougher, you know, task in front of him here with Air Force as the opponent, but Leafy has shown us that he can go out, he can get the slays, and some of that competitive ability might be due to the fact that he has 2 siblings that also play Halo. So you get that sibling rivalry going. That really helps you fine-tune your game.
Here's Leafy on screen. We can get a little close-up on him. But like you said, he's a Halo kid through and through, right? He's grown up in a family full of Halo players, and no doubt that skill translates. Been playing since Halo 3, actually. It's his first video game that he's ever played. What a way to start and get into the franchise. I mean, arguably the most beloved Halo game, but also on the football team as well. So multi-talented player here.
Yeah, I like to see that crossover between traditional athletics and the esports. And either way you're out there competing, that drive to win is going to push you forward. Speaking of forward, he's pointing it right at the camera. I feel like he's sending us a message.
Kinda. I feel a little bit nervous. The man's confident, right? And you feel it in his gameplay and his presence when he walked out on stage as well. Looks like his favorite weapon is also the S7 sniper. So we saw Command Station earlier. That's her favorite as well. I think there's a little bit of a head-to-head here, right? Whoever gets this snipe definitely has the opportunity to control the pace, the momentum in the game. So don't let Leafeon pick it up if you're, you know, on Air Force.
No, absolutely right. So we don't have live fire right now, but we talked about Shock Rifle kind of playing similar to that sniper. So we might see a fight for those long-range weapons. But let's hear a few words from Leafy himself.
I came across U.S. Army Esports by somebody actually reaching out to me, noticing that I was in the Army through my stream, and he was like, hey man, you look really good, you look like a really good player, we could use you on the team. And then I kind of came in like that.
Nice and easy. Easy breezy, right? You look good. I think we're going to have to pick you up. You know what? Sometimes the gameplay speaks for itself. You don't really have to say too much. You just show them what you're capable of.
Yeah, I would say actions speak louder than words, and if you can show them what you're capable of, that's enough to get that first opportunity, and that's the way we see Leafy taking the stage.
No doubt this man's capable. He's been making plays all day. Can't wait to see what he puts together against, like we said, arguably the toughest team in the tournament. But that's not all we got in the roster. Let's keep going. Well, we can, right? We've got Fakey as well. Actually, we got both rosters on screen.
Yeah.
But, yeah, what do you see here, Magic?
I mean, I'm looking at these 8 players, and I think they're arguably the most intimidating lineups that we have here today. But on that note, we are going to dive into the action. You called it, that first hill right there in the bottom mid.
Right. Action finally on screen here, of course, best of 3 series. The Army and the Air Force head-to-head, and bottom mid is the place to play. You can see 2 members of Army already down. They're going to try to contest it, but risky business as well. Ooh. Very, nade territory, right? Nice double out of Fakey.
You're going to see a lot of grenades on this first hill. I mean, there's not many places to hide. There's maybe a little box that you can get a little bit of cover from, or if you have the use of that active camo, but a nice double kill coming out the gates there from Fakey, who also now has the shock rifle, some grapple to work with. 2 players coming up against him. He is taken down by Trey.
Interesting game plan, though, out of Air Force there, right? Sending 2 players into pipes to make sure they secure the shock, losing some hill time in the process here, but if they get the map, then they can jump in the hill safely and start to control it. So here we go. We got Air Force in the hill, command station with a kill on Leafeon, and we talked about it coming in. That's a bit of a head-to-head. You like to see her come out on top there.
Yeah, she gets a nice pick across map, and it does look like Air Force are playing a little bit more of the long game. They might have lost time on the zone early on, but now with a little bit more map control, you see that lead is just tightening as those bars tick up, and it's about to be a tie on that first hill. It's going to come down to some grenades here.
And it's all about how you break these setups, though, too. Leafy, he had the right idea, but he didn't spot Posey, who was hiding over in the doorway next door, so he'll take Leafy. Command Station brawling over in Whirlpool. She'll take her kill, diving into hill as well. I think we got 2 members in there to clean up, but she's not worried. Make it a spree and a double onto Fakey. There goes the hill for Army.
What a huge play from Command Station, just opening up so much space for the rest of her lineup to come down, claim that hill. You see she just cleared it out, and now Army are left scrambling as this first zone is just about to go over. There it is, first point on the board for Air Force.
Air Force, they played it slow and steady. They earned the map first, and boy, did that lead to control. That's the first point, but of course, like you said, not over. The hill just shifts. We see, I believe it is over on the long haul right behind Schlags, and he's got the perfect weapon to control a hill here.
Yeah, this is a more close quarters as we're right in the corner here. A nice takedown. Watch the plasma. That could stick to your teammate if you're not careful. He gets the takedown, but I think LMNO also with a kill, and here comes Schlags with the use of the energy sword. We're just trading kills back and forth.
You know what? When they said that our greatest enemy is ourselves, I didn't think it was literally. Like, I didn't think they were trying to kill each other, but either way, Schlags making sure Posey is awake and ready to play. Call me Smiley. He'll take a couple nades as well. There he goes, tagging out the sword, make sure his teammates get it. But here's a little 2v2 into control. Schlags looks like he'll get the best of that one as well.
There's still 1 player left. It's Leafeon over here on C-side. And that beautiful grenade up the stairs gets the takedown, going for the double. This player's at 1 HP, another player up at Sneaky, and Leafy's just peppering them with damage left, right, and center, opening up an opportunity for Smiley from the opposite side.
Smiley does get the kill, but it's quickly traded, and you can see the hill is still being held down by Air Force. LMNO, he'll try his hand. It leads to a trade. That's going to neutralize the hill, but you can see the advantage here for Air Force. They're going to get back to it. One of the biggest things I've noticed so far, Magic, is the coverage of that nade spot up above. And Fakey, he's trying to get to it. He knows it's a power position.
Yes, this sneaky passageway is great for a quick rotation, but also if you run out of grenades, there's 2 fresh ones right there waiting for you. You see Smiley picking up the double kill as Fakey gets an assist, so really some good team fire coming out of Army as they close out on this zone, but they have some ground to make up.
They definitely do, but I like the coverage here. Look at this. You got LMNO hiding back C. 1 player on the hill, 1 up above over in attic, but here we got LMNO. They're looking for him though, Posey. You can see him searching, but he doesn't catch him in time. LMNO with a kill, command station, she's aware of it. You can see they're losing hill time as she tries to go for the hill. So the bait out of LMNO, what a perfect way to play this situation. They managed to earn themselves a hill, and it's now 1-1.
Love to see LMNO just milking his life right there at the back and drawing so much attention away from the zone, allowing his teammates to finish up that capture. And that's the type of play that's not going to show up on the stats, but is a game changer.
You know what else is a game changer, though, is how ready Posey was for the follow-up hill. And that's, I think, a big thing about this meta is, sure, Army, they made a big play to close it out, but then the next step is preparing yourself for the hill and where it's going to rotate, and to watch out for stickies, I guess, as well as you do it. Of course, the sticks spawning right in the center of this hill.
I feel like grenades are even more important in this King of the Hill mode, right? Because you have this little zone of coverage. You can just chuck some grenades on there, try to clear it out, and we've been seeing a lot of that, but a nice stick from the plasma, really satisfying to watch.
Magic, look at the positioning of Command Station in this situation, right? She's on the other side of the map, but she's crossing them up, doing damage, and that's making it easier for Schlegs and team to pick up a double and put it to work. They're almost done with this hill as well. Army, they got to get in here, and they got to do it quicker. That's a point going over to Air Force.
Now, this corner zone, it feels like one of the largest zones. There's some little ground on the elevator, but there goes point number 2 to the Air Force. You talked about how they were so ready for that third zone, and they capitalized. A little bit of crossfire, a little bit of flank maneuver, and they had it on lockdown.
Now, Magic, this zone, I can't wait to witness. This is the one that we teased kind of coming into the game. It's a little hallway where the recharge or the repulsor spawns. You can see Fakey is sitting there right now getting some early time, but very difficult to set up. And call me Smiley, what an intelligent play, just waiting in control. He picks up the kill that comes out with a trade.
And there's the grenade that takes him down. You do like to see that first kind of trap play in the control room coming through. Here's Leafeon getting some damage out, gets a takedown, covering this middle, but nobody's on the hill right now. So Leafy, I think he would probably rather sit back and kind of patrol, but he gets on the hill because when you need to, you take that objective time.
Right, and you can see he had a bit of a double dilemma. The camo is now up as well, so I think he wasn't sure. Does he go for the camo? Does he go for the hill? They have it almost capped, so it looks like that will be the objective, but Trey, what does he do in this situation? Looks like they're not making the rotation. 2 dead on the feet as well. So Army coming out with that 4th hill in dominant fashion. And once again, here we are tied up 2-2.
I'm kind of surprised that that 4th hill went. It seemed relatively quickly, considering what a grenade trap that little hallway is. But this next hill is quite the opposite. There's so many lines of attack on this hill in the middle of Whirlpool, and you can see both teams kind of hesitating to get their foot on that hill.
Practically in the center of the map. Do you dare dip your toe in it and watch out for nades as you do it? Leafeon, the positioning here too. Right above in heaven, not too much Trey could do. Schlegs in Command Station, they'll drop as well. And Posey, the 4th, he's outnumbered. There he goes. Hill presence for Army to start our 5th hill.
And not a surprise that LMNO is going to be the one picking up that shock rifle. We saw him just dominate with a stalker rifle over on Streets. They play pretty similarly with that long range type of play. You can see him kind of posted up here on the left, the shock rifle at the ready. But there's 2 players from Air Force coming around right behind him. He has to be a little bit worried about that close quarters combat.
Oh, he sees him here too. Schlegs, he cannot get the kill. LMNO clutching up with a headshot. And because of it, that hill still in their control. Command Station will try her hand here, but LMNO just putting it together. They finally put the shock down, and maybe that'll give Air Force an opportunity, but they got to play perfectly to lock this down.
That headshot from LMNO in the close quarters was beautiful, but so is this. Schlegs coming out with a perfect BR kill. Back on board with LMNO. He's not done. The shock rifle might be down, but his BR can get the work through.
LMNO is 14-10 Magic with 6 assists, dominating on the board. Currently here on board with Trey, though. Trey with 8 to his name. Looking to pad the stats a little bit. Schlegs does take 1. They don't have presence in the hill. They'll start to get in. You can see they got a lot of work to do to cap this one. And as long as they can get a perimeter around it, they might be able to lock it down. Looks like Trey will pick up Fakey. There's a perfect medal. LMNO could be the 2nd.
That perfect kill is so difficult to hit those headshots when you're running up right behind a player and also dropping from high ground to low ground at the same time. So a great lock with those shots coming out. Now more with Schlegs. He finishes off the kill, but his own plasma grenade was his undoing.
That's the 2nd time with Schlegs. I think he thought he had a frag. He throws the plasma at the floor, and of course that does not bounce quite as far. Thankfully for him and team, though, they managed to lock down the hill, and you can see it's becoming very close on this 5th capture. U.S. Army, despite the dominance they had early on, they don't have the map anymore. Schlegs is up in attic, locking it down. I don't think they can get there. Air Force, they turned that one around completely.
Absolutely huge. You hear the crowd getting excited. Both zones 1 and 3 for Air Force. Their first point, their 3rd point were slow and steady. They waited, regained map control, and then came back for the capture. This is something that Army have to have in the back of their mind as they get some early time on this hill.
And Magic, because of this, they now have 3 points, 4 to close the game. They're at match point right here, bottom mid. The point of contention, and once again we saw it with the opening strat. Deadly spot to be. Kill's going to be so important in Air Force right now. They already have presence on that hill.
You know, LMNO might be the most impressive player right now for the Army, but he is taken down, and Schlegs has kind of locked down this position. Again, not much cover to work with, so forced to back out and try to milk that life, regenerate that shield.
I mean, for good reason. Schlegs has been doing damage. The man's got 19 kills to his name with 10 deaths. No doubt part of the reason why they've got control of this final hill. But can the Army break it? We got Leafeon on screen. Teammates around him. You can see they're trying to form a bit of a setup just to keep them back. Spawners up in C here as well, Magic.
And I think at the same time, Smiley might have snuck through and picked up that active camo as well. So a few things going in favor of Army as they try to cap this hill. And look at that repulsor deflecting the grenade back away. A beautiful use of it. Right now, Army's still getting a little bit of time, and I think some of that is due to the active camo that they scooped up.
Posey with a big rotation around the map while it happens, though, right? Recognizing his teammates are down, he's just trying to find a power position, but can he get away from Leafeon, who's chasing this man down? Posey, the footwork will not reign true, but the teammates might instead. Look at Air Force come back and collapse on Leafy there.
Gotta shout out a few players on the Air Force Gaming side. Schlegs passing the 20 kill mark, and also shout out Command Station. 12 assists on the board, really putting in the work to help out her team and help them be successful. Time is almost up on the hill for Army to tie it up. They just need a few more seconds. They're on the hill. LMNO giving some coverage. Leafy needs to survive, but he's taken down at the last second.
The hill just a sliver away from capture. Schlegs doing everything he can to lock it down. Command Station with a kill. Can they hold this down? They got to play perfect Halo Magic to keep this hill in session.
I mean, I hate to say it, but I kind of want to see Army come through on this hill just to take us to that King of the Hill we saw earlier, where it came down to the final hill. Whoever takes it gets the win. Here comes that force from Army. They need about 2 more seconds. They pull it out. They tied it back up 3-3.
You know what, Magic? I wouldn't have it any other way. The final hill of the game, we got less than 2 minutes on the clock to fight for it. Now, remember, if they're sitting in the hill, the timer will freeze. If they're not in the hill, that timer is going to tick, so a lot of pressure against them. And Schlegs, look at what he's got to work with here.
Love to see Schlegs got the shock rifle in hand. Any player that walks around that corner is going to have to deal with him. And not only him, but Trey, who's ready. Here comes Schlegs, tossing out a grenade, but he sees 2 players in front, choosing instead to hold that map position versus rushing in. And again, that's what we're seeing from Air Force, that restraint, that contained excitement.
Army managed to break through, though, right? Schlegs unfortunately didn't hit the shot. He had to back down to help Posey, and because of it, Army, they slipped into the hill, looking to make it past the halfway point on the capture. Schlegs trying to get aggressive, but he can't quite do it. LMNO locking it down, tagging it out. Command Station, she'll try her hand. She's in the hill, but can she stay alive? LMNO being such a nuisance up on nades. She needs help for it. Fakey with the kill. Trey with the trade. Back in the hill, Army goes, and just a few more seconds to really lock this down. LMNO, what a double to do it.
Not just the double kill, locks down the zone, and also is now the kill leader on the board. LMNO just popping off here in this King of the Hill recharge, but it's not over yet. Here comes that wave of force from the Marines. A beautiful takedown. You see the assist come through there for Command Station, and she's holding the zone as much as she can. Did she shoot that grenade?
She did. What a smart play at a Command Station. We had a player challenging her. She shot the plasma. They backed him down immediately. They need to play their hearts to their hearts get dead. I don't know. They got to put it all on the line here. Magic 2 went down. Once again, they've still got favorable trades on the slays here. Fakey is alone, and he can't take them. Everyone locking down this hill. If they hold on to it, Magic, this might be it right here.
That full team wipe, I think, is going to seal the deal for Army. They need to full sprint to the zone, but it's not going to be in time. Air Force Gaming, hold on long enough to take map number 1.
Magic, my heart. What a game 1 to start our series. Both these teams came to play, and you know what? No doubt this is going to go the distance. And I can't wait to see them face off later if we do. But, man, first game done and dusted, down to the final cap, down to the final second on the cap, too. All the pressure you could ever imagine up against them.
I mean, if there's one player that stood out, it had to be LMNO. I mean, every time we went over to him, he's getting a double kill. He's getting a shock rifle kill at point blank. But the grenades came out in full force.
Yeah.
We saw that double kill that led to that team wipe. Army goes 4 down. Air Force take advantage, and they take the game.
Man, and what a way to clutch up, too. Just a sliver away from closing it out. Like you said, LMNO, a big slayer on the side of Army. But then on the other side, we had Schlegs making some big plays. I believe the kill leader on his team as well. Saw him with the shock a couple times in game, and you talked about the nades and just how powerful they are. I think that's one of the big things, too, is King of the Hill still a very new mode in the HCS. Many of these teams kind of playing and experiencing it for the first time just in this past month. So strategy still being coordinated, trying to figure out, the best times to control that hill, that one focal point, and how dangerous it can be. There's a lot to manage here, but, man, they're making it exciting in the process.
They sure made it exciting. And there were so many flashy moments, I feel like, on both sides. Like, we could pick a name out of a hat from one of these rosters, and we could have something exciting to say about them because everybody kind of had their moment, including Schlegs coming in with that energy. energy sword.
Ooh, this was one of my favorite plays from LMNO, though, right? He just sits in the back of C and milks his life and draws attention. Plays like that, so crucial. There he is with a shock once again. A little bit later, I think that play at a command station, shooting the nades, I think so powerful on recharge, and just so many different ways to take advantage of the weapons on the map and creatively and make big plays and excite us all, I guess, in the process as well. But the series is not over. It's a best of 3. I believe we have Streets Slayer next.
I would agree with you on that one. Street Slayer is going to be a great one for map number 2 because you got to watch out for LMNO again with the Stalker Rifle. We saw in the earlier series, and now we see him with the Shock Rifle. So really that long-range gameplay coming from him. But I'm interested to see who picks up that Bulldog and who fights for the Rockets, because all of these weapons on Streets just keeps mixing up that variety.
Right, and that's kind of the beauty of Streets, is it's just such a brawl, right? Close quarters maps, the spawns are so easy to access. You talked about the Rockets in center, and no doubt the opening strat is going to be played around those Rockets. You don't want them in the hands of the enemy, but then throughout the game, the shotgun is so devastating. Just like you said, I think the biggest, most important weapon to control on the map is going to be that shotty, mainly because of how consistently it spawns, how much ammo it has. It just dominates close range.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's going to be a huge factor in this next matchup. And with how close game number 1 was, the difference could just be one weapon pickup. Like, that could be tipping the scales when you have 2 lineups that are this neck and neck.
Right. If that first game is any indication, we might be going the distance to game 3 with this one. Now, Street Slayer, just in comparison to other maps and modes, it can tend to snowball, though, right? When one team gets ahead, they get around to slay, especially off that opening strat. It's more easy to predict and collapse on spawns. Next thing you know, it's 8-0, 12-0. So let's see how this goes, of course. But I wonder if, the Army or the Air Force, depending on who's in that position, if they can kind of bounce back when they're under that pressure. It's a great test for these teams, especially on a land stage.
Well, earlier on Street Slayer, we did see the Army, and they were playing it very carefully, but they were also hitting those killing sprees. We had 2 players get to the 10-kill mark. We had 1 player that went 15, and they ended up really kind of snowballing in that match like you talked about, with control of those power-ups. I don't think we're going to see the same thing here yet today, but they're going to go after those strong weapons.
Army, I mean, they did snowball it first time around, so it looks like they know their game plan coming into game 2 here. Fakey with the first kill on the board, and the shotty, like we talked about, in his hands. Where did the Rockets go? I think it was in the hands of Army as well, looking to pick up some early kills. But a 2-2 to start, despite the pickups on the weapons here. It's an even game.
Now, the kill feed might be even, but again, who wins those fights that mean the most? It does look like we have a Stalker Rifle is in play as well. Right now, we're on board with Schlags, who has a commando in his back pocket. No grenades to speak of, so kind of choosing this long-range combat and scoping down those lanes.
Magic, a lot of respect at the start of this game, right? It's still 2-2. Make it 3-2. Now we got an opening kill. And I think those are the openings that Army is going to want to pounce on when you have a numbers advantage. But you can see these teams just feeling each other out. Nobody wants to make any big mistakes here early on.
Yeah, Posey playing his life right there. Both players were down to 1 HP, 1 shot.
Right.
But instead of kind of trying to ego challenge that, chose to back away. You see the spike grenades are in play, as well as the Sentinel Beam, a weapon that we haven't really talked about much.
We don't get to see it too often, but I think in close range, that Sentinel is pretty devastating. So Trey, he does have it in the back pocket. We'll see if it comes into play here, picking up the spikes as well. Both teams sticking together. You can see them separated with their own perimeters. Top map controlled by Army, but Air Force, they're looking for a pinch. Fakey might be the victim. He'll try to back off. Trey sinking 2 nades in. Can't quite find a target with it. They're just tiptoeing around each other. Nobody wants to get aggressive without a teammate to help.
Well, there's the 2v1, talking about waiting for the teammate to help. That's what we see from Air Force as 2 players round the corner. They take down the kill, but now Fakey posting up, kind of holding a defensive position, watching a little bit on the mid lane, and Rockets about to spawn in just 4 seconds.
Wow, Magic. Very uncharacteristic for a Streets Slayer game, considering how fast-paced these tend to be. We've been waiting for this second rocket launcher, and I think this is where it really opens the floodgates. This is the opportunity to make big plays, and Command Station is the one to do it. She's still got a rocket in the chamber.
What a smart angle on that rocket, hitting that side wall to get the kill with the blast radius, because a direct line of sight, a direct hit is almost impossible from that low ground. LMNO is going to take down Command Station, so that leaves 1 rocket sitting on the ground, presumably going to the hands of the Army, but Schlags making it hard for them as he picks off a kill on B side.
Right, that's a big kill on Command Station. Not sure where those weapons went. It looks like they did go in the hands of Fakey. He did get a kill with it, so Schlags not down for the count, making 11-7 on the board. LMNO patiently plays his life and lets Fakey do the damage. And you see this man already with the body disrespect. I think we expected a little bit of this coming in.
I'm kind of surprised, you know, it's coming out now, but Fakey kind of earned it with the 7 kills already on the board, almost double of anybody else. But we still see Air Force fighting their way back, only down 3 points after what looked like to be a strong push from the Army. Here's Leafy with the Bulldog. You talked about this being a huge factor, and I tell you what, that Bulldog won the fight against Posey.
Ladies and gentlemen, pressure in Halo comes in many different ways, and sometimes it's just about getting the kills, but sometimes it's about, you know, the damage that you do after the kill, the mental damage. How do you get in their heads and make it very difficult to bounce back? And it looks like Army are playing the mental game right now with their 5-kill advantage.
They certainly are, and I think that shows a little bit of a level of respect for the opponent, too. They know that if they have that 5-point lead on Air Force, they're feeling good about it. You know, that's a respect to the opponent as well. And now we see things, just for a brief moment, slow down. We might see a pick here or even waiting for that next round of rockets to kind of open it back up, which they're about, can't even see it, 12 seconds away. Thank you, Posey. I appreciate you stopping right there on the rockets. And it looks like he is going to post up, waiting for that rocket spawn.
Playing it so slow, does not want to reveal himself. But Leafeon with the first kill, that's a big pickup. Going to give him a numbers advantage for Rocket. Schlegs, you can see, is trying to hold it down. Posey has been found. He's now dead. That is just going to give Army access to the Rocket Center map. And they're starting to get aggressive on C all while they do it. And there goes Command Station, thanks to Fakey, who's been locking things down with the weapons. He's now got a Stalker to work with. Trey, he's going to have to back out of this.
I mean, game number one might have been LMNO with the show, but right now, Fakey is the one leading the way for the U.S. Army Esports. 10 kills on the board, but also 4 assists, still helping out his teammates.
No doubt this is a tough spot for Air Force, but the only gift they've been given here is high ground. You can see they spawned up on PD's side. They got a perimeter too. Not the Rockets, though. Leafy does have them. They're going to have to watch out for Leafy making a play here. Command Station down on the feed. There goes Posey. Couple trades in favor of Air Force here. They're not out of the running, but they're down 6, Magic. They can't afford to make any big mistakes here.
Well, Fakey finds himself last alive, and again, kind of playing cautious, maybe hiding, waiting for the Air Force Gaming to try to push at him, or waiting for his teammates to respawn. It looks like the respawn is going to come in before he is outnumbered, but look at all of U.S. Army trapped back in the spawn. This is a great opportunity for Air Force. If they can pick off one target and then just full send into this spawn, they could get a team wipe, which would put them right within arm's reach of this game.
Air Force have them right where they want them. They just need them to make a mistake, and you can see they're covering their sight lines. There's a Stalker coming into play. It's Fakey who's been locking it down. Fakey, by the way, with 10 kills to his name, leading the board on the score here. Looking to add to the stats as well. They are respecting that enemy team, though. You can see Posey spotting the spikes as he go for him. Oh, he found the Rockets. That's a nice little gift. There goes 2. They can start to get aggressive.
There's one takedown, another takedown from the other side. I think there's a player damage. It's LMNO, and Schlegs is wasting no time to come through, clean up. One player left behind him, actually on the commando spawn. Great damage, but waiting for the teammate to trade in and finish off the kill. Trey sweeps in. That's the team wipe we were talking about.
Oh, some beautiful teamwork out of Air Force Gaming as they start to bring this back. The Rockets are now up, Magic. They're all getting to center map to fight for him. There goes Command Station with 1. Nade will take her. I believe the Rockets still have yet to spawn. And, of course, they are going to want a piece. Call Me Smiley does have a shotty to work with. They got the high ground back. So Army, despite losing their lives there, they got the positions they need for this weapon. Can they get to it safely? Fakey, aggressive play on the Posey, but Posey with the footwork.
Nice takedown there from Posey, winning what looked like a little 1v1, and just like that, Air Force is only 3 points down as we reach the halfway point in this match. Possibility that time becomes a factor here as well, as we're just over 5 minutes remaining. Here come the Rockets. They just drop into the waiting arms of Schlegs. He gets the shot off. He finishes off with a melee.
What a brawl to control these Rocket Schlegs. He put him in the back pocket, couldn't take him out. Leafy now has it. He can't shoot him either. The Rockets are a hot potato, and you know everybody wants a piece of it. A 3-kill deficit here for Air Force. You know what? I expected to see it, Magic, but when you finally witness how close this is, my God.
I'm still mentally stuck on what a piece of a hot potato would look like. I'm sorry, Alex, but it looks like Trey is going to win the hot potato in this scenario. It's a positive thing.
Yeah, I mean, typically the hot potato you want to drop immediately, but I don't think he wants to drop this. I think he wants to hold on to it. Looks like they got the Stalker in their subway side as well. Command Station just going to pepper him, annoy him a little bit. Anything they can do to pull him back and bait them into a rocket would be the ideal play, but Army, they are not going to budge.
I do think that when it comes to these two teams, we've seen a lot of kind of stop-and-go gameplay from them. You see off-screen Trey finishes off a kill with a rocket, putting them just within 2 points. And now Smiley trying to escape with a Bulldog, but taken down as he's trapped between this closing force of Air Force coming in, and the game is tied 31-all.
Slowly but surely, Air Force, they creep back and they tie it up. And look at this. I think they've got all the weapons to work with as well. Smiley will try to get in. Command Station not going to let him. Rockets up once again. And I think these might be the Rockets for the game here, Magic. This is a very important point to control. And there they are. Surprise attack from Fakey. He's looking to bring this back.
You know, his name might be fakey, but that rocket damage was very real.
Yeah,
he
that was not fake.
Gets a nice takedown, leading the way on kills with 13 on the board, along with 7 assists. Now on the side of Leafy, here at the top of the tower, back with Fakey. He's got 1 rocket left, and he's going to get the most he can out of that rocket.
Fakey just turns and burns. I don't even know if he saw that player. He just went and shot it and had faith, and it worked out. Command Station with 1 on the feet, looking to keep their numbers down. There's 2 trapped in PD here. I'm not sure if Trey knows. They're going to try to pinch from both sides. There comes the AR to do it. Perfect use of the weapons to light them up.
There's also a player for Army up in the tires area. That's Smiley, and Schlegs finds him out, gets some damage. He's got 2 of the power weapons in his hands, Bulldog and the Stalker Rifle, as he lays down some fire.
What a game of Streets Slayer. Neck and neck, less than 3 minutes on the board. Like you said, the Shoddy, the Stalker in the hands of Air Force. Do they hold it on one player? Do they swap it around? Looks like Schlegs has a piece of it. He's got the Stalker to work with. Smiley has info, right? They can call it out, use that to work together, but who makes a move here?
Yeah, you'll see them kind of holding one half of the map but spreading out, and that is for that info. If you can get a little peek at someone, you can get their position. You see Leafy checking that high ground. It's called Heaven up there on that platform. No players there right now, but he does get a little intel, but forced to back off as he takes a little bit of fire. Command Station just dealing out some more damage. No grenades, though, to work with.
No nades. Good positioning. Got to watch out for 3 players in front of her, though. This could get pretty dicey. She'll shoot Leafeon. That might get aggressive in a second, so she'll try to slide out. Rocket's about to pop up once again. That'll draw him to center. And I think that might be what they're waiting for. Fakey has waited long enough to pick up a Stalker, and that's a great coverage to have for these Rockets.
Trying to deal out a little bit of damage. Smiley deals out a bunch of damage, but Command Station stays alive. There's the grenade from Fakey to finish it off. So we're still trading back and forth, kill for kill. Posey wins that one, but look at it, full health still.
Every kill here so massive, Magic. They just tossed a drop well out front of Rockets. That'll give it to him. Air Force just slipped away with the rocket launcher, and the chances for Army starting to slip away as well if they don't put this down. I love the team play there, too. Tosses the Shoddy over to a teammate. Rocket in hands. Air Force looking to get aggressive, and Smiley the first victim.
Looking for that second target, deals some damage, but does not have another weapon to swap to, not even a BR to try to clean up some kills. So relying on Trey, who's rotating through to try to help him up. He needs to try to take down a body and take the weapon off of him. I think they found their target.
No idea how Element O comes out with a trade in that situation. He got sandwiched from 3 different directions, but I mean, despite the aggression, I think it's just a 1-kill game, 40-39 here. Command Station looking to finish off another 1 minute on the board, 42 now. Air Force with the advantage, and time not in the favor of Army here.
No, time is in the favor of the team with the lead, and now that lead has been increased to 4. I think that's the most lead we've seen from the Air Force side, as they've kind of been making a comeback through the second half of this match. Command Station being one of those players, putting more kills on the board here towards the late game, but Schlegs using that Sentinel beam, ready for some close quarters action.
You said it, Magic. A late game glow up here out of Command Station. She's looking to stay alive as well. 30 seconds on the board. He's going to put pressure on the Army, and down they go. A double for Command Station, and Schlegs, he's making him feel it. Magic, you were wondering, what do you use the Sentinel beam for? Well, there you go. You just shoot the bodies.
Oh, man. You know that Air Force is feeling good after those takedowns. And look at the clock. We only have 12 seconds to go. A creative use of the Sentinel beam, I have to say. Clock not working in Army's favor. They need to play aggressive, but as they play aggressive, they're still getting taken down. Clock ticks down. That's game number 2 to Air Force.
What a game and what a series, down to the wire, back to back. I think if this one happens again, it could go either way, Magic, but a performance out of Air Force and a well-deserved victory.
I love to see the crowd getting involved. They are hyping up the Air Force. We got signs, we we see the GOAT tray being raised up nice and high, and you know they're proud of their team.
Air Force, no doubt, proud to take that win, but I think you can see it on their faces. They know that that was a hard win to get. It started dominant in that Slayer, right? They were down at a deficit for over half the game. They didn't have the weapons. They were caught in subway, kind of locked down, and we even talked about Command Station, kind of a late game bloomer. I think she was maybe 0 or 1-7 to start the game, so it didn't look pretty at the beginning of that game, and it took them some time to get it together. They clutched up, came out in great fashion, but I mean, for a team that's shooting to win the tournament, coming out with just scraping through, that's not good enough yet, right? You want to come out confidently to know that you can take grand finals.
Well, I feel like in both games 1 and 2, we saw Air Force kind of fighting their way back from behind, whether it was on those zones in King of the Hill where Army would get a few seconds, maybe even half of the bar up, and then Air Force would come back. But their patience in the end paid off, because it's not how you start the match, it's how you finish it.
Exactly. That's what matters at the end of the day, and typically it's the better teams that will find that finish, that clutch factor. And I think, once again, I think it was MLG Sundance who said that a Slayer game doesn't start till 30 kills. That's when the action really gets going. And man, did it get going. It was very close the whole way through. And I wonder what that means going on in the tournament. I mean, finally we're getting our closely contested match. This is what we came here for, right? Is just some good Halo gameplay between our armed forces, and looks like we've got it.
I mean, I loved that matchup. We were kind of hyping it up earlier on, and I think we, it lived up to the hype. At least in my mind, it was sure exciting, both games 1 and 2. And it's not over yet. So both teams still have a chance. Obviously, Air Force with the advantage as they move into the winners bracket finals, but we might just see a comeback from Army as they drop into the lower bracket.
Can't wait to see that when it does take place. Looks like we got a lot of talent in this tournament, which is very exciting. What we do have in the meantime, coming off of that Air Force win, we've got Blaze on the main stage with Posey. Let's see what they have to say after that win.
Thank you so much, Shyway. Give it up for the Air Force as I got Staff Sergeant Posey on the main stage. So when it comes down to it, you guys in both of those series, both of those maps were down, and you guys made the comeback. What gives Air Force that type of comeback potential? How did you do it?
Honestly, we just needed to play with confidence. We were playing too scared, we were playing too slow, and that's not our play style. So I just started to just get in everybody's head and say, hey, let everybody listen. We need to start playing like more aggressive, need to play more confident, and just start flying at the map. Because there was a couple times in that hill where we had 2 of them dead, and we didn't push the hill. So we just needed to play faster, that's all.
Get in that aggression in there, get in there to confirm those kills, super important. Now tell me a little bit about your team, because I saw the commander, and she was up there tearing it up on the stage. How does it feel to be a part of Air Force Gaming?
It's so cool, man. Like 10 years ago, you never thought this was going to happen in the DoD, and now we're here with a huge event. So it's an honor to represent the Air Force in the first FORCECON tournament.
Yeah, and in this first FORCECON tournament, I know Army they talk towards you guys that they were going to take you down. So I know this win is feeling good in the tournament.
Yeah, we just let them talk the whole week. Tried to stay humble and then let our gameplay do the talking. So,
hey, well, the gameplay did the talking for Air Force. That's going to do it for me and Staff Sergeant on the main stage. Desk, break it down.
That was the best series of the tournament. I was on the edge of my seat. I had to stand up at one point because that was absolutely incredible. We saw plays being made from game number 1 to game 2, and let me tell you, we almost saw game 3. In fact, I don't think this series even did it justice. We should have saw game 3.
I think game 3 should have been on that radar. I think U.S. Army, they're regretting some of their decisions right now. They think that they could have taken those. Air Force feeling good. But hey, Army, they're going down to the lower bracket. But like General MacArthur said, I shall return. These guys are not going anywhere soon. They will be making that losers bracket run. They look so impressive. But now they have a gauntlet ahead of them.
I agree. I thought this would be the last time we see the U.S. Army Esports. I promise you, we will be seeing them again. And either way, map count's going to be King of the Hill. Recharge going towards Air Force Gaming, and so does Slayer Streets. Why don't we take a look at the bracket? Like I always say, you can't know where you're going until you know where you've been. And we know who's going to our winners finals. It's Air Force Gaming.
Air Force Gaming came out, and what a crowd for the Air Force Gaming crew. Definitely a home crowd here today. U.S. Army going to have to get it done against Coast Guard. And that's going to be a tough matchup for Coast Guard. I know that they've had a lot of hopes. They looked impressive today. But they're going to have a hot U.S. Army Esports down there who want to get revenge through that lower bracket.
I wish you guys at home could hear how electrifying this crowd was. I'm talking every kill, every turning point. The crowd absolutely exploded. We know who the favorites are. They're going to the winners finals. And how do you feel about U.S. Army, though? They identified the elimination bracket, but I think they still looked really good.
There were moments that they wish they could take back, pivotal fights, that if it goes one other way, both those games go to U.S. Army. We're talking about a razor-thin edge that they walked, and unfortunately they fell to the wrong side this time. But if they meet again, let's just say history might not repeat itself.
Is it truly losing if you're learning? And I think if U.S. Army go in, review the VOD, I'm talking go into that Twitch, review the VOD, fix some of those small mistakes, and there wasn't many of them, we might see them in the grand finals. This might be a rematch in the grand finals. We already know Air Force Gaming are now one series away from making it to the grand finals and having that advantage. U.S. Army would have to win at least 2 series in order to make it back, but we could be seeing that rematch.
I think it's a real possibility, and I think it's going to come down to the general behind the lines. Alumni needs to get with that crew and find out what the mistakes were and fix those mistakes, because there was only a few, but if they are able to clean them up, well, this is a team that can take the championship today.
I'm hype. Goosebumps all over the place. You would think the tournament's over at this point. It's not. It's not. We still have so much more action. That was just the winner's semis, and when we come back, we're going to have even more action for you. Do not touch that dial.
Members of Army already down there going to try to contest it, but risky business is your kill diving into the hill as well. I think we got 2 members in there to clean up, but she's not worried. Making a spree and a double on the fakie.
They need about 2 more seconds. They pull it out. They tied it back up 3-3.
Trade. Back in the hill, Army goes in just a few more seconds to really lock this down. Element, oh, what a double to do it.
They need to full sprint to the zone, but it's not going to be in time. Air Force Gaming hold on long enough to take map number 1. Full sprint.
Let's go. Let's go, baby.
I can hear.
This is the opportunity to make big plays in command station.
No is going to take down command station, so that leaves 1 rocket sitting on the ground.
Go for him. Oh, we found the rockets. That's a nice little gift. There goes 2. They can start to get aggressive.
On the other side, I think there's a player damage. It's LMNO, and here come the rockets. They just drop into the waiting arms of Schlegs. He gets the shot off. He finishes off with a melee. Bulldog, but taken down as he's trapped between this closing force of Air Force.
She's looking to stay alive as well. 30 seconds on the board. He's going to put pressure on the Army, and down they go. A double for command station.
Clock ticks down. That's game number 2 to Air Force.
What a game.
That was easy, boys. Woo!
You're saying.
My name is Marcus Lovejoy. My gamer tag is Alumni. I'm a former Halo professional, transitioned from gaming professionally to coaching professionally. Now I'm a player manager, and I've managed many professional players over, many games.
My name is Anthony Canelos, and my gamer tag is Vicky. I feel like sometimes I try to pull like almost an in-game leader role, just kind of reel everyone in, try to stay on the same page. We try to stay focused, communicate. We can almost fit any role. If one guy's slacking, one of us can pick up the kills, get us across that line, get the win in the end.
With like Fakey, I heard a whole bunch of great things from his counterparts. He's got a lot of dynamic playstyle within himself.
My name is Jacob Swancott, and my gamer tag is Leafeon. The role I think I bring to the team is almost like an all-around player. I'm whatever role I need to be. Like if I need to play objective, I can grab ball, or if they need me to slay, I can slay. Halo Infinite is such a skill-based game that like almost everybody on your team needs to be able to do almost everything.
I had played with Leafy prior to this tournament and saw a lot of potential in him.
My name is Christopher Caudillo. My gamer tag is LMNO. As far as for the role of the team, I think at any given moment, I'm able to slay or play support at the same time. If I have to play support because everyone else is just doing great, I'll do that. If I have to slay because someone is not doing so well, I'll do that as well. In general, I'm willing to just fit in wherever I need to and play any role that's going to give us the win.
There was a lot of consistent play with LMNO, you know, pretty solid all-around shot, positioning.
My gamer tag is Call Me Smiley, and I'm Jared John Santos. I know what these three are capable of, so I play more of the support role / the objective player, so I'm the one that pushes a lot for the objective side and then support whatever these guys are trying to do.
I was following along Call Me Smiley, and he really impressed me with a lot of the majority of the games he was playing. Took some time and a lot of consideration, and it was super hard. That's how I came to this decision.
As long as we stay together as a team and play as a team, as a unit, we can decide our own outcome, and we can get that win.
I think we're all very focused. Everyone comes here wanting to win, and if we all just put our minds to it and realize that, hey, this is an opportunity that we all get a chance to compete while being in the military and just stay humble, I think we get a lot of good out of that.
The team that poses the biggest challenge to our team is probably the Air Force team, but I know we can take them.
But it's just a mental game, really. Like as long as we are mentally there in game, work together, and we can make anything happen.
What we're going to focus on, just our team style or team play, based on what team we're playing during this tournament.
To the other teams, good luck, but not really. Let's get it.
If it flies, it dies.
Live fire, because that's the only map right now with the sniper rifle. I think Catalyst has it sometimes, but live fire. I love going off the rip, G sliding for the sniper rifle, getting a sniper rifle in your hands, and just looking for the next kill.
Have you done any 360 headshots?
All the time. Halo, Call of Duty, I'm the sniper. I always try to be the sniper. I always want to be the best sniper. That's my passion. Like, especially, I always look up to like Snipe Down, Halo 3 Days. Follow his footsteps. He's amazing.
So my name is Eli the Ninja. I've been competing in Halo games for over 15 years now. Played a lot of Halo 2 and Halo 3 as a young kid, and made some waves on the pro scene then. I've been playing Halo ever since, watched it even in the times that I didn't play. I've just loved video games through and through, and I'm always interested in the strategy and mindset and the hard work that goes into becoming one of the best in the world. I feel like my knowledge I can impart on the younger generation to build a new group of pros for the next era.
My name is Emily Courtois. Being a part of this event is amazing. It's such a unique experience to be able to come together as other branches of services and get to talk about the mutual love of video games, because I love video games.
I'm Petros Palacios. I am in the tournament. I'm actually getting to go compete. The military is paying me to be here, to play video games, to compete against all the other branches. So win or lose, I can take that again and go back to real work and say, hey, now you could watch us. You could watch our streams. You could see that we're actually doing stuff in the esports community.
My name is STS2 Sam Zglushka. Yeah, I kind of had an idea I was going to make a team, and I wanted to come here, and I want to be embarrassed. I want to pose on the big screen. I want to actually click some heads and actually make some waves.
My name is Jonathan Figliola, and my call sign is Breakaway. Yeah, making the team for me is, it's good because I get to represent the Navy, as a player. But regardless if I was a player or not, still here, proud to represent the Navy at the FORCECON 2022.
I think that at this tournament, if we're going to win, we have to bring our A game every single match. There's a ton of talent here in all the branches of the military. These Air Force guys have been playing together for a long time. So I know that, in my opinion, they're the favorites to win this thing, but I know that we can definitely make some waves. And if we're on our A game, we can cause some upsets and turn a few heads. I just want to say that this whole experience is kind of like a fairy tale to me. It almost feels like this was meant to be, having a family in the Navy my entire life, playing Halo my entire life. This is like the merging of both worlds that have been like literally the biggest impacts in my entire life. And it's all kind of coming together at this 1 week that we're all spending together here in San Antonio. And it's already been one of the best experiences of my life. So.
So for me, my first introduction to the Navy was through my grandfather, who was a commander. And he introduced, well, really not the Navy, but sailing on his sailboat. Later on in life, going through high school, At that point in time, I wanted to, see the world, get out and about. Because my father served in the Navy as a commander, that was kind of my first option, was to go talk to a Navy recruiter. And from there, the story continues where I joined the Navy.
My name is Jason Brown. My gamer tag is Lunchbox. Been competing since 2007. I recently transitioned into a coaching role for Optic Gaming's Halo team. Been through 3 events so far with Optic, and yeah, looking to get our first win in Halo Infinite. I'm very proud to be a part of this. I have obviously a lot of respect for all of the military branches, and this is, I've been competing now for over 15 years and never seen a collaboration like this, so it's super exciting for me to be a part of this.
Hi, my name is Joshua Torres. I'm an E5 in the Coast Guard, and my gamer tag is Sick Bulls. Well, I feel excited, nervous. I feel like I'm more now working on my teammates as a team player, working our corporation, and it's changed a lot in my Coast Guard career just with this, because it's impacting what Coast Guard is doing Wise Gaming.
To be a part of this event, especially one funded by the DoD for the first time, I mean, this is insane, just making history. I never thought when I joined 11 years ago that, I'd be playing any sort of game for the Coast Guard, let alone my favorite game, Halo. So this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I'm really happy to be here.
My name is Freddie Sorto. My gamer tag is Toros. I'm super excited to be representing the Coast Guard and just the military as a whole to be competing in this tournament. I mean, I never in a million years would I thought I'd be, playing in a tournament like this, let alone for a military branch. So I'm super excited to be here, and I'm glad I get to experience this.
I'm Lieutenant Scotty Kenny, and go by Scotty Nose. So this being the first Armed Forces event and getting everybody together, I think it's really just kind of showing the growing trend and the acceptance that the military is willing to adopt esports as something that's a little bit more than just a hobby that a lot of people do. Growing up, it wasn't something you were so open about. Even now, I'm looking at 30 coming up, and I still don't like to be as open about gaming. But so now that the military has accepted it and they're bringing people in, paying for people to do something like this in their free time, it's incredible.
Yeah, going into this competition, my main goal was to try and watch every player, obviously, and I saw Toro have quite a few big games statistically. Scotty Knows also had quite a few big games consistently. I see Gambit as kind of being like the overall glue guy, maybe like an IGL. I was very impressed with the communication when they were scrimming, calling out spawns, calling out rotations and objective game types. So that was what drew me to these 4 players. I knew they had played together before in the qualifier, so I thought it would be best to just keep these 4 together and try to build off that chemistry that they had playing in the qualifier leading up to this event.
Moving forward, I think our team should definitely focus on just overall map knowledge and just predicting spawns.
I think the most important thing to keep in mind on match day is just to keep it common level. We've been playing together for a few weeks now, on and off, and this is a good time to really put it to the test.
This is my first time actually playing competitive. My goal is to support them, all their moves and spawns.
If we utilize these next 2 days well, I think that we have as good a shot as anybody. Watch out, Coast Guard's coming.
Go Coast Guard!
So right now I am a recruiter through NTAG Pittsburgh. A normal day for me is normally you start work at 9 a.m., work until about 5, 6 p.m. Then after work, I go home, I spend time with my wife, and then every night, me and my group of friends who I've known almost 15 years now, we always make sure we get at least an hour, kind of just play video games and just catch up and talk. It's our way to connect, since some of us are in different parts of the country now.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We're live at the Techport Center, San Antonio, for our Armed Forces Halo Esports Championship. And what a championship this has been so far. I got to give a big thank you, by the way, to our hosts who run this event. Big thank you to Air Force Gaming, Armed Forces Sports, Rally Cry, and Techport Center. This wouldn't be possible without them, and I'm glad it's possible. Of course, I'm Shyway, and welcome back, Magic.
Hey, thanks so much. Absolutely a big thanks to all of the people involved in making this run, including the amazing facilities here at Techport Center. This is actually the first ever U.S. government-sanctioned Armed Forces Esports event. So everybody who's here, you're part of making history, and we love to see this come together. So a big thank you to everyone who's been a part of the action, whether behind the scenes or on the stage.
Man, and boy, has there been a lot of action. Even if we just kind of go back and talk about that last series, let's take a look at the bracket, by the way, just to give us our graphic to start the conversation. But what a series we had. Now, it might say 2-0 Air Force and Army off of what we just witnessed, but it didn't quite look like a 2-0 in-game.
I mean, it felt like it was neck and neck.
Yeah.
Both of those wins from the Air Force did show that they came out ready to play, but they were not easy wins over the Army. So I wouldn't be surprised watching the Army go far in that lower bracket. As we see that lower bracket is just starting to fill up right now, a couple of matchups ready. But another thing to keep in mind is that with the winners finals, the lower bracket finals, those are going to be best of 5, which gives more opportunity for taking a map off of the other team.
Good point. I mean, considering how close that Air Force Army matchup was, if there was another game in the running, who knows where that could have gone. But of course, they'll be waiting for their competitor. In the meantime, what we're going to be focused on, Magic, is Space Force Gaming and Marine Corps. They're about to go head-to-head, and here they are on screen. Of course, the first time we're seeing Space Force.
Yeah, we did see the Marine Corps going 2-0 over Coast Guard earlier on, which were a couple of tight matches, including that live fire King of the Hill. But this is our first time taking a look at the Space Force gaming lineup.
And what a lineup it is. Cabastry? Cabase.
Yeah, I got
Thank you, Cabase. Okay, we're going to get it from here on out. We got Godriguez, of course, Hangdog, and to round it out, Dante to round out the team. No doubt, I assume, a talented team of players. But they have quite the stiff competition, right? Marine just came out of their win with Coast Guard.
Yeah, Marines are a little bit more warmed up and ready to go, so it'll be interesting to see how Space Force does with their first appearance on our, big stage. And for some of them, their first time competing on a stage at all. So let's see how they come out ready. And also, we got the coaches back there getting them prepped and getting them ready for the mental, emotional, everything going through their heads.
Right, and I mean, Coach, I believe Elamite is on our Space Force as well. So can't wait to see what he brings to the team. But let's meet the team. Let's meet Space Force. All the names are making me go crazy.
I feel more excited and more competitive more than ever. It's definitely going to be nice playing on the big stage.
The other team, they're just another competitor that you have to get past.
We can absolutely beat anyone. Doesn't matter how good you are. When it comes to Halo or esports in general,
we can still slay better than you.
Air Force Gaming is a pretty stacked squad. There's guys in there that I've competed against as a professional player myself. I might have smacked them around on that level. I think there's definitely a chance to upset them and take them down. And regardless of how talented a team may be, we can beat them.
Semper Supra! Space Force are looking calm, cool, and collected. Let's see if they have what it takes to bring out the win. And one at a time, here we go. Our first player, No Dante.
No Dante. Love to see him from Buckley Space Force Base. He's an intel analyst, and he is ready to bring that intel into the game of Halo as well. Something about him, though, looks a little bit sus.
Oh, yeah, maybe apparently he plays Among Us.
Ah, that's it.
He's an Among Us player. So is it him or is this an imposter? I don't know. We'll have to find out when that series kicks off. But our first player of the squad there, of course, on screen, No Dante. Next up, and definitely a tough competitor to go up against as well, we've got Cabase.
Yeah, Kabase is ready. This is Specialist 3, Ryan Kabase. He is ready to roll, coming also out of Buckley Space Force Base as a Cyber Detect Operator.
Wow.
That sounds really impressive as a job title.
Cyber Detect Operator. I wonder if that will translate into Halo and what it means for his enemies.
We'll have to get some intel from them, maybe after the matches as well.
Sounds
but
fierce.
Kabase is ready to roll, taking a seat on the stage.
No Dante, Kabase on the stage. Next up, we've got God Rodriguez.
Rodriguez, Specialist 4, Troy Rodriguez, coming out. He's known for liking chili mac and cheese. I can go along with that. But he also says he beat his teammate, No Dante, in a 1v1 and even said it was easy. So the trash talking might not be from one team to the other, but even within the team itself.
A lot of competition within the team, but that only makes players better. So can't wait to see what God Rodriguez brings to his team. And just walking up, no emotion, right? Calm, cool, collected. This man might be devastating on the sticks. Our fourth and final player on the team here, we've got Hangdog.
Hangdog also out of Buckley Space Force Base. Actually, 3 of the 4 players here coming out from Buckley is a Space Systems Operator. Specialist 4, Dalton Rivers, is Hangdog ready. Look at this just confident strut, just calm, cool, collected, ready to take his spot on the stage and deal out some damage.
He is a space systems operator, you said, but also now a Spartan operator as well. And no doubt, I'm sure the skill will translate, but that skill is going to be brought to the next level with their coach. We've got Coach Elamite.
Elamite, appropriately the coach of this Space Force Gaming, because he's also the coach of Space Station Gaming. So, you know, we stumble over that. He is the ruler of all space.
All things space. Elamite's got it covered. And here he walks out. Looks like he has been here, done that. But what can he bring to this team? Because we know the Marine Corps, they are no slouch. They've already won a game today.
Well, Elamite's going to be bringing the strategy. He's going to be assigning those roles to the players as they need it. And as a team, they're coming out with that Semper Super motto, always above. Will they be always above in this matchup?
Hard to say, Magic. These are best of 3 series. These can go by very quickly. As we've seen, nothing but 2-0s today, by the way, as well. So the moment you get on that deficit and the pressure's against you, things can slip out of your fingers very quickly. So you want to start fast. You want to start hot. And we'll see who does that very shortly with our best of 3 series.
Well, there's not much time to get warmed up.
Yep.
With the Air Force, Space Force rather, being their first time up here on the stage, they're going to have to come out the gates ready to roll in this best of 3 series. We're going to have some tough matchup, but I'm also interested to see what these players can bring to the table, because they need to fight as individuals and as that team whole.
Right. We got a good look at Space Force, and here they are once again, all in one little beautiful graphic. You get to see them on screen. Kabase, Rodriguez, Hangdog, and No Dante. What will they bring to the story here, Magic? I can't wait.
I mean, this is interesting here, just kind of looking at the shots right now. We see a lot of more smiles, maybe a little bit relaxed, but you know internally that they have the fire lit under them to come out and compete. A quick look at the kind of overview of the map and seeing where a lot of these players come. As mentioned before, 3 of the players coming out from that Buckley Space Force base.
Spread out across U.S. Finally, they get to come together and play together. Don't have to worry about the distance. Now this is the perfect environment to bring out their A game. But of course, we've talked a lot about Space Force. They got their competitors to go up against. We can't forget about the Marine Corps. And the Marine Corps, of course, also spread out a little bit around the U.S. I'm sure we'll see them in a second.
Yeah, Marine Corps warmed up and ready to go. They had a little bit of a break after their 2-0 win over the Coast Guard, but hopefully that didn't get them iced too much, because they still need to bring the heat in this next matchup. As we talked about, the heat and intensity keep on building as we go, and there's a look at the Marine Corps gaming.
And I mean, now we see them again, I'm starting to remember some of the plays we saw from them in that past series, and I'm looking at Ezelon. I mean, he came out pretty confident. We had the interview with him post-series as well. Loves the sniper. Designated snipe, I think, on the team. He was making plays with the S7. So what will that mean for this series? They're going to have to watch out for some playmaking for sure.
Well, that game number 1 was almost a comeback there coming out from the Marines. And we also saw Waffles making some huge plays. I remember a killing spree. That was a key factor in taking over that game number 1. So we'll see if that skill, not to, undercut Rain or Hero, all 4 players required to come back and take that win.
Hey, Magic, we talked about it also, just the fact that, this is our first ever FORCECON. We've got this wonderful stage. We've got a packed venue full of people watching, and that could put on some pressure, right? A lot of these players, this is a great opportunity for them, but a first opportunity to get up on a main stage and try to prove that you're the best. Right now, Marine Corps has the edge a little bit. They've been on the stage once already. They kind of got the hang of it. Maybe. We'll see. But will Space Corps be able to deal with this pressure? We're going to have to find out. And I think it's up to Tony and Tools to find out for us. Let's send it over to the casters to give us the game.
Say the line, Tony. Say the line.
We're back again, once again, San Antonio, Texas, FORCECON 2022. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, and this is the definitive better player than I, 10 times better, Mr. Garrett Tool O'Toole.
Thank you. Back with some more action. We have some great matchups. Thank you for clarifying that, Tony. I wanted to make sure that we have the best possible matchups today. Space Force versus Marines. This is going to be an incredibly hard best of 3 for both of these teams.
It really isn't the first time we're seeing Space Force on the main stage here, but not our first time running into them. Last week during the Patrick broadcast, we actually saw Space Force. Let me tell you, they will be a tough out. Marine Corps have a little bit of an uphill battle to play because I really think Space Force might be the favorites going into this matchup.
Yeah, Space Force looked incredibly talented last Sunday. And Kabase, really that player to look out for. A local to my home state of Nevada, comes out of Las Vegas. He was the first the first person in Nevada to directly enlist into the Space Force. So making my home state proud. And he said, I think he's going to make him even more proud today on that main stage. He is an absolute demon on the map. So make sure you look out for Kabase in this matchup. But the Marine Corps, they showed how resilient they are.
Yes.
And the way that they played in the last series that we watched was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, if you remember in game number 1, they were actually down to, I believe it was Coast Guard, they were down to in game number 1, ended up coming back, stealing that momentum, and then rode that momentum to a 2-0 finish in the series. Like you said, you can knock the Marines out, but you can never, you can knock them down, but you can never knock them out.
And with the Marines, I really was enjoying how Hoaxer had those guys running together. They were absolutely phenomenal, and he's going to have to replicate that sort of success today in this best of 3 as we move on to Recharge, King of the Hill as our first map.
And it looks like we're going to start on board with Azulon immediately getting Space Force 3 down. Hold on, Marine Corps starting off hot once again. They're going to be first striking towards the hill, but it's not going to be that easy. You're seeing nades start to fly left and right. You have to get the slays, get the timing, and then get into the objective.
Yeah, I talked to Coach Callis of G2 about how you should be playing King of the Hill. And what he said was try to keep a straight line on the map. So for this hill right here, you want to get C plat and top A control and have your Spartans as a straight line. This will force the spawns out to the top half of the map, making it so it's harder to contest the hill.
On board now with no Dante out of Space Force Gaming. Looks like they took an early lead towards taking this hill, but it's not done yet. Shots start to ring out. Both players going down to one shot. Both positions going to be relocated, but we have Rain holding the high ground, taking down one, and this middle hill is an absolute slaughter.
Oh, that commando rifle, so hard to use. You see Rain getting punished a little bit right there for missing some shots. But keep an eye out on some of those utility weapons on the map. If you can get a hold of that commando rifle, it can absolutely shred and give you a step up in this game.
Waffle's doing a great job of staying alive toward the top goal, that whips out that shock rifle. This could be the equalizer, just barely gonna miss that shot. Slides in with the BR, old reliable. Gonna finish off that player as another 3 down goes Space Force Gaming. And once Marine Corps have that numbers, they have to take advantage. They have to push the pressure. They have to keep Space Force on their back foot.
Marine Corps trying to do their best to stay alive in this hill, but you can see how that's been hard. Space Force does go down and Marines are able to equalize, but they've been fighting off their back foot. They're letting Space Force spawn towards A and C plat, and I don't know how long they can sustain this sort of hold because that player in hill is constantly feeling the pressure, and now we see the camouflage getting burned and hill control swapping over to Space Force Gaming.
Camouflage player hunted down. Meanwhile, we're going to switch on board with Rain. 2 of his players down. They have to do something to stay alive and get some presence on the map. Ends up sliding right into the hill and trades out his life. But I'm not sure that was the play they wanted to see, because Marine Corps once again go 3 down. Actually, a full squad wipe going in favor of Space Force.
And this could be punishing for the Marine Corps. Not only did they lose the hill, they lost the initial spawns for hill 2. This fight could be one of the most important in the game, and the Marine Corps coming out and winning some pivotal fights. This is what we call a money hill, Tony. If you're able to get control, expand out on the map, this is the hardest hill to break, and it's going to be up to Space Force to coordinate themselves accordingly to try to break this hill. But don't be surprised if Space Force doesn't even get 1 second on this hill.
Well, hopefully they can get the most bang for their buck. 1-0 lead in favor of Space Force Gaming. Every hill that you win allows you a point, and it's first to 4 points take the win. So sometimes these games go quickly, but sometimes they can absolutely go the distance.
And also, here we go, Kabase. This is the last opportunity. The nade connected, but not the BR shot. And that's going to finish this hill off for the Marine Corps. And you're seeing how deadly it is. If you can get set up to some of these hills early, that hill in that long hallway is an absolute money hill. And if we see it again, you better set up early, because it is going to be impossible to break. And now as we rotate to this next hill, this is what I consider another money hill, Tony. If you're able to get the control and force spawn outs, it's going to be so tough to break into this hill. The only advantage you're going to have for trying to get this break is that you have some height advantage to work with.
You know, Garrett, I'm getting a little old now. My eyes are starting to deceive me a little bit. There ain't no way my man Ezalon is 14-4. There ain't no way that he got 2 assists to go with it. There's no way that his slaying ability is driving his team forward to be able to tie up the game right now. I have to be wrong.
He's been absolutely working as a unit with his team, and they've been feeding him opportunities to really shine throughout this game. And that's where I'd like to see some improvement from Space Force Gaming. Is the assist column, I think, has been a little bit lackluster for them. I want to see them work together as a unit, try to slay in together, and finish the fight on these hills.
Kabase able to take the back gold side. Anybody that tries to come and got to go through him, goes for the challenge on Ezalon, ends up getting the kill. That's gonna be a perfect. That's gonna be a double kill coming out of Kabase. Well done. And another one goes down. So 3 out of 4 members of Marine Corps taken down, largely because of this man. Kabase was able to break through the defense.
Kabase had the biggest pick yet of this map. This should be enough for Space Force to get the second point on board. And now we go to the complete opposite of a money hill. This is as dirty as you can get. A hyper exposed hill in the bottom repulse tunnel. So many exposed lines of sight. If you are in this hill, you're not going to be alive for long. You really have to depend on your teammates of getting in damage before these players come.
Waffle's doing a great job of hiding in that corner, but he was quickly snuffed out. Rain going in for the challenge. Big melee, but can't connect on the headshot. And you notice Rain starting to hesitate. He wants to make sure he gets the kill, gets right behind. Beautiful flank, gets himself the assist, and now you're seeing the entire Marine Corps watch that backseat. This should be valuable time going in favor of Marine Corps Gaming.
I love this position from Ezalon, right? He's all the way towards that shock rifle. He has so much of the map in his line of sight that if anyone tries to contest this hill, he's going to be able to get damage. And in fact, he should have also gotten that shock rifle. Unfortunately, he falls down, but it's no Dante behind everyone throwing in the damage.
Despite the fact that Ezalon and Waffles are combining for 28 kills, they still do not have the lead. In fact, they actually just went 3 down. Space Force Gaming clearing them out of the seaside base and now taking over. It's a 2-1 lead in favor of them, and they're about to go on to match point. Marine Corps needs to stop them.
And one thing you want to see, or I want to see more improvement from Marine Corps, right, Tony, is it's a 1-2 game in favor of Space Force. But when you look at that killing column, that slay column, they're clearly dictating the pace of the fight. They're outslaying Space Force, but they're not able to capitalize on the objective. And in fact, Space Force is just moments away from going up 3-1 in this game, even though they're being heavily outslayed. Not one player is positive for Space Force Gaming, yet they have a 3-1 lead in this game.
That's objective efficiency. That's having a plan and executing it. That's putting it to work. And that's what Space Force Gaming are doing. Match point for them, one more hill, and they're taking game number 1 in this best of 3 series. And you're seeing the players, Kabasi actually going off, ends up getting another melee. But hold on, I think we have an issue here, Garrett.
Looks like we have a last-second lag out from the Marine Corps. The crash happens. We're going to have to take this back. It was 3-1 when that lag out happened. So I imagine that we're going to reset that lobby, and it'll be 1 hill for Space Force to win that game. While Marine Corps, they're going to have to get the next 3 hills in a row. And that's going to be a tough task because Hill 2 in particular, Tony, if you get set up there early, it can almost be impossible to break. So Space Force, they can almost give up Hill 1 for free and just set up for Hill 2.
It's definitely a possibility, definitely a strategy, and it's unfortunate that we did see a crash there. But you know, this might go in favor of Marine Corps. I think they needed a reset. I think they needed a breath. And obviously, we don't want to see crashes in any situation. But I do think it's a time for them to go to their coach, kind of reevaluate things, maybe switch up the game plan just a little bit, and come out hotter than they did before. And honestly, that's what they did in the winners bracket. Remember, they did the same thing to Coast Guard and ended up coasting to a 2-0 victory.
One thing about the Space Force team that I'm really loving is how they play with each other and how they're playing their positional game. They're oftentimes playing for the favorable spawn instead of the kills. And it's been showing in the killing feed, right? It's been a dominant game from the Marine Corps when it comes down to the kills. But Space Force has had the better positioning. And I think that's a lot of that goes to Mr. Elamite coaching them in the back. He has so much experience with that space station roster, and he's bringing that experience over to Space Force. And even though they're not getting it done in the killing feed, they're getting it done in the objective, and that's all that matters.
How many times have we seen Space Station Gaming, the professional team, get behind enemy lines and pull an off flag and end up grinding that flag forward? How many times have we seen them out-rotate an enemy team on strongholds and somehow able to hold on to a double cap? It's not about the slays. Again, slays are assisting you with getting the objective, but they are not the full objective. And Space Force Gaming are showing us how to be objective efficient.
I love to see Coach Elamite. He is getting his words in. He knows what the mistakes were, and he's cleaning them up. If Space Force can start dominating the killing feed as well as play that positional style Halo, this could be a deadly squad, one that we're not talking about. It's all been Air Force and U.S. Army from what we've seen thus far. Space Force trying to make a name for themselves right here as a contender for the championship.
Now, on the other side of things, hold on. We got to talk about this man Kabasi on screen. We got him on screen. Look, he's looked determined. He looks like he's ready to go. I'm excited to watch it because he's one of the slayers on this team. Whenever they're dropping that double-digit slays, whenever they need a multi-kill to kind of fire them up or equalize the situation, it's this man on screen right here. He's the one to make plays.
Kabasi is, I think, one of the premier Halo players that you could ask for on a squad coming out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Only 1 year in the service, but he directly enlisted with the Space Force, doing my home state of Nevada proud. And honestly, he's just been an incredible Halo player, and I see him as the player that breathes life into this roster.
We see the stats, we see the info, but let's hear from the man himself. Let's get on board with Kabasi.
It's definitely changed me in a positive way. It makes me be more professional in that environment because, you know, when you're gaming, you're more casual, but, you know, when you're playing with other people who are in the military, you tend to not go crazy. Trying to be more encouraging, stuff like that. Trying to uplift and help people improve instead of, like, you know, like gaming with just randoms and, like, just going by and stuff like that. So I think it's changed me for the better, yeah.
Wise words from the man Kabasi right there. And again, not only is he a smart mind outside of the game, but also in the game. High IQ player, main slayer. I'm looking forward to watching this man from the rest of the tournament. But I think we need to shed some light on the other team. Because mind you, we talked about how objective efficient Space Force Gaming has been. they weren't winning the Slays. So that tells me if a team is able to win the Slays battle, having 3 players in double-digit Slays before the game ended, I think just a few mistakes and maybe they start to come on board. Maybe they start to steal things away.
This Marine Corps squad is just so talented, and I know that Hoaxer can do his best to get these guys on the same page. And I'm really excited to see how these guys approach this next map.
Space Force Gaming going up against the Marines. This is going to be one heck of a series. I'm excited about that. I really am. Why don't we look at another side of things? We're gonna actually pinpoint Godriguez, which, by the way, one of the best names that we have in the scene. I'm about Godriguez.
Godriguez is incredible. Let's hear some words. Live fire. And you know what, Tony? I said it before. Chili Mac is the best MRE by far. If you're not on the wave, get on the wave.
Honestly, it's a dream come true. I've followed esports and gaming for a really long time, and I haven't been able to attend a LAN myself, and to be part of it and kind of be representing one of the teams is just honestly the best feeling in the world, because like I said, not only is this my first event, but I'm competing for the Space Force, so it's really awesome to kind of see how it's kind of come full circle, and after a while I eventually got to a place where I'm happy with.
And we are back here on Recharge. Marine Gaming is going to need 3 captures in order to become your victor. Meanwhile, Space Force Gaming will only need 1. Marines are really on their back foot.
And I love how Space Force goes and prioritizes the shock rifle, but it's Waffles who shuts it down right away. That weapon can have devastating impact on this map. Making sure it stays out of the hands of Space Force is priority number 1 for this Marine Corps Gaming roster.
Godriguez pushing down the long haul, ends up getting the stick right off of the floor. What a play coming out of Godriguez, but 2 down goes Space Force Gaming. That's going to allow Marine Corps to sneak into that base.
That sticky off the ground, it gives me some flashbacks to Jason Kidd giving some dimes with the bounce pass. And now this hill gonna be heavily contested, but you're still seeing the positional game of Space Force Gaming coming through. They're controlling the C plat, and as long as you can maintain a C plat or a spawn, that's how you can dominate this game. But Godriguez is dominating the kill feed thus far.
I'm not going to keep allowing you to bring up Jason Kidd on the broadcast. My man Tony Parker runs the town. We're in San Antonio, but that's a discussion for another time. As Waffles ends up getting the triple, holding down this middle bases. Waffles, beautiful plays across the board, and no wonder they were able to win the Slays battle with plays like that.
And Marine Corps needs some heroes, and while Waffles steps up to the place, they're still losing the game of the spawns. You see how Space Force spawned right back into that C plat. They have immediate access to the hill, and even though the heroics of a triple kill comes through, it's short-lived on the hill as Space Force was able to gain control back once again.
And once again, just proving that kills are not everything, but somehow Marine Corps not only able to get the Slays, but also getting their butts in the hill. We have Hero sitting up high, just putting down shots on everybody, and then relocating. Love that. Beautiful plays coming out of Hero.
Oh, Hero, no! Loses the fight. Camouflage still alive for Space Force as they've been able to control the hill. The spawns are next. They're down. Marine Corps trying their best to get in, but it's the Camouflage Godriguez getting another kill in the bottom hill.
Marine Corps got to get them out of the hill. Looks like they're able to do so. Rain gonna slide into that hill, and now he's occupying so much space. It's a 1-0 lead, and then a big slay coming out of Rain again, making it rain.
Marine Corps has to stay perfect, and now we move to the so pivotal Money Hill. This initial fight will be the most important of the game. Space Force getting initial time, but you can see the kills going in favor of Marine Corps as they're the first to set up a Space Force, answering back and breaking the hill immediately to gain control.
All 4 members of Marines going down, and there's no way they're going to be able to occupy space if they do not get their lives together. Rodriguez already watching the bottom control cut off. Meanwhile, Waffles trying to take an off angle here from the siege there. Gets right behind enemy lines. Beautiful shots onto the first. Now goes in for the second one. Gets the double kill. Does Waffles. It looks like Hero takes down another one. And just like that, Marines taking over.
And that was a coordination at its best. You saw 3 different players from the Marine Corps take 3 different routes. C-Plat, C-Stairs, and Top Glass. They were able to coordinate at the same time, and it alleviated the pressure of putting it on one player, gets the break, and now they're inside this Money Hill.
We said it before this game started. Marines need to put 3 back-to-back bases on the board before Space Force Gaming can put a singular one. They are poised to do so. It's a 1-0 lead. Ezelon ends up finding the backside with the short slice and dice as he gets himself a double kill. And that's going to be a killing spree. We have a 2-0 lead. Marine Corps are on game point. So are Space Force Gaming. This next hill will be it.
You had to be perfect if you're the Marine Corps, and you're 2/3 of the way there, but now when it's all on the line, you have to respond with your best ability. Space Force get into the hill first as they look to maintain their control, but the flank comes in. Hero being the necessary player for his squad. He's able to get 2, not the 3rd, but he was able to at least find the break.
San Antonio made some noise. Both of these teams leaving it all on the line. Another double kill coming out of Ezelon. Ends up getting himself a 10th kill, but also getting himself the camouflage. Look at this play. Just keeping his pressure, keeping his presence down low, getting behind enemy lines. They're making winning plays. Marines are here for the win.
This is what you want to see from Ezelon. He got the camo, and he's immediately putting it to work. Cannot stay alive as Kabase trying to be the hero. Double kill, Kabase. Hill break for Space Force.
Big plays coming in out of Space Force Gaming. They're going to get themselves in the hill. They have 1 to deal with. Excellent shots, but they're not going to be good enough. Waffles able to take down 1, but can't get the double kill. Meanwhile, Hero just waiting over to the corner, ends up being spotted. Doesn't matter, wins that battle. That's a pivotal gunfight. They are almost there. Look at the bottom of the screen. That time is ticking and is going towards Marine Corps.
Kabase has to be the hero. He's the only player that's able to get into this hill, but they're already Marine Corps just slicing them down. They've done it. They were perfect. 3 hills back to back to win the game.
Back to back to back hills in favor of the Marine Corps. Their backs were against the wall. They were on their back foot. Everything was going against them, but they clutched up. You cannot take down the Marines.
It's just so resilient, and it's what we saw in game 1 of their previous matchup, where they were down early. They were down, and they had to come back, and they play a perfect game. And it's that man in the back, Coach Hoaxer of the Marine Corps Gaming Squad. His day job's with Cloud9. His dream job is here at FORCECON, coaching these 4 Marines to victory.
I'm loving the way this team comes together. You know, you got your main slayers from what I've noticed. That's Waffles and Ezelon. They put in the work when it comes to that slays department. But then you have Rain and Hero just playing great, unselfish Halo, willing to do the dirty work, willing to put their lives on the line for their brothers. Like, it doesn't matter about who gets the kill. It's all about as long as that kill gets hunted down and that kill gets put down. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of them.
This has been a phenomenal way to start. And this is what we expect from the best. And, well, we're moving on to Slayer next. And there's only one objective. Get 50 kills, don't die 50 times. No objective to orient around. And it really is going to come down to individual skill of these players.
Individual skill, map control, that awareness as well. Because, again, once you have those slays, you have to know what to do with it. You have to know where the enemy team is spawning, and you have to know how to punish them for going down.
Marine Corps, they get the job done. Space Force, there's going to be some growing pains. They're gonna feel that loss heavier than most would. They had it in their hands, and it slips away. And that's what we need to see, is how they can respond from this situation, right? Because you had it all, and you lose it. And now, are you resilient? Are you able to come back and play at your highest level? or are you going to let that momentum sway away from you?
And that's one of the reasons why I love the setup of this tournament. So you have a professional coach like Elamite who's been in these situations, not only as a coach, but also as a player. He's getting into the ears and letting them know, like, you need to have a mental reset button. You need to click this imaginary reset button, forget everything that happened up until this point, and simply play your game going into Slayer. If they can do that, we might just see a game 3. If they get mental and allowed us to get to their psyche, they're going down to elimination bracket.
On your screen, Hero. This man was the hero that they needed. Remember, it was him who threw his life at the end into that hill and came out alive. A huge double kill to find the break. And this is a man who's been around Halo for a long time. The classic map, the pit, his favorite. And you know what? This is how you know they're a competitive player at heart. That BR, his favorite weapon.
That it is, and also favorite MRE is going to be pizza. And you know, we're seeing a little bit about Hero. I want to hear from Hero himself. Let's have some words here with Mr. Hero.
I got my first Xbox, like we were poor, right? So we didn't really have money. So I ended up buying an Xbox when I had a part-time job, and I started playing Halo, and that was the first game I ever actually played because my friends wanted to play it. So that's kind of what introduced me to the whole gaming scene.
I can relate to that. It was tough. It was tough for me to get my first Xbox. I had to make sure. And then once I did it, it was tough for me to find the time in gaming. But look where gaming is right now. That time you put in, that effort you put in. Look where we are. Look at this stage. Look at this crowd. It's absolutely insane. I can't wait to see where esports is going to go from here.
I think it's great to see that we have some of the best esports players in the world in our armed forces, in the DoD, doing the work for our country and making sure that we stay safe. Because what we're really seeing is the service members are just like you and me. They always have something that can tie back to us. And you know, hey, I love playing video games. These guys love playing video games, and they're happening to be able to play on one of the best stages in the world.
We do have a little bit of a bracket update. Want to go through to show you guys how we got here and what we're actually playing for. Right down here, we have Space Force Gaming going up against Marines. The winner of this is going straight into the winners bracket finals, where Air Force is sitting there and waiting for them. This tournament is coming down to kind of a dramatic conclusion here, because at that point, once we get to the winners finals, we're simply one series away to finding out who makes it, who guarantees the top 2 finish, and who makes it to the grand finals with that competitive advantage.
And in the lower bracket, what you're seeing, the U.S. Army and the Coast Guard had their match, and it looks like the U.S. Army came out on top 2-0. Now waiting in the other lower bracket is the U.S. Navy Esports. They're going to be competing against whoever loses this match. It's going to be a tough matchup for whoever takes on that lower bracket.
Yeah, so far this tournament has not disappointed whatsoever. We've seen some incredible series, and we're in the middle of one right here. So far, 1-0 in favor of Marines, but it's Space Force Gaming that you are seeing on screen here that are looking to recover, that are looking to strike back, and maybe send us into a do-or-die elimination game number 3.
They have to respond strong, and that's what's going to get to them, because this Marine Corps squad, we've seen it before. The game 1, they were down in their previous series, and they came out game 2 stronger than ever. And you have a feeling that history is going to repeat itself, that this is sort of, they start off a little bit slow, they get the momentum going, Hoaxer starts getting in their ears and telling them the plays, and then they start to dominate. Space Force is going to have to find a solution to this right away. You cannot go down early in this Slayer.
And the one thing that helped Space Force Gaming in that game number 1, and helped them have such an amazing lead, was the fact that they were so objective efficient. But you pointed out before, there's no objective in game number 2. Your only objective is to put 50 kills on the scoreboard before your opponents. You only have 12 minutes on the clock, and that to me kind of plays to the advantage of Marine Corps. We saw how strong of Slayers they are. We saw some big swings going their way. Even when they were losing, they were still winning the Slaves battle. How do you feel, what do Space Force Gaming have to do to come back in this series.
They have to play together as a unit, right? There's no individual heroics. It's about making sure that you have your brother's back, that you're making sure that you're checking the same angles, but from a distance. If you can be a long distance pair and work with each other from across the map and have that sort of coordination, that's going to alleviate a lot of pressure on individual players. Yes, we know players like Kabase are really talented and that they can win the one-on-ones, but you never want to take a one-on-one. Every single time you want a 2v1. You want your teammate by your side.
That you do. Well, hopefully they could put that objective efficiency to work, specifically my man here, Kabase. You know, they were able to steal away multiple objectives. Maybe they can steal away these power-ups, these power weapons, and the equipment that are going to spawn across the map, because we talk about it all the time. Sandbox control is key in Halo Infinite.
It's key. And let's go into the mind of Kabase.
I think it's pretty cool. I've been in for only a year. I never would have thought I'd be playing in something like this, that I'd just be working and stuff like that, not being sent on like TDYs to go play against the other branches. So I'm pretty excited.
Kabase, he is just a gem. I am quickly falling in love with Kabase. I think he's going to be one of my favorite players to watch today.
He really is. And by the way, we found out game number 2 is going to be on the Street Slayer. We talk about how the whole map gravitates around this rocket launcher, but how important are the other weapons like the Bulldog or even the equipment like the Thrust? How important are they to game number 2?
Rockets are always important, right? You get 2 of them, you can find immediate kills, but the game is run through the Bulldog. It spawns over towards Cafe, but the thing about the Bulldog is you get 2 clips, 8 bullets in each chamber. You're going to be on the map as a devastating force, and you can keep that shotgun in your hands. The rockets are great for finding initial breaks or to keep your momentum, but they're only going to guarantee you 2, maybe 3 kills if you get lucky. The shotgun can be a perpetual playmaker for your team.
And especially when you combine the shotgun with some of the other equipment, like, you know, like if you're not close enough to your opponent, drop a drop shield, play through that drop wall. If not, if you have the thrust, using the thrust and the Bulldog is probably one of my favorite combinations that we have in Halo Infinite. You can really close the distance on your opponent in a moment's notice, and most of the time, they're not prepared for it. You go in, bah, bah, bah. That's my noise. Bah, 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 bah.
Now, on Streets, what I want to see from the Marine Corps is I want to see Waffles step up once again. Waffles was a player that was really turning my head in that last game. He was making play after play, critical double kills back to back. I'd like to see him step up as a leader for this Marine Corps gaming squad and lead them to victory. Now, I'm not going to say it's going to be easy, but with what I've seen from Waffles is he's a very impressive player with a ton of upside.
I mean, so far we've seen him absolutely go off, and I mean, also my man, I believe it's I know I'm pronouncing it right. I think it's Aslan.
Aslan.
Aslan. Either way, what's not confusing is the amount of kills that he put on the board. At one point, he was like 16-3, even had 4 assists. Like, he was just dominating on the map, getting so much value, so much real estate. I promise you, Space Force Gaming felt his presence, and he was a large reason why he kept his team so close into it that eventually stole away that game number 1.
And they have individual talent in spades, right? But it's that man behind him that's going to lead the charge. The way that Hoaxer can bring a team together is why we've seen his rosters continually have success in the Halo Championship Series. We've seen Cloud9 be back-to-back champions. We've seen his rosters in Halo 5 have tremendous success as well. Hoaxer is a player, a coach, and a leader that can really make a difference for your squad.
We talked about what a main Slayer brings to the roster, and it's always impressive. Like, you know, when you see the likes of Ezlin dropping that 16-3, how impressive it can be, how much energy it could provide for your team. It's valuable, but I think what's even more valuable is your other roles on the team and how important. Would you mind talking about maybe what an IGL brings to the squad, or even what a main Slayer like Waffles brings to the squad?
You have to be weary of what these players can do for your team. You cannot let it slack. Waffles is a player that I know is vocal for his squad. He's an IGL. And let's hear some thoughts about how Waffles handles the game of Halo and what he can do for his team.
My first shout out is definitely to my wife, Elizabeth. Thank you for holding down the fort at home, letting me be here. And then second shout out is the ladies and gentlemen of 2nd Air Naval Gunfire Liaison cover.
Hey, he loves his wife. I love that, bro.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Family. Family's first.
Family, and then his brothers in arms. I like that. That's what you need. That's a support player. You know what I'm saying? That's a guy who works with his support. You know one thing I noticed? That's a Halo player at heart too. He said his favorite gun, the Halo 5 Magnum. That's how you know that's a true diehard Halo fan right there.
But not the Halo 3 or Halo 2 BR, it's the Halo 5 Magnum.
The Halo 5 Magnum knows that you were in the Halo dirty. You know what I'm saying? You were in playing day in, day out. You were grinding out the game. And, you know, I like to say it. You know, if I had to choose a favorite gun, I think I'm with him. I love that H5 Magnum.
I love it, too. I'm just saying. Ain't nothing like, reliable. Get yourself a BR. When I think of Halo, I think of a burst fire weapon. I think of a battle rifle. That's what I think of when I see Halo. But I would like to see the Halo 5 Magnum maybe make a return. Maybe, who knows? Maybe I see it.
I would love to see a 5-shot single fire weapon. You know what I'm saying, Tony? Because I kind of miss it from the Halo 5 days. You know, I love Halo Infinite. I love the BR. I love everything about it. But that 5-shot, that satisfying kill, that perfect medal when you hit 5 perfect ones, it's tough to replicate.
It is. So. It really is. I promise you. I miss that Halo 5 Magnum just as much as you do. But we always been talking about the Halo Infinite BR. And so far, 4 perfect shots get you that perfect kill. 2 shots into a melee will get you that close quarters kill. The battle rifle is probably the best weapon that we have as far as in the mid-range. There's going to be other weapons like the rockets, other weapons like the bulldog, which can really take control of the game close range. And I think of long range like that skewer or that sniper rifle. But to me, that perfect mid-range weapon is the battle rifle. If you can hone in those skills, you can really be a nuisance on the map. That's the weapon we start with.
The battle rifle is a jack of all trades, but a master of none, right? It has one of the slowest kill times in Halo Infinite, which means, yes, it's a great weapon because it's easy to use and you're going to be able to get damage across the map, but there's other weapons in the sandbox in which you're going to have to prioritize as well. The commando rifle, even though it's harder to aim, you can get much faster kill times with it. So if you can master not only the battle rifle, but all the weapons in the Halo Infinite sandbox, you can really become a force on the map.
I'm going to give them a tip of how to get better with the commando. I'm going to give them a tip real quick. Play Last Spartan Standing.
Ooh, okay.
I'm telling you, play Last Spartan Standing because that commando is so important, so valuable when you're playing. I warm up in a little bit of Last Spartan Standing, then I switch over to some ranked, and it's really helped my commando game and even my sidekick game too. I ain't gonna lie, I was really bad with the sidekick. I thought I was using like H5 man. I was just like boop, boop. But now you gotta get into it.
No, honestly, Last Spartan Standing has been an absolute incredible game type in the Halo. And,
Season 2, shout out.
FORCECON 2023. Maybe we have a little Last Spartan Standing action before we get into these matches. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
See not only what branch is the best, what player is the best. Have one player who comes out on top. I'm just throwing out some ideas because I love that Last Spartan Standing game type. I think it's been a ton of fun, and like you said, it really helps you hone in that commando skill.
My problem is with Last Spartan Standing, it's missing the most iconic weapon in Halo. And some people might say it's the battle rifle. Some people might say that. It's not. It's Fear the Pink Mist. The needle.
Don't even go there. No.
What?
The Pink Mist. What are you, Walshy out here?
Yeah.
You got a little thing for me to feed the Pink Mist in Halo Infinite? Oh no.
It's the best gun in the game. It's legitimately, this is the most iconic weapon in Halo's history. Are you kidding me?
I thought you were going to say a sniper rifle or something. Something like a man's weapon.
That's for noobs.
Oh.
Give me the needle.
Nah, no shot, no needler for me, baby. I want to get some sniper action. You know what I'm saying? Let's take a look over here at No Dante, a player who's been absolutely popping off for the Space Force roster. I'd say him and Kabase really take that main Slayer role for their squads. And this is a man that has absolutely come into his own in Halo Infinite. This guy was an absolute demon last Sunday when he got second place, but I think he got on the main roster today after the coaches saw how good he was.
Well, let's hear from No Dante himself. Let's have some words here with Mr. No Dante.
I went into basic and tech school and everything like original Space Force. So I was like, oh, maybe there's a Space Force gaming. And there was. So I got introduced to Air Force gaming originally in Regiment and all these different cool servers. with some interesting people, and then kind of just like networked and socialized with a few, showed them that I was good at video games and was looking forward to like potentially playing in future tournaments. I talked to Air Force gaming people, and they led me on the right path to Space Force Gaming.
No Dante coming in, and I'm excited to watch him come out. We're almost coming into game number 2, and that's going to be on Streets. And I want to see what No Dante does on a map like Streets. Now, Recharge, we saw, that's his favorite map. Shock Rifle, his favorite weapon, yet they weren't able to pull off the clutch win on Recharge game number 1. Let's see how he does on Streets without that Shock Rifle.
Yeah, the Stalker Rifle really going to be a key weapon for some of these more high-precision players. It's a 3-shot kill. It's a lot harder to aim than, let's say, a battle rifle. A lot less aim assist, more finite reticle that you have to make sure is placed correctly. But if you are able to hit the shots, if you can be the most precise player in the game, that Stalker Rifle can absolutely transform that map into a playground.
I've been trying to get more reps. I've been trying to get better with the Stalker Rifle myself, but Streets game number 2 is the only map in competitive that has the Stalker Rifle. I just don't see it enough, so I haven't got enough practice with it. I want to become an absolute demon with the Stalker Rifle.
Yeah, you see the players over in the HCS scene, like Spartan and them, take that Stalker Rifle, and you really realize that there are levels to how precise players can be. If you can really hone your aim down and just be an individually star-studded player, that Stalker Rifle becomes an absolute power weapon that just continually respawns for your team.
Just to remind you guys at home, it's a 1-0 lead in favor of Marines. And as of right now, Space Force Gaming, although had that early lead in game number 1, couldn't clutch it out, couldn't finish off that game 1, and now they're playing on their back foot. It's a best-of-3 series. If our Marines win one more game, that's it. We are going to see Space Force end up dropping down to the elimination bracket a lot earlier than expected. This is a team that started off in round number 2. They are supposed to be the favorites, but you know, as right now, it's Marine Corps that are clearly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and the Marine Corps gaming squad has been surprising people left and right. A lot of people were only talking about Space Force and Air Force. Some were saying, you know, as U.S. Army is going to be doing great, which they are. As unfortunately, they had to go down to the lower bracket. But I think the Marines were under-talked about before coming into today's tournament. And I think that they've shown to be a formidable force to deal with. This is a team that has the opportunity to upset some better teams later, especially when you have a coach like Hoaxer in the back.
Well, we saw map 1. We talked a lot about map 2, which is going to be Streets, by the way. Map number 3 is going to be Live Fire, specifically the game mode Strongholds on Live Fire. So you know, let's just say Space Force Gaming win game number 2, which hasn't happened yet, and we do see a game 3. Why don't we talk a little bit about that Strongholds Live Fire? What are some of your keys to success?
Well, it's going to be about strong rotations, right? Making sure that you're able to get to C and B at any given time. I think tower control is still always so vital on Live Fire. And then obviously you always have to control the power weapons as well. The heat wave, the heat wave and the overshields and all the goodies on the map, as well as the sniper.
Yeah, for those who might be new, I know we haven't seen too much of Strongholds. It's first to 250 points takes to win, 12 minutes on the clock. As long as you're holding 2 bases, you will put points on the board. Now, if you manage to somehow get all 3 bases, that's when things really start to snowball. That's when you really start to take control. It's so hard to get that trip cap and, more importantly, even lock it down. But that's when the time starts to double and you really start to take control. When it comes to Strongholds, are you more of a 2-base kind of guy? Or are you saying, you know what, we got our slaves, let's go all the way in for the trip cap?
Trip cap all day, baby. It's about being fast, aggressive, and powerful on the map. Make sure that you're constantly pushing for those trip caps and pushing your advantage.
I'm going to have to agree. If you have that advantage, if you have those numbers, you have to take over, and that should be what we see.
Yeah, I'm really, really interested about how they approach game 2 and game 3 and how they can really get the job done, right? Making sure that you're on top of everything. And I think I just got word that game 2 is ready to go. I think we're going straight into this Slayer.
Hey, I'm ready. I'm ready to finally load into some streets. And you already know, whenever you're looking for a fight, you got to take it to the streets. I was born and raised in the streets. I know me, some streets.
Let's get right into these streets. Loading on in right now. Space Force Gaming taking on the Marine Corps in our game number 2.
Streets, those rockets, those bulldogs, equipment as well going to be so important when it comes to taking control. First to 50 kills takes the win. 12 minutes on the clock here for both of these teams, and once we actually get everything situated, we're gonna get that right on the screen for you. But Streets, really one of my favorite maps that we have in Halo Infinite.
Yeah. Streets is an incredible map. I think we had some more technical difficulties, so I think we're going to get that map reset one more time. In the meantime, we're going to go take a short break.
So my name is Kyle Elam. Gamertag is Elamites. Currently with Space Station Gaming, coaching their Halo team. I am a former professional gamer within multiple Halo titles. I've been involved in the Halo scene since early 2005. Casting events, coaching, competing as a pro player, which I did for 7 years. When I first learned of this event happening, and they asked me if I'd like to be a part of it, and I was definitely enthusiastic about it. I mean, this is a completely different take on events that we've had in Halo in the past, and was just happy that they asked me to participate.
My name is Dante Gilbert Rodriguez, and my gamer tag's No Dante. Since I'm new to this team, I definitely have to focus on team fights and actually playing off them, getting cross shots, and making sure that I have their back. The only thing that's changed is probably that I feel more excited and more competitive more than ever. It's definitely going to be nice playing on the big stage.
My name is Troy Rodriguez, gamertag is Godriguez. The mindset has kind of always been the same, especially with 3 of us originally competing and then now adding Dante to the mix. It's definitely adding a new dynamic. It's definitely a little bit more slaying power that we're actually able to add. We want to win.
My name is Ryan Kavase, more confident in the new edition. I think we could move things around and make things work.
My name is Dalton Rivers, and my gamer tag is Hangdog. For adding a new player to the roster, I don't think it changed that much. We knew how Dante played with his other team. We knew he was a good player. I feel like we can still slay pretty well.
Yeah, so coming into the event, I really didn't know how on a, kind of a short time frame we'd be able to construct a team and what kind of player pool might be available. I got pretty lucky, actually. They had a really great, established team already. They're all very, teamwork focused. They all have great individual skill levels as well, and they're always trying to help each other out and help each other win, so I think they have really good chemistry.
The most important thing that I think to keep in mind is don't think of the other team as better than you. They're just another competitor that you have to get past. We all just have to work as a team, and we can get through it.
When it comes to Halo or esports in general, one of the best things, the most exciting parts about it is the any given Sunday kind of scenario where you can come out and regardless of how talented a team may be, you can beat them. I've told these guys before, everybody dies in 4 shots. If you out teamwork them and play to your advantages, you can absolutely beat anyone. Air Force Gaming is a pretty stacked squad. I think there's definitely a chance to upset them and take them down.
We basically played maybe a little bit slower. With Dante, we're able to, I think, play a little bit more aggressive, if anything, just because of the added slaying power that he's able to bring to the game. We're able to really rely on him in terms of helping us win gunfights, and it's actually a really good thing that, we'll keep working on.
You have 4 people that can carry some type of slaying power with them. I feel like we can work the map a lot better.
Semper Supra!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with FORCECON 2022, and we're in the middle of an incredible series between Space Force Gaming and Marine Corps.
The Marine Corps look impressive, but the Space Force, they had opportunities. They were up 3-1 in the King of the Hill before it was slipped away after the reset. Now they're going to have to find that momentum once again going into game 2.
Game number 2 going to be tough. It's going to be Slayer on Streets, where it's first to 50 kills takes the win. But more importantly, it's about controlling all the goodies that you have on the map. By goodies, I mean the things that go boom. Rockets, Bulldog, and don't forget about the equipment such as the drop wall and the thrust. All of these equipment, all of that sandbox going to be so important to your win. Looks like we are coming in game number 2.
It looks like we might have to go out right away. It looks like the Marine Corps missing one of their players. So, another little reset. We won't be, I don't think it'll be too long before we're back into the action.
Yeah, it's really important to make sure that when we get this game going, that for competitive integrity purposes, they make sure we have everybody in the lobby and everybody's on a fair, equal playing ground. And that's what we're looking for. Still, Marine Corps looking for their next win so they can ultimately end the series. Meanwhile, Space Force Gaming going to have to win one just to tie up the series and send us into a also important game number 3.
You see, look like rallying the troops in the back. Head coach for Space Station Gaming, now head coach for Space Force Gaming. Love to see him getting involved in this event. One of the most prestigious Halo coaches, player, broadcast talent. He's done literally everything you can do in Halo.
He really has. I'm not going to lie. I loved watching him back in the MLG days, and watching him on Straight Rippin' doing his thing. Straight Rippin' was one of my favorite teams. Now, don't tell Elamite. I really liked Instinct as well. I think I like Instinct a little bit more. Don't tell him. I'm just saying, don't tell him. But we got Lunchbox coaching the event as well.
Yeah, we gotta make sure that we don't play too many favorites over here. But on the other side, the Marine Corps Gaming, they have Coach Hoaxer in their back, and Hoaxer's been a just prolific coach throughout Halo. Started in Halo 5 when he decided to hang up the sticks as a player. Said, hey, I'm really good at being an in-game leader. I think I can be doing a better job as a coach. And he quickly transformed every roster that he touched. Became one of the best coaches in the world. And on top of that, even while he was coaching, he was still one of the best free-for-all players in the world as well. So not only gifted in his coaching ability, but also in his playing ability.
He and his brother, Alumni, are actually also both coaching here today. And both of my locals, I'm from the Atlanta area. I'm from Georgia. I've got the chance to meet up with him multiple times, also on the battlefield. And let me tell you, like you said, there's a reason why he's a free-for-all champion. He puts in that work.
And Ezelon, he's going to be playing underneath Hoaxer today, and he's been that main slayer for this Marine Corps squad. And well, you got to look out for this guy. He's going to be all over the map. He's going to be trying to get kill after kill. Ezelon is a name that you cannot forget.
Yeah, you know what? Why don't we actually hear some words coming from Ezelon? Let's hear from the man himself.
So I was really down and out. I was just going from gamer tag to gamer tag. I changed my tag a lot. And I found my permanent alias online, Ezelon, after watching Avatar The Last Airbender, and I just changed the first letter of somebody's name, and Ezelon was created.
And he got his name from Avatar The Last Airbender. He got some good taste. I'm a fan of Avatar The Last Airbender, one of my favorite animated shows.
Yeah, I guess he took it from Azulon from Avatar The Last Airbender. It's good to see where the inspiration came from. There are always those prolific gamer tag hoppers. Looks like Azulon is one of them, as he says he's always changing that gamer tag. But you can see, once again, man, it's the Spanish fettuccine that gets me every time about these MREs, man. It's a good MRE, but come on. You got the chili mac, you got the pizza. You're going with Spanish fettuccine. I know, Tony, I'm offending you as a Jersey native, but come on, man. I think the chili mac is the all-American option.
And I promise you, I will fight to the death. You're right to be wrong. Ooh. It's 100% spinach fettuccine. My man right here knows his. We're talking. He loves Sanctuary, great map. He loves the sniper, great weapon. He also loves Avatar: The Last Airbender. Clearly, he has style. Clearly, he has taste, and you don't. It's fine.
Would you eat the tuna MRE though?
No, absolutely not. I'm not a savage.
It's a very popular choice. I mean, I was reading through the what all these players MREs, what their favorite are. A lot of them put down that tuna, and I have to say, man, the seafood, it gotta be fresh. You know, there's one thing an MRE ain't, and it's fresh. There is nothing fresh about an MRE.
Now I'm in the mood for a tuna melt. Not an MRE tuna. I want a real nice fresh tuna melt.
Oh man.
Either way, we got to learn a little bit about Azulon, and yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
If you were a bender, which bender would you be? You have air, fire, earth,
Is
and
it like,
water.
what would I want to be,
What would
or
you
what
want to be?
would
Yeah.
I be?
Or would you, give me both.
You know what I'm saying? Because
All
I
right,
don't
all right.
want to be that firebender. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Going in and out, but I'd be a rock. You know, the earth, earth, rock.
makes sense.
I think that's what it'd be for me. What about you, Tony?
I'm not a good swimmer, so I just want to be a water bender so I can skate around a little bit.
Man,
you
still-
turn your
no.
weakness into your strength.
What if you're a waterbender but you still didn't know how to swim? You know what I'm saying?
Then I'm in trouble.
Yeah, right. That would be the best. Oh man, guys, we are having some technical difficulties right now with the game. You know, we're trying to get into game 2 as soon as we can. It's going to be on streets, and these players want to get in, especially this player Rain right here. You know, he's got the unique font and everything. He's been a force on the map. You know, he doesn't have that same top end ability that some of the other players have, but he comes up critical in certain moments of the game, and it's those moments that can really capture a victory for your squad.
Why don't we actually speak with Rain? Why don't we hear from Rain and actually find out how we actually got into playing Halo?
Game actually was Halo 2. I didn't grow up when multiplayer was a thing in Halo 2, unfortunately, as much as I would love to. But I did grow up playing Halo 2 with my sister quite a bit, and I kind of learned how to play Halo through there. A big passion of mine throughout my life.
That's a real one right there. You heard what game he said. You heard what he said, Halo 2. And don't get me wrong, you know I love me some Halo Infinite. You guys know I love me some Halo 5, but my roots, they grow deep. They're in the soil. They're over there in Halo 2. That's my man right there. We go way back.
Hey. Halo 2, great. You know, you think he was out there BXRing, double shotting people over in Halo 2. He said he was playing with his sister. Imagine, bro. He had to be a demon on the map.
Now, I got a problem with Rain real quick. We got issues. We got some words. Because ain't no way you're going to talk about Halo 2. And then when they ask you what's your favorite map, you're going to say Blackout. Not the original Lockout. But he's saying Blackout. The remake in Halo 3. Again, Rain, we're going to have some words. You going back from Halo 2. I'm going to assume that was a typo. That's what it was. It was a typo. They even spelled his name wrong. He had like a backwards R in it. It was a typo.
It's just typos, right? I don't know. Blackout's like okay. It's not. I mean, obviously Lockout's the OG. People love it, but
Blackout's trash.
Hey, you know, I tried. You know, it's his favorite. I'm not gonna put up too much of a stiff resistance on your claims over here, Tony. Blackout was, you know, it was DLC for a reason. Let's just say that.
Downloadable content. I don't know, man. I'll leave it behind content. But you know what? Halo 3 has some amazing maps. I love me some Narrows. I love me some Pit. And I love me some Streets. Game number 2 on your way here. We have Marines looking for their second win and taking the series. Meanwhile, Space Force Gaming desperately wanting to send us to a game number 3.
Hero starting off strong, getting that double kill. And what's most important is he's controlling this lane for the team. To make sure that you're controlling each and every lane. But it's the Las Vegas native, Kabase, coming from behind. A triple kill for him.
Earning himself a Stalker Rifle. Kabase now going to rotate that Stalker Rifle all the way toward the B side. Ends up finding multiple Space Force Gaming members and might have overextended a bit on that. And Marine definitely took advantage of that.
You can see Space Force, they were very heavily relying on Kabase's slays to start, and isn't that a welcome look? Skill jumps are back in Halo Infinite as we see the coveted pizza jump make its return.
Now, he hit that smooth, too. Let me tell you, that was clean right there as God Rodriguez taking some heavy damage Rain gonna try to take a back angle here towards the arcade. They're trying to pinch Space Force. They're trying to surround them so ultimately they can get those slays, but looks like Hero is gonna be the first one to fall. Rain not able to get the kill, going down to one shot and ends up being hunted down. God Rodriguez not only able to get the kill, but also able to get away with his life.
One thing I'm noticing about the Space Force roster is that they're on top of the utility weapons on the map. I've already seen a Stalker and a Shotgun in the hands of Kabase. It's earned him a 6-kill stat line so early in the game as he finds his 7th. Kabase truly trying to lead Space Force into a game 3.
Man, Derby got a time to get the assist. He got some slaying to do. But God Rodriguez once again coming in, taking down one, and you're seeing Space Force Gaming start to run in tandem, start to run almost holding hands at this point, baiting and switching. And I'm loving the strategy coming out of them. You have to force that teamwork. You have to force those 2v1s, and that's exactly what you see Space Force Gaming doing in game number 2.
Rodriguez, he has been making impact plays throughout this entire tournament. His team's going to need him to pop up. But the player that we talked about for quite a bit in the pre was Waffles and No Dante. These two players, I want to see them in particular step up for the squad.
Kabase trading out kills, ends up getting a double kill. Rodriguez, excellent timing, able to get onto that Bulldog the moment it comes up, coaching coming into effect. Meanwhile, Rodriguez now taking the weak side flank all the way throughout the subway, and I'm not sure Marine Corps are aware of it. He should be able to get behind enemy lines, and that he does. Ends up getting a big kill, but cannot get away with his life. Ends up being hunted down, and I wonder if Marine Corps are aware that he had the shotgun in his back pocket.
His 5-kill differential comes from the utility weapon usage of Space Force Gaming. They've been on top of all the weapons on the game. They've been able to control them for the most part. Marine Corps, they need to start getting some of their own, and they could start with Waffles right here. The Stalker rifle, so dangerous as he has it in his back pocket.
Remote detonation coming onto the kill feed, a 23-19 lead, putting the 24th on the board. That's a perfect shot coming out of Kabase. Meanwhile, Hand Dog trying to catch an angle towards the arcade. He ain't playing no games. Shots go in, the assist goes down. Space Force Gaming are playing excellent team and fundamental Halo right now.
And look at that as Zulon goes down, and that make a clean wipe. Space Force Gaming able to get all of the Marine Corps onto that respawn screen as they start to find some separation in this game.
I don't, there's no way that I can fathom how Kabase has 15 kills right now, and his team doesn't even have 30 at the moment. He has over half his team killed. If you end the Slayer with 15 kills, you did your job. And Waffles is coming in as well with the Rockets. As of right now, they're going blow for blow, but it's Kabase that is winning the Slays battle right now. 15 kills, and we are not done with this game yet.
That rocket play has an immediate impact, right? Not only does it get the 2 kills for the Marine Corps Gaming, but it also gets Space Force out of their momentum. Now they're going to be on that respawn screen. They're going to have to figure it out, how to break into the spawns once again. And you can see the power weapons starting to shift hands over to the Marine Corps Gaming as they start to tighten up this game. Now only 1 before we're even. Marine Corps Gaming making some waves later on in this game.
Great shots coming in out of Ezalon right there. Wasn't able to get the kill, but forcing the entire Space Force Gaming team to back down. And then you saw Marine Corps really get aggressive once they got Space Force Gaming weak. Another 3 down going in favor of Marine Corps. They try to fight their way into it, which once was a huge lead. Is now down to 1. Marine Corps are striking back.
Hangdog and the crew are trying to finish this one out. Space Force Gaming, their winner bracket life on the line. And you can see Kabase has just been an absolute monster to deal with on the map as he finds his 18th kill. And while 19 could be right around the corner.
You can't stop him. You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him at this point. As the man is 18 and 11, Waffles adding his 14th on the kill feed. They are going blow for blow right now, the leading Slayers, and we do see a lead change. Marine Corps somehow able to take over the game.
And all it is about how you finish the fight. The first half doesn't matter. As long as you can keep it competitive, it's only the 50th kill that'll matter. And Marine Corps know that in their hearts. They started to coordinate with each other. They're starting to gain momentum on this map. Space Force, this could be a second game that slips away.
We're going down to the end game. It looks like Marine Corps are going to be the first ones to get past the 40 kill mark. 42 on the board. Hero shutting things down. Big plays. 3 down. Goes Space Force Gaming. A fresh 3 down. Kabasa, the only player alive. Swanning over toward the PD. They recognize him. They hunt him down. Marine Corps are coming in. They're trying to 2-0.
Space Force had the lead for a considerable amount for this game. In fact, had it almost to a 10-kill deficit at one point. Now, looking at the other end, they're down by 4. A clean team wipe is what's necessary just to tie this game. And Kabase, he led the charge at the start of the game. He's going to have to find a second wind as well as he quickly approaches the 20th kill mark.
Big backstack coming out of Kabase, even earns the assist. Ends up getting the LBR for the second one. Beautifully played by Kabase, putting his 20th kill on the board. But there is only 5 more kills needed for Marine Corps. And Waffle's going to add yet another one. Garrett, can they do it?
Oh, this is going to be a tough look, but Space Force Gaming have the leader behind them. Elamite leading the charge. Kabase with 20 kills of his own. Marine Corps have to be careful to isolate Kabase in this situation, right? You cannot let that man have any freedom on the map. When he gets a kill, it better be called out, and you better get the slay. But check out this flank. Kabase's on the rogue route, and he's going to be able to find damage on 2, but not get the kill. It's going to be up to Space Force to find the collapse and finish Kabase's lunch.
Only 2 kills between these two teams. Only 2 kills needed for Marine Corps to take the game. Every life matters right now. We do see another kill go towards Space Force Gaming. Shots start to go down. Hand-Dog somehow able to stay alive, and luckily has his teammates with him to support him. Meanwhile, Waffles ends up finding a flank. Excellent shots go in. Doesn't find the kill. No Dante going in for the trade. Only 1 more kill needed for Marine Corps.
It's about keeping your life on the line. Make sure you play your corners as it's 49-49, but no! Rodriguez goes down. A hero was needed, and he executes at the end. The Marine Corps get it done in a 50-49 photo finish.
That was sudden death. They couldn't get any tighter in that game number 2, but once again, you can knock down Marine Corps, but you cannot knock them out. They're going to the winners bracket finals.
It's about being icy. It's about being resilient, and that team is chock full of that resilience. Hoaxer behind them leading that charge, and Waffles able to play with Rodriguez towards that game. Those two were incredible in tandem, and well, the Marine Corps, man, they just look so nasty.
How many kills did Kabase end with? This man was absolutely going off, doing everything to keep his team. My gosh, Marine Corps coming out and stealing that game. We're stealing 2 games away in the series. They guaranteed themselves a top 3 finish. They're 1 series away from making it to the grand finals. I cannot believe what I just saw.
And Kabase stepped up for his team, right? 21 slays. And a Slayer almost doing half the work himself, strapping on the backpack 1 strap at a time. Just was not enough for Space Force this time around, but their tournament life still alive. They have the lower bracket run, and I have a feeling that they could be making it out of that lower bracket, but they need to fix some of their mistakes that was made in those previous 2 games.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch the winners bracket finals. I really can't. But this elimination bracket is stacked right now. I couldn't tell you who. I thought I had my favorites come out of the elimination bracket and make it into the grand finals. Toss the papers, toss the stats. I don't know what's going on. This has been one heck of a tournament.
And standing by, Waffles with the Marine Corps Gaming, standing with Blaze, ready for an interview.
All right, we got Corporal Waffle on the main stage. Give it up for the Marine Corps, everyone. Now, Waffle, okay, this series had to be one of the crazy series that we saw so far. Y'all had a crazy comeback in map number 1, and then we saw map number 2, 50-49 victory. How you feeling?
I feel good about it, yeah, that's for sure.
Now tell me, talk to me about the Marine Corps squad here, okay? I talked to your teammate earlier. He said, hey, what makes it special is that you guys are Marines at the end of the day. But tell me about some of the skill sets you guys have to come through tough matches like that.
I mean, we all just are individually skilled, and like I said in my first interview, we're reading the same book now. Like, we're Marines, and we're just here to put in the work.
All right, reading the same book, putting in the work, being on the same page. Tell me about your coach, Hoaxer, okay, and what he's done for the squad, because it's awesome that we get a chance to see all these legendary Halo players and coaches come through to help you guys out.
Yes, it's an honor to be coached by Hoaxer. He took C9 to their first victory there at Raleigh, and he's just really the brain of this team right now. He's giving us raw knowledge that we are able to manipulate in our player skill.
Okay, nice. And with that knowledge, you guys got to go up against Air Force in the winners finals. How you feeling about that?
I was looking forward to it.
All right, looking forward to it. Give it up for Corporal Waffles here on the stage. Desk, break down all the action.
Waffles, of course, popping off in that second game, but the first game, of course, I think we had a dominant performance out of Marines, but the second game, down to the final kill, I don't think we've had a closer game yet in this tournament so far.
I mean, literally the score was at 49-49, and you could just feel the arena, everybody kind of holding their breath for that final kill, and all I saw was Hero's name coming across the kill feed, and he really was the hero for the Marines coming out in game number 2.
Of course, it's Hero that saves the day, but like we said throughout the game, I mean, Waffles with quite a performance as well. Everybody popping off when they need to, and Marines now taking 2 series back-to-back and 2 2-0s back-to-back. We can see our map layout on screen, of course. They took both King of the Hill on Recharge and Slayer on Streets. That puts them in a great position going on in their next series, but it's not going to get any easier up against Air Force.
No, definitely not. We got a good matchup coming up, but I do want to also shout out Kabase coming out in that game number 2, that Slayer Streets. Even though Space Force didn't come out with the win, he put out an amazing performance and really kept his team in it down to those final seconds.
Definitely makes you think that Space Force still has some potential. Of course, you also got Eli Mike. What's going on here, by the way?
They are hyping up their team. We love to see it.
Oh, my God. The energy. The dogs, these boys are coming out, barking on the stage. That's 2 series back-to-back, and that's the type of vibes you expect to see out of a team poised to take this thing.
Yeah, meanwhile, we did have that lower quarterfinals match between the U.S. Army Esports and Coast Guard Gaming, with U.S. Army going up 2-0 in that series as well. So unfortunately, that's all we're going to see from the Coast Guard. Okay. But watch out for U.S. Army as they move forward in that lower bracket. Obviously, our attention is still on that match number 8, that upper finals, which is going to be a best of 5 now that we have both teams there.
Right. And like we were saying, though, you got Space Force that they did lose that series, but they still pretty confident in it. They're going to drop down to face the Navy, and the Navy, of course, had a rough first series to start the day. So Space Force, maybe that's an opportunity to get back some confidence and momentum as they go up against Army, potentially waiting for them a little bit later. So a lot of very exciting matchups yet to come. But I mean, Magic, I can't wait to see Air Force back in action too.
Absolutely right. They give us a great series right here, and then Air Force, who we watched earlier, also very competitive. And as we move forward to the bracket, whether that's the upper bracket or the lower bracket, winding down, I think these matches are just like getting tighter and tighter, but we still have yet to see a match, taken off the other team. We haven't gotten to that game 3 or potentially the game 5 just yet, but it's come down to the wire.
Still have yet to see a game 3, but you know what, Magic, like you said, I think we're going to see it very soon. So I think you should go anywhere. We're going to be back with more Armed Forces tournament very soon. Be right back.
Gold side, anybody that tries to come and got to go through him, goes for the challenge on Ezalon, ends up getting the kill. That's perfect. That's
that shock rifle. Unfortunately, he falls down, but it's no Dante behind everyone throwing in the damage. 3-1 lead in this game.
That's objective efficiency. That's what Space Force Gaming are doing. Match point for them. 1 more hill, and they're taking game number 1 to need 3 captures in order to become your victor. Meanwhile, Space Force runs the town. We're San Antonio, but that's a discussion for another time. As Waffles ends up getting the triple here from the C stair, gets right behind enemy lines. Beautiful shots onto the first. Now goes in for the second one. They are poised to do so. It's a 1-0 lead. Ezalon ends up finding the backside with the sword slice and dice.
Cannot stay alive as this Kabase trying to be the hero. Double kill, Kabase. Hill break for Space Force.
Onto the kill feed, a 23-19 lead. He has over half his team killed. If you end the slay with 15 kills, as the man is 18 and 11. Defeated from Marine Corps.
Make sure you play your quarters as it's 49-49, but no! Rodriguez goes down.
That's game. That's game.
Let's go. Nice. Let's go, JT.
Oh my God, bro.
Let's go.
Nice shot on that one, though.
Hey, good game, brother. Good game.
Let's go, boys.
And the Marine Corps gets.
My name is Kyle Elam. Gamertag is Elamites. Currently with Space Station Gaming, coaching their Halo team. I am a former professional gamer within multiple Halo titles. I've been involved in the Halo scene since early 2005. Casting events, coaching, competing as a pro player, which I did for 7 years. When I first learned of this event happening, and they asked me if I'd like to be a part of it, and I was definitely enthusiastic about it. I mean, this is a completely different take on events that we've had in Halo in the past, and was just happy that they asked me to participate.
My name is Dante Gilbert Rodriguez, and my gamer tag's No Dante. Since I'm new to this team, I definitely have to focus on team fights and actually playing off them, getting cross shots and making sure that I have their back. The only thing that's changed is probably that I feel more excited and more competitive more than ever. It's definitely going to be nice playing on the big stage.
My name is Troy Rodriguez, gamertag is Godriguez. The mindset has kind of always been the same, especially with 3 of us originally competing and then now adding Dante to the mix. It's definitely adding a new dynamic. It's definitely a little bit more slaying power that we're actually able to add. We want to win.
My name is Ryan Cavase. More confident in the new edition. I think we could move things around and make things work.
My name is Dalton Rivers, and my gamer tag is Hangdog. For adding a new player to the roster, I don't think it changed that much. We knew how Dante played with his other team. We knew he was a good player. I feel like we can still slay pretty well.
Yeah, so coming into the event, I really didn't know how on a, kind of a short time frame we'd be able to construct a team and what kind of player pool might be available. I got pretty lucky, actually. They had a really great, established team already. They're all very, teamwork focused. They all have great individual skill levels as well, and they're always trying to help each other out and help each other win, so I think they have really good chemistry.
The most important thing that I think to keep in mind is don't think of the other team as better than you. They're just another competitor that you have to get past. We all just have to work as a team, and we can get through it.
When it comes to Halo or esports in general, one of the best things, the most exciting parts about it is the any given Sunday kind of scenario where you can come out and regardless of how talented a team may be, you can beat them. I've told these guys before, everybody dies in 4 shots. If you out-teamwork them and play to your advantages, you can absolutely beat anyone. Air Force Gaming is a pretty stacked squad. I think there's definitely a chance to upset them and take them down.
We basically played maybe a little bit slower. With Dante, we're able to, I think, play a little bit more aggressive, if anything, just because of the added slaying power that he's able to bring to the game. We're able to really rely on him in terms of helping us win gunfights, and it's actually a really good thing that, we'll keep working on.
You have 4 people that can carry some type of slaying power with them. I feel like we can work the map a lot better.
Semper Supra!
As a personnel specialist, it's admin work, but currently, since I am on the Navy Esports team, I play video games all day. We have a facility that's in Memphis, Tennessee, and we just play video games and get good at them.
This is the closest to Halo 3 and Halo 2 vibes for me, which I like. You got to be able to react to a lot of the situations quickly, and I love every part of it. Halo Infinite brings it back to where you start off with the BR, the mechanics running, and the special equipment you got to use. It's good to combine all those in one.
I've met a lot of really cool people along the way, for sure. I met Mike and a lot of the top dogs, and they really kind of walked me through how to be a good ambassador. Just being able to be a part of the gaming community as well and get to know a lot of these gamers, and the Air Force is creating a community, and it's really awesome.
Yeah, I'm not stressed. I'm pretty confident in our team. Trey Try, he's previously been an MLG pro, and he currently coaches the organization Oxygen. Then 2 of our other players are both HCS players playing Halo, so they're pretty fluent in competitive play. I think as a whole, I think we're in a good spot.
I found out about Air Force Gaming online. I had seen just small bits and pieces of it, but I was introduced to Oliver Parsons at the Kansas City HCS event 3 weeks ago. Found out about a last chance qualifier and essentially put together a squad, and then we just sort of dominated the tournament, and that's how I joined officially, but finding out about it a long time in the making.
So I grew up as a gamer since like age 2, age 3, playing Nintendo 64, PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2. Then the Xbox came out, and me and my brother, we've played every Halo, every campaign together, grinded matchmaking, watched the competitive scene from when it started from MLG for Halo up to the current HCS for Halo. And me and my brother, we've always had a competitive passion for video gaming.
My favorite gun, the generic answer is probably the BR, but if I want to give like something different, it's probably going to be the Bulldog, because if you get up in somebody's face with a Bulldog and a thrust, you can put 2 shots, thrust somewhere, and then put the 3rd shot and they're dead. So it's really cool that it was made for Infinite too, because they're going to have the original shotgun coming eventually, and then they have the Bulldog, which is the automatic shotgun.
Cola, JT, Stunts, you guys are my team for Call of Duty. You guys brought me here in the first place. Thanks. And I kind of want to see how the Army team is going. I've heard a lot of good things, and I'm sure we can put up a good fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to FORCECON 2022 live in San Antonio, Texas. Make some noise.
And I love the fellow Texans out here. They've been doing their best to bring the excitement today. San Antonio, a beautiful city with some beautiful people and some beautiful Halo gameplay ahead of us.
I don't know if they can hear the crowd at home, but they live right now. They live. It sounds like they ready for this winners bracket finals. Keep in mind, no matter what happens at this point, both of these teams are guaranteed a top 3 finish, but I don't think they're happy with that. Why don't we take a look at the bracket? Garrett, what is this bracket telling you?
Look at that Air Force Gaming squad. That's the team to look out for.
Air Force Gaming, the real deal. They were, pretty much the #1 ranked team coming here, but we're starting to see that there's a lot more competition. We were talking about US Army for a little bit. We were talking about Space Force Gaming for a little bit, but we were neglecting Marine Corps. I apologize. They put in that work. They came in hot, and they earned their right here in the winners finals. They're going up against Air Force. This is our winners bracket finals. The winner of this is going to the grand finals and having that competitive advantage over the team coming out of the lower bracket.
The thing about this Marine Corps squad, though, is that they've been resilient and they've been able to come back What we have yet to see is them just dominate the game. Air Force Gaming, a squad that can absolutely come out and just take it to you from the start. We need to see a stronger beginning from this Marine Corps Gaming squad if they want to take Air Force Gaming the distance, because this is going to be one of their toughest matchups they'll have today.
Yeah, I've been playing with these Air Force Gaming squad for quite some time. I've got to play many games with Trade Tribe, many games with Command Station, and let me tell you, they're the real deal. They really are. But Marine Corps, they don't drop out. It's crazy. Even when they're down, they fight. They claw the way back into it, and they steal games and ultimately steal series away from their opponents.
Yeah, Air Force Gaming, full of all-stars, starting with Command Station. She quickly made her name for herself in Halo 5 as a 2v2 phenom, and I was looking to take on the HCS world. Posey, another incredible up-and-coming AM player in the Halo community. Quickly see him maybe become pro status soon.
I apologize, I couldn't hear you over the roar of the crowd because they love themselves some Air Force Gaming coming from across the U.S., coming here in San Antonio. And actually, we have a local here. Schlags is right here from Texas.
Yeah, stationed out of San Antonio, Texas. This man didn't have to go far to compete today, but he's got the home crowd behind him.
And now we're taking a look at Marine Corps, also coming from across the globe. Waffles, Ezelon, Rain, and Hero making up this Marine Corps roster, and I can't say it enough. They have continued to impress me so much I threw my pen earlier for no reason. They've continued to claw their way back into games. They've continued to steal games away from some of the top competition that we have in our armed forces. We got to show some respect. We got to put some respect on the names of Marine Corps.
Now, we've seen all these players step up when it's needed to. Hero making clutch plays, getting the double kills necessary. Ezelon leading this team in the slaying ability. Waffles coming clutch when needed. And then Rain really seems to be that support player who helps activate all these players on the team. He's out there getting the important assists. He has great positioning as a player, and it helps form a roster that is just playing as a team, and I think that's why they've been able to come so far.
You talked about the slaying ability of Ezelon. There's no way that I'm ever going to forget that Game 2 Street Slayer in the winner's bracket semifinals where he was 15-6. The team only had 29 kills as a unit. He had 15 kills by himself, literally grinding his team forward.
And what's important to note, Tony, is we're in best of 5 territory. Winners finals, no more best of 3s. You got to get it done in 3. And this is an important match because if you win from the winner's side and you go to grand finals, well, you get a 1-game advantage in grand finals, which can be an absolute difference maker. This match is for massive stakes in today's tournament.
That one game can be everything. It could be the difference of you going to a Game 5 or you ending a 3-1 series. Lots of implications on the line here in this winner's bracket finals.
Well, I want to get right into the action right away, so let's go to our 2 casters, Shyway and Magic.
Magic, don't move a muscle.
This is very difficult. I think I won the 1v1 balancing a Halo figurine on your head upside down contest.
I haven't moved yet. It's still, it's still there.
It's terrifying.
You know,
well, we'll see what happens.
I think the best Halo players have a very balanced approach to the game.
I like that. I like that. They have to have poise. They have to have a inner stillness. Oh, shoot.
I will take my dub.
All right. You win this time. But
let's go.
More importantly, who's going to win of the 2 teams that are getting stacked up and ready to go? That was just our fun, mini game, and it's all right, Shai. You can have this win.
And just an extension of balance is, can they maintain that balance throughout the game? I think with all the pressure on the line and what we've experienced so far, especially Marine Corps kind of creeping up, starting to take the spotlight here. 2 back-to-back 0-2 or 2-0 series that they've had. Now they're going up against arguably the best team in the league, and as talented as Air Force are, they had a very close shave. Even though it was a 2-0, it was a very close series we witnessed with them.
Yeah, I agree with you. Marines are really stepping up their competitive level, and they, especially coming into this winner's finals, they're the team that has had the most time on the stage. So maybe that comfort level, that level of balance that you're talking about comes from now their familiarity with their surroundings and being up there having that stage presence. So We'll see how it pays off when they head into. This is a tough competition for them.
I think comfort on the stage is a big thing, and I think Posey's interview was a perfect answer to that. Is just coming off the series with Air Force, Posey, talked with Blaze, and he said that we weren't playing at our pace, at the pace that we're used to playing. They were playing very slow, a little bit scared, maybe a little bit nervous, right? And I think it's that main stage energy, just the fact that there's a lot on the line, there's a lot of pressure, so you don't take the risks that you're used to taking in game, and the next thing you know, your whole pacing is off the balance as the team, right? Isn't as it should be. So I think it's just like you said, getting the reps in, getting comfortable on the stage. You start to play your game, you start to play at your pace, and then everything starts to connect.
Yeah, it's like a tower of Jenga bricks. If you take away too many, it starts to lose that stability. But the team can rally. They can slide in some blocks to kind of formulate that foundation and build back up. And they have a lot to work off of. And it looks like just like that, we're hopping into game number 1. We've seen these 8 players before, but we have not seen them facing off against each other.
We definitely haven't, Magic. So I'm glad we got it on screen. Back on the streets, and this time King of the Hill. And you can see the Rockets up center. Command Station, the first one to grab him. But can't she get away with her life? She's being hunted.
She is being hunted, but she's trying to escape away, and I think those Rockets are going to create some space. It'd be tough to go up against her. She gets a beautiful takedown, and that's going to allow her to kind of dip back behind the tower, regen that health. We already hear some cheering happening because we know that this is the first best of 5 today, and these teams are ready to roll.
Well said, Magic. Our first best of 5 of the tournament, the winners finals as well. We're going to punch their ticket into grands, and that's exactly where both these teams want to be. And I got to say, we talked about pacing. The speed that we're seeing off the rip out of Air Force, they definitely came to play.
Here comes the zone capture, coming back with Hero rolling onto the zone. He gets a huge takedown, but immediately Command Station takes advantage. Now look at that bottom bar. Air Force is about to take zone number 1. Command Station needs to hold on for just a few more seconds. She's going to have some help from Posey with a nice grenade kill.
Full command of the first hill, just a sliver on the side of Marine Corps. You can tell they're feeling the pressure early on here. Now, it looks like Marine were ready for the setup on the second hill, but as they're sitting there, you can see they're starting to drop like flies. Command Station and team, once again, they're right in it.
There's a short intermission there between the hills, and I think in that time, Marines were really posted up on this seaside hill, but not able to get any time when the hill actually spawned in. Immediately, Air Force was ready. You see multiple players there holding onto the hill. One player up here at high ground, that is Command Station, and Posey on the right side. He's going to run into Hero. He uses the grenades for damage as he shoots out the spike and gets the double kill.
What a smart idea out of Posey. He takes 2 for 1 with that play and opens up the opportunity for Schlegs to pick up Rockets. And look at this. They got all the artillery. They're going to bring it into the back of seat and just let the enemy come to him.
Posey was taken down in that fight, but not before he stopped that onslaught that the Marines were sending. Look at the time on the hill now. Just a few seconds left for Marines to contest. 1 rocket, 1 kill, 2 rockets, 2 down. Schlegs gets a nice double.
That's a nice little 2 for 1. He'll put it to good use. And notice how he dropped the stalker there for a teammate. So just the combination of it all. Marine Corps, they have a bit of a shaky foundation to work off of in this game 1, but can they find their footing? 2 caps so far in the favor of Air Force. 2 more kills on the feed as well. Ezelon will be the first one to step in the hill, but he's down numbers.
We saw Air Force earlier on the streets map. It was kind of a stop and go game. You almost got out of your seat on that one.
Wow. The savior from Command Station there, Posey, just looks down and shakes his head. Don't you try it.
That's what they need from Air Force, is covering for each other. And that's when I think this squad is really at their finest, is when they can get that cover fire. So love to see that kill come through. Command Station picks up another. Posey picks up another. But the Marines keep on coming, one after the other. Command Station using that high ground and winning a fight, ducking down the low ground, winning another fight.
Now, Magic, they do call the Marines the Devil Dogs, all right? These boys are tenacious. I expect them to bounce back. But, on the other side, I think this is exactly what Air Force needed. We talked about their slow pace coming out of their series with the Army. Now that they've got their footing, we can see what they can really do, and it just seems like they're just getting started.
It does seem like they've hit their stride. We were talking about that Street Slayer game earlier on where they did end up taking that series 2-0 versus the Army. But remember, the Streets game was very stop and go, very back and forth. And now it seems like it's all go and no stop.
Oh, it's all go. Take a look at the stats, by the way. Schlegs is 10-1. He's got a shotty to make it 11. The melee out of rain will shut him down early, but those stats looking pretty. You got 12-1 at a Command Station, only 1 death so far And you can see they feel the pressure in a big way. They need to get some slays. If they want any hope of getting to this third to fourth and final hill at this point, they need to win their fights.
Yeah, as far as this King of the Hill match is concerned, this hill is do or die on the side of the Marines. They're throwing everything they can at that hill. Hero launching frags across the map. There's going to be 2 players around the corner. He gets some shots on command station.
Here we go.
Down, locking on to the next target, but Trey's going to win out that fight.
He's the hero they needed, but isn't enough, Magic. He's getting a couple kills there just to even the odds. You can see they do have presence in the hill, but Schlag's making it so damn difficult. And right behind him, he's got command station with the Stalker as well. The coverage here going to be so helpful in just getting presence in this hill.
This is it for the Marines. I'd like to see them putting some time on the board. They know that they have to hold right here. Trey is just dealing out damage while all the attention is on that hill. He's coming right around behind the players, catching them off guard and picking up a nice double.
I mean, what a well-executed play out of Air Force, and they're still going. Coverage on the whole map. You got a pinch coming in back B. Well, command station lights him up from Subway. You can see she's in trouble in a 1v1, but not worried. There's always a teammate there as a saving grace, and what a dominant performance for game 1. It's already over, Magic.
That was like a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Air Force with 3 players in double digits for kill just had lockdown on this Streets map.
I took a quick peek at those stats. I think I saw 14 and 1 at a command station. I think we saw 13 maybe out of Schlag, so just slays across the board out of this entire team. Very confident. It makes you wonder, you know, what happened coming off of that series with Army? They had a very closely contested series. They weren't playing at their pace. So what happens? They go back, maybe scrim, maybe talk amongst each other and you know, figure out what was the weak point? What was going wrong? How do we, you know, bring it back together so that when we come back up on the stage, we bring our A game? Whatever pep talk they had, it worked.
Yeah, and I think we should credit Clutch, right? The coach there. So when they went back, they had that little break in between matches, and they can just fine-tune a little bit, and whatever that talk was, you have to give them credit because it is paying off in this series.
Here's a couple replays on screen for one of the fastest games we've seen to start the series here, and what a smart play, right? One of my favorite plays in the game there at Posey, because look what it opened up for Schlags to do afterwards. You can see him just trading out power weapon after power weapon, but I think the combo of the team plays and the team fire as well was really the key to success in this one.
I love that little shaking the head back and forth. Like, you might have had me, but I have my teammates. They got my back. And that's the teamwork factor coming through here. Even on the esports side, you have to watch your teammates back.
Completely agree. I think that final play in that fourth hill was a perfect example. But here we go. The Air Force audience is looking strong. They came to support them, and for good reason. I mean, at this rate, who is going to stop Air Force? Marine Corps do have a shot in this series. It's our first best-of-5 series of the day. So, yes, they did go down, and yes, things do look rough at the moment. But 2 games left to turn things around, to give us a show, to gain back momentum. And I said it before, they call them the Devil Dogs. I don't think they call them that for nothing. I expect these boys to come back with a force.
Well, hopefully their bark isn't worse than their bite, because they need to come out here with a ferocity in game number 2 to work their way back into the series. And we know that they're capable of it. You know, King of the Hill plays really well into the strengths, I feel like, of Air Force. They have great map control, and they have a patience to push the zone control at the right time. But, you know, in a different map and mode, it might play back over to the side of the Marines.
Well, you said it, Magic. Different map and mode coming up. It's going to be an Aquarius Slayer, by the way. We can see our maps and modes on the bottom of the screen here. Strongholds Recharge, Slayer Recharge, and CTF Aqua. Of course, if we get there at this rate, things have been a little bit one-sided. But Slayer Aquarius, very different vibe, right? You don't have rockets in center map. You don't have a stalker to work with. Really just about that camo up on top mid, but also those dynamos spawn over on car side. The heat wave, basically a shotgun on the other side of the map. So definitely some points of contention to control. And then I think the snowball effect that comes with the spawn control and using the thrusts, I think, to get there quickly.
I think that early map control is going to be even more important on Aquarius than it would be on Slayer, because you have just more routes of movement when it comes to the streets, rather. But here on Aquarius, that early top-mid control is going to be crucial, and want to see if Marines can fight their way to that active camo and also just lock down those spawns.
Well, here we go. Game 2, like you said, top mid going to be important to collect. And Posey's already collected the first kill, by the way. It's the heat wave to do it. Little trade comes in thanks to Rain and a commando. On screen, we have Waffles, though. We haven't seen too much of Marine just yet. They've been having a tough opening. And maybe that's because look who's stealing the spotlight. Command station and a camo.
I don't know if she's stealing the spotlight. She might be avoiding the spotlight with that active camo ready. And she is coming right. Drops down behind Hero, gets the back smack. She still has active camo to work with, and meanwhile, Trey is doing some work. Even in the low ground, he's putting those grenades in that BR to work.
You know what? Took the spotlight for the audience, maybe not for the enemy team. They can't seem to find her, and because of it, 6-4 to start the game. Now, Marines did get a couple crucial trades to keep this close, but you can see the result of going down to a deficit. Command Station is on the hunt. I think she might have just whiffed one down below. Can she find it in time? Couple trades in the feed here, still looking for a competitor. Right-hand side, is it? She's going to have to back down here.
That shot across mid, although, you know, dealing out some damage, gives away her position as well. As there's 2 players there in that utility room that could easily double back. And now we see 3 players from Air Force, all forced back into this utility corner. Waffles going for the flank play, but they were ready with grenades, and now Schlegs picks up another kill. Now look at all 3 players from Air Force locking in on this target across top mid, and Command Station gets the melee on Rain.
This is the worry here. Once Marine Corps goes down in unison like this, 3 dead, they end up spawning together as well. It makes the game easier for Air Force to lock down spawns. Right now, Command just holding down top pink. Schlegs looking to get aggressive and yellow. You can see he's blinking. Gonna have to stay up. The nades won't keep him alive, but Posey's here to pick up the pieces.
Posey has Waffles down to 1 shot, but there's the team fire coming in as Posey is taken down. So I see a little bit of a shift here as now Marine Corps are starting to do the team shooting that we saw from Air Force early on. There's another takedown. Waffles is down, but 2 players from Air Force are also down. Posey with 1 kill, Command Station with another, and she's looping right back to high ground where she finds yet another target. She's going to win this fight. She's not stopping.
You know what? I think coming off of that last series, she said, you know, we didn't make big enough waves. We didn't do enough damage, right? 9-1 in this game, by the way. She was dominating game 1. Game 2, she's come out full confidence. So, you know what? Sometimes it takes time to get used to the main stage pressure. And then once you do, the snowball effect in session. 3 dead on the feed, by the way. 20-12 for Air Force here.
2 of those 3, credit to Schlegs, who picks up a double kill as well. Now Rain trying to contest that top mid control, dealing out some good damage on Command Station, but now that red alert saying that there's shots coming from behind you. He's forced to leave that fight. Perfect timing to drop down and get the back smack on Posey.
Nice little live out of Rain, just doing whatever he can to even the odds. And it's going to be tough with Trey here in this heat wave. You get close to him, he's got a secret weapon in the back pocket. Looks like he's going straight out front for the fight here. Might find himself in a pinch, but if he plays his life carefully, and there you go. The teammates coming in as a saving grace. The timing of these collapses we've seen out of Air Force, they've always got somebody to work with nearby.
You know, you're talking about what is it that Air Force is kind of hitting that next level, their next stride. You see right there on that little camera, we saw Clutch right there, coaching his team, getting them ready, and maybe even telling them, go after those 1v1s. That's what I'm seeing from Air Force. They seem more confident in taking those fights.
So much more confident. Because of it, Magic, this might be starting to snowball. 11 kill advantage here for Air Force. 26 camo about to spawn. Hero, he's got to turn around. There's a sneak attack behind him. It's Schlegs. Trey with a kill on the feed. We got Eslon to hit the trade on it, but is it enough to win their fight center map? Camo's about to pop here.
There was some more heat wave to try to compete against, and that is going to deal out some damage. All 4 Air Force players now. Back coming on the refrigerator side, looping back around to the base. There's a nice takedown. Schlegs is taking the low route. There's a player, I think that's Eslon, right around the corner. They're going to meet face to face, and Eslon with that quick jump back gets the win.
Eslon with the win, but then Posey there to clean it up, and look who got away with camo. Command Station. Oh, she opens fire. About to be pushed by 2, though. Nate's going to come in. They will get the trade. She'll walk away with 1 kill. Trades at this point. Money for Air Force. We can't see trades for Marines. At this point, they cannot afford mistakes, Magic.
The only positive maybe in that one, even though it was a trade which, you know, favors the team ahead, but they did get camo out of play. So credit to the Marines for tracking down that camo player and dealing with them swiftly. We're seeing a lot of Air Force playing on the Dynamo side of the map over here, and even using that low ground to their advantage. Still some top mid control, though, as you see players on both sides. The Marines are trapped back in utility. You do not want to be trapped in the close room with Dynamos in play.
Yep, this is why we talked about car side control being so important. I mean, you see the electricity come in. It's the combo of the slowdown and the damage that it does makes it so difficult. Because of it, 41 on the board and 9 kills left to close it. We said it was a best of 5 Magic and that they had time to get their footing, but I mean, when you look at the pressure here, you wonder if there's anything Marine can do to bounce back.
They don't have much time to find that bounce back. So if there's hope, they need to take down Schleich. They need to get advantage of that heat wave. It looks like they're going to do that. Now let's see what work they can put out with that heat wave. Just watch and listen. I love that sound effect coming out of the heat wave. It's so satisfying. You hear it there firing, and in this close quarters place, it can deal out some damage as the rounds come through. But again, trades are not what the Marines are looking for.
Right, we see Marines picking up a couple kills here and there, but they're bleeding as they do it, and at this rate, it just seems unwinnable. Make it 48. That's Trey with a kill. Schleich looking to answer as well. 2 kills to close. It just seems like a matter of when it'll happen. Oh, big one out of Echelon, but there's the double out of Schleich's to answer, and once again, a dominant performance out of Air Force.
Air Force looking to be in their finest form in this match. They put the pedal to the metal, and they didn't let up the gas. That gives them the 2-0 advantage. But remember, it's a best of 5, so it's now or never for the Marines if they want to stay in that winner's bracket.
Man, the pressure out of Air Force right now. You can feel it in the venue, the energy from the fans, and then once the game ends, silence, right back to focusing and just going back to the game plan. What can Marine Corps do to bounce back in this? You can see Coach Hoaxer behind them. He's going to need to find some words to boost them up, get them a little more optimistic about Game 3, and maybe we can see something.
I love this camera angle. I mean, they did such a great job with the stage. We got the red and the blue and the lighting focusing on the players. But from here, we can even see those coaches, right? They've been such a crucial part of building up these teams over the past few days, getting them practiced up, ready for the big stage. And now both of them, you can see nonstop calling out instructions, giving those final pointers.
And we talked about that even pre-tournament, just the unique position that a coach is in Halo. A coach is an active part of the team throughout the entire game, which you don't typically see in other sports. In esports, the coach might come in, in between plays. You'll talk to him or in between matches. But Hoaxer, I mean, his comms are throughout the game, whether it's calling out players, calling out power-ups as they spawn, keeps the players in check, makes sure that they're aware of every little thing that they need to be aware of to stay in the game here. But at this point, I think it's going to take more than just a little awareness to bounce back against Air Force. They're just playing so well together, Magic.
Yeah, I wonder if there wasn't a part of the conversation there with their coach Clutch where he says, go after those kills. Play aggressive. Don't play scared of the other team. And again, it goes back to the Air Force talking about the only team that can beat us is if we beat ourselves. And right now in this series, they feel like they're actually on the same page. We don't see grenades going at teammates. We don't see them shooting themselves in the foot, literally or figuratively in the match. But now instead, we have that team fire coming through and a more aggressive pushes on the slaying side.
It really just seemed like a matter of, like you said, can we conquer our own domain and get into our comfort zone? And because of it, things are looking great for Air Force. One more game potentially in this series for Marine to bounce back. And if they do, we got a little bit more to go in this series. But for now, it's a strongholds on recharge, Magic. So definitely something that could last a little longer, that could go the distance. Going to need map control on this one for sure to dominate the hills, and lots of weapons to cover while you do it.
No, absolutely right. Recharge is one of the maps that has the most versatile equipment sets, in my opinion. And the way the map plays is there's just kind of this hallway almost running around the map at a big open plane out in the middle that's split between the pit down low where the camo spawns and then the top mid, which is B. When it comes to strongholds, B is one of the hardest zones to capture for that reason. There are lines of sight from every corner.
It's definitely rough, and if you can find your opponents in a trap, forced to go to B, then that would be an ideal situation. But you got to get the weapons before you do it, so here we go. Game 3, Air Force looking to close this out dominant, or maybe the Marines have an answer.
Well, Hero right there out the gates went for the active camo, but was not able to reach it to the camo. It looks like camo went into the hands of Air Force. Command station kind of circling around. You see B and C both actively being captured on the side of Air Force, but being stopped by Waffles dropping down. B is still being contested. Neither team has locked that zone down.
Remember, Waffles and Hero, big part of the reason why Marine were able to bounce out of their series strong in the previous one. And maybe Waffles can be the one to make a play to turn things around this time. Though the first points, they're already on the board here for Air Force. You can see they've locked down B and C, and they're also moving as a unit as well. As good as you might be individually, if you run into 2 players, what do you do?
And that's what Air Force are doing. They have 2 groups of 2, one in the back pipes, and the other group of 2 here rotating over to A. They might be able to converge, but again, if you're moving as a set of 2, you can pick off individual players, and that's what Air Force is doing as Trey rounds the corner. This player's already been softened up for for him, finishes it off with a melee.
You can just tell how well they're communicating together when you see how much confidence Trey has with the flank as well. And here we go, Posey putting the sword to use. Now that he's got the kill, he can safely get the C, but instead he wants two. And oh, Ezelon, what a fight to win. But is that enough to get to a hill? You can see Command Station didn't let him live long.
Ezelon was so keen keeping that fight at long range against someone with a sword, but also at the bottom of the stairs, almost using it as a head glitch to be able to line up some shots over top. Beautiful win right there, and now Waffles trying to hold this top control in Attic, but Schlegs is going to take him down, and now the sword falls into the hands of Rain. He's making a hard push for A.
Rain is full sprinting into A. Don't get in this man's line of sight, or it might get a little dicey. He'll finally get to A to do it, but can they get a capture, right? They get that A cap, they will get points on the board. You can see they have presence in B at the same time, and C is being traded. And here we go directly in the Command Station. She'll get the melee, but note that it does not take him out. One of the advantages of having a sword here is you can survive those melee trades.
That survivability is so key, and a great use of the sword there for now Marines to get some points on the board. An early lead coming out from Air Force, but we have to get all the way to 250, so plenty of time for the Marines to bounce back, and this B capture is going to be important. Command Station trying to take it away from them. She's got the zone up to 3/4. She's going to finish that capture, immediately make her way to the grapple. The crowd is getting into it. We need some cheering for Command Station.
You can see who stole the heart of the crowd by the moment she comes up on screen, right? She's just capping the hill, and the crowd goes wild. But Command Station stealing our hearts, stealing the game as well. Can they lock this down strong? 78 and counting. Full map control here for Air Force.
And as soon as you see that triple cap come through, if your team has all 3 zones, points count by double. So you'll go up 2 at a time. But it does look like Marines answer back quickly. That A capture being really crucial to stop the bleeding. But now we see Air Force crossing that 100-point mark. Marines need to find an answer. They're not going to find it there.
Definitely not. When it comes to close quarters brawl, it seems like Trey's got the edge. You can see Schlegs is holding the shock rifle as well, so just the combo of all the weapons, even Trey with the disruptor in the back pocket. Don't see it too often, but in strongholds it can definitely do some damage.
You can deal some solid energy damage with that disruptor. And it's kind of a pesky little weapon because it does that damage over time. Just makes it annoying for the opponent who's trying to regen back that shield. Speaking of the opponents, we see Zulon there at the bottom of the control room, but now Posey right around the corner going after. We got a little 1v1 here at Mangler spawn, and Posey's going to take advantage, but he doesn't even have a second to breathe. He's immediately looking for that next target.
Right. I mean, what do you do if you're on Marine Corps right now? No matter, big kill at a Waffles. That's what you got to do, right? You got to win your 1v1s. It's your only chance at success. But the moment he pops out to get a shot and he's just melted, the entire map accounted for by Air Force. Ezelon going to do what he can to cap B, and great names to just back off Posey, but isn't enough to hold on to the capture. He'll get to grapple. Teammates over on C side. He's getting aggressive onto Trey. Needs the kill, but Trey will ice up.
Trey iced up that kills, and with it, Trey passes the double digits marks. He's sitting at 11 kills now. Posey also at 10, so 2 players from Air Force leading the way on kills. And look at this, familiar from last game on Aquarius, Command Station with the active camo.
Grapple back up the top, Matt. You can see spawners up on C as well. She's got a victim down below. And somehow the com's not coming through fast enough. Can she get him? She will. That's 2 dead. And the remaining 2 members on C, they're going to have to scramble to get out of gunfire here.
Well, those 2 remaining members, I think we're calling out. Warning, here comes the sword. Ezelon fighting to keep control of this zone. They have C locked down, but C alone is not enough to get them points on the board. You see that also Marines now going for B, but at the cost of C. That's a net even when you trade one zone for the other.
That's definitely the difficulty is just every answer we see from Marine Corps, there's always a counter answer at an Air Force. You get B, we'll take C, and while you get B, we're going to cross you up in B as well. But big kill out of Ezelon just to take the hill back quickly, try to slow the bleeding. At this point, we're past the 200-point mark. They need 250 to win it, so very quickly, this is slipping out of control for Marine Corps.
Not much time left for Marine Corps, but that's one of the beauties of Strongholds, is that it's not over until you see that 250 across the scoreboard. So anything is possible, but what is it going to take from the Marines for them to come back? You called winning those 1v1s, but also somehow finding that map control, predicting those respawns.
Somebody needs to pop off, and I was looking at Ezelon to do it, but unfortunately he now joins the black screen. Remaining 2 members up on the box will get taken. There goes Rain. Camo in the hands of Posey. 10 points now to close it as well, Magic. So, I mean, unless we see perfect play in a Marine, I think it's out of the running here.
And just like that, they lost another zone, and the clock keeps ticking in the favor of Air Force. They have pressure on all sides, 249, 250. Air Force are going to sweep this series.
What a performance out of Air Force. They came to play, Magic, and at this point, I mean, taking winners finals in that fashion, I mean, they're waiting in grands, and I don't know who can handle them at this point.
I mean, we saw them against Army, and they won that series 2-0, but I think since then they've gotten even better than this best of 5. They really were the dominant team in the winners finals, but it's not over yet. They've secured their spot in the grand finals, but we will have some lower bracket play to see who else is going to work their way into the competition.
See, the worry now is in the previous series with Army, it was a lot closer. Their pacing was off. It seemed like there were weak points in the defenses of Air Force. And if you're on the Army team, even though you lost, you're thinking, okay, we got potential, right? Yeah. We managed to get these very almost victories, very close games. So maybe if we can keep playing our game coming confidently, we can shatter them in grand finals when we come back. But the worry now is that Air Force just got the best series they could ever experience, basically, to give them the massive confidence boost that they need to punch their ticket into grand finals. Note that in grand finals, they have a one-game advantage as well when we get into that final best of 5. So the combination of it all, I mean, they could not be more confident. If you're Army now, you might be a little worried that you can't shatter their confidence anymore.
Yeah, I think if it came down to it, I mean, Army Marines, that would be a matchup I would want to see, but neither of those teams have been able to match the talent and skill level of this Air Force lineup. But it's left to be seen. It's not over yet. Although Air Force have everything going in their favor, they have that spot in the grand finals. They have that one-win advantage, but we still have teams that are fighting to get back on this main stage.
What a tally, though, in the end of that, right? So we can see the blue on screen, of course. We can't see the exact score lines, but if I could just try to go off memory, right? What was King of the Hill 4-0 out of Air Force? Slayer Aquarius, I want to say, was dominant fashion as well. Maybe not a stake, but definitely looked good out of them.
I think it was 50 to 30 something for the Marines.
Okay, and then of course Stronghold's recharge as well, closing it out with a dominant 3-0, and no doubt just setting the precedent for what's to come in grand finals. But before we get there, we do have multiple matches to go. I believe we still have losers semis, we still have our losers finals, so we still have opportunities for these other competitors to get some confidence and go up against Air Force. And it's not going to be pretty. I can't wait to see it, though. Let's send it back to the desk, send it back to Tony and Tools.
Gaming are going to the grand finals. The fan favorites are guaranteed top 2 in this tournament no matter what happens, and also have a competitive advantage in that grand finals. You hear that crowd, you know who they want.
This is an Air Force home crowd if I've ever seen one. The Air Force, well, they travel well. These guys are ecstatic in this venue. I've never seen someone have so much support, and the players from Air Force are taking it in stride. They look like they belong, especially with how Command Station played in particular. She absolutely popped off in Game 1 and Game 2. She looks as if she belongs on a main stage no matter what tournament she's playing in.
My only question I have going forward is, who are they going up against? Who's going to be joining them in that grand finals? Who's going to step in? Because I'm going to tell you, there's some tough competition within the lower bracket. We now know that Marines are down there. We know that Space Force Gaming are down there. There are plenty who want to contend to make it into the grand finals for their rematch against Air Force Gaming.
There's a ton of action still to come, and I have an eye on a couple teams in particular. The U.S. Army is going to be the team I'm looking out for the most. I think they got off that stage and they were telling them, I shall return. They're going to be back, in their opinion, and I think they have the talent to do so. But Space Force also sitting down in that lower bracket. We saw some impressive moments from them, and I want to see if they can maybe tie it together. Remember, it was 2 incredibly tight games that they played against the Marines that let the Marines go to our winners final. A couple mistakes change. Space Force could have been that team that we were watching instead of Marines. So I think they have an opportunity in lower bracket. That being said, the 3 big teams remaining, Marines, Space Force, and the U.S. Army, I think it's all razor thin edge. I'm not sure who's going to be the one that eventually claims the title.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. I mean, that winners bracket finals was really close. Even the winners semifinals where they went up against U.S. Army. Yes, it was a 2-0, but it was the eyeball test. If you actually watched the series, you saw how close it was. You saw that U.S. Army was just a few mistakes away from maybe taking the game and possibly the series. I can't wait to see if that rematch is gonna happen or who's gonna make it out of that lower bracket.
Yeah, the lower bracket's gonna be an absolute gauntlet. It's going to be incredible to watch.
Now, I'm hearing we got special guests coming back. Ooh. I'm hearing my man Xavier Woods is coming back. Oh, there he is.
Oh, come on.
WWE superstar, Xavier Woods.
And I know this Air Force crowd can get loud. Get loud for Xavier Woods.
I'm trying to find out who's giving that championship belt to. Who's getting that belt?
Everybody, we just watched Air Force Gaming in a dominant 3-0 performance. Give it up for them one time. We got Airman First Class up here on the main stage. Command Station, okay? Allie, you just came out here and dominated that series. We saw you on a frenzy to kick it off. We saw y'all run through the Marine Corps every single game, and what a dominant performance it was. You know what? Let's actually take a look at the highlights and run it back for the one time.
He'll take her kill, diving into Hill as well. I think we got two members in there to clean up, but she's not worried. Making a spree and a double on the fakie there.
But the Marines keep on coming, one after the other. Command Station using that high ground.
Wow. Having a tough opening. And maybe that's because look who's stealing the spotlight. Command Station and a camo.
I don't know if she's stealing the spotlight. She might be avoiding the spotlight with that active camo ready. And she is coming right.
Scramble to get out of gunfire here.
Well, those two remaining members, I think, were calling out, warning, here comes the sword.
Man, what a bunch of plays right there. Give it up one more time for Airman First Class, Command Station. Now, we got Xavier Woods up here, so that must mean one thing. You must got a presentation. You must got something to present to her.
Well, there's a little something that I came with here today that I showed everybody, and that is this fantastic WWE Championship. And as I stated, it is going to the MVP, and that is Command Station.
That is a beautiful belt you have right here. What does it mean? How does it feel to be here with everyone cheering for the Air Force? You guys got so many fans in the building. They've been absolutely keeping this place electric. How are you feeling right now?
It feels amazing. It feels great to represent the Air Force and to represent women in gaming as well.
Oh yeah, bring it up. And you know, I got a chance to watch you play in the big Halo tournaments in the open bracket, and now you're out here dominating for the Air Force. Tell me a little bit about your team and how did you guys get here?
Oh man, I just got my team together. I just hit them up one by one. And then we played in the last call qualifier together and we made it here, so.
All right, Air Force in the building, getting it done. Allie, any last shout outs you want to give, any thanks you want to give to the people out there who've been supporting you?
Just telling everybody thank you. I wouldn't be where I am without all these amazing people in my life, so.
All right, y'all, everybody give it up for her one more time. That's gonna do it for us here on the main stage. Desk, break it down.
That championship belt was nice. I'm just saying, I'm not gonna try to 1v1 her for it because I'll probably lose. But if she could just let me hold it, I wanna hold it for a little bit, just a minute.
Hey, I gotta say, it has to stay on the main stage. It was sparkly. It looked as if it belongs in the spotlight, just like how Command Station's proving how she belongs on the main stage every single time. She absolutely popped off in our last game.
Yes, she did, and they stamped their ticket into the grand finals. They are one series away from becoming your champions, is Air Force Gaming. Who can contend with them? They've been lights out. They've been undefeated throughout every single winner's bracket, and this tournament is no different.
It's going to be a gauntlet in the lower bracket, but take a look at the U.S. Army. They're sitting there in lower semis. deciding between whether Space Force or the U.S. Navy will be there. That's my team to watch. The Marines had a miraculous winners bracket run, edging out game after game, but I think the U.S. Army's going to try to come back with a vengeance.
And that's nice, Garrett. That's really nice. But again, undefeated going through the winners bracket. But we actually just got a live update here, and I'm hearing that Space Force Gaming are going to be going into the lower bracket match number 7 to play against Marine Corps, and the winner of that will be going to the grand finals. This tournament is coming down to its dramatic conclusion.
And it's going to be a tough matchup for Space Force right here. They had a heartbreaking loss before. They're going to have to figure it out, get with their coach Elamite, and see what words of passion he can provide for these guys, because it's going to be a tough road throughout that lower bracket.
Well, if there's anybody that I want on my side, I want as a coach in my ear that's giving me that advice and also making sure that I stay level-headed, it's Elamite. He just has a way with his words to not only hype you up, but also to keep you grounded. And I look forward to seeing what Space Force Gaming are able to do. And we won't have to wait long. When we come back, we're going to have that matchup, and we're going to find out who's going to your grand finals.
Here comes the zone capture, coming back with Hero rolling onto. He's going to run into Hero. He uses the grenades for damage as he shoots out. This is a few seconds left for Marines to contest. 1 rocket, 1 kill, 2 rockets, 2 down. We saw Air Force earlier on the streets map. It was kind of a stop and go game. You almost got out of your seat. But the Marines keep on coming, one after the other. Command station using that high ground. And this is it for the Marines. I'd like to see them putting some time on the board. They know that they have to hold right.
There's always a teammate there as a saving grace, and what a dominant performance for game 1. Having a tough opening. And maybe that's because look who's stealing the spotlight. Command station and a camo.
I don't know if she's stealing the spotlight. She might be avoiding the spotlight with that active camo ready. And she is coming right. Drop, saying that there's shots coming from behind you. He's forced to leave that fight.
Big one out of Echelon, but there's the double.
Echelon was so keen keeping that fight at long range.
Time, and C is being traded, and here we go directly
in the Air Force crossing that 100-point mark. Around the corner, going after. We got a little 1v1 here at Bangler.
Scramble to get out of gunfire here.
Well, those 2 remaining members, I think we're calling out. 249, 250. Air Force are going to sweep this series.
What?
I'm Emmanuel Lovejoy, aka Hoaxer. I'm a coach. I've just been involved in competitive esports and Halo since 2009, so I've been in it for a minute. Being a part of a historical event like this, where it's never been done and it's backed by the U.S. government, it's one of those things where I can be proud of.
My name is Houston Burns, gamertag Waffles. It's special because we're the first Marines to be here representing the United States Marine Corps in esports. It's just an honor to be here.
My name is Jariath Lamelli. My nickname is Rain. I'm a Lance Corporal of the Marine Corps. You know, it's an honor, right? It's not everybody's able to do this. It's like a historical moment for all of us.
I'm Lance Corporal Sean Tober. I go by Yuzu SIV. I'm just so happy and just proud to have such just great people around me, you know, with the other branches, the coaches coming out to come and help us. It's just an amazing opportunity that was just brought to us. I just can't be happier.
My name is Stats Toba. I'm a United States Marine. My gamer tag is Hero JTR SR. So just being part of this event, I'm very, very thankful for it, especially being with these group of guys. They're all a lot younger than me, so you know, I just got to keep up with them.
What I was looking for in terms of a team composition were, you know, a set of players that had some slaying capability, guys that could get a good amount of kills, that have good aim, showing a certain level of aggression. With Rain, he was racking up a couple of overkills. So I was like, okay, this guy can put up some slaying numbers. Ezelon, he's got like a good shot. Hero, he's like pretty charismatic, vocal. Waffles, he's got that cool, calm, and collected attitude. It's a good balance to round out the rest of the team. So that's kind of like what I noticed with these guys.
For me, the role that I feel like I fill out is a spotter, a little bit of a slaying side, but also kind of just a distractor.
I personally think my role within this team is, as Hoax mentioned, to keep the team calm, cool, and collected. I'm one of the main slayers with Ezelon. Once we start getting the comms rolling, it's very good.
We have those moments where we need to look back at ourselves and be like, hey, we need to work on this, right? We need to push further to better ourselves as people and as a team together.
As long as we can keep calm and collected, and just make sure we're playing together and not just going rogue. We got this.
We are all individually skilled players, and once we are reading the same book together, it's going to be nasty.
There's only 4 Marines representing the whole Marine Corps in the Armed Forces Championship, so if you're good, you're good. If you're not, then you're not going to show.
I think we've got a good shot of winning this event. It's an honor to be able to be in the company with these Marines and the rest of the servicemen.
We have a lot of determination. We're going to make our names for ourselves right off the bat.
I mean, we're Marines. We're prideful, and that's all there really is to that.
My dad had a original Xbox. That was my first console. It just had a bunch of different games. So we had Mortal Kombat on it, and then the one that I played a lot was Halo 1 and 2. I just used to run through the campaign with my cousins and stuff. So that was my first shooter.
My favorite map probably has to be Live Fire, just because it has the SR-75 sniper, and that would be my favorite weapon, just because it's a really tough gun to use, but when you hit your shots, it's the most rewarding thing because, it's one shot to the head, and even if you don't get a headshot, it still does a lot of damage to put one of your opponents at a very weak state. So I would definitely say those two.
This is a dream come true. I always tell my mom and my dad, they would always yell at me for playing video games, so I did my Army route. Now I'm playing video games in the Army. They can't believe it. I love it. I love all the guys on the Army team. They're super cool. We have fun just gaming. Big picture wise, I think it's amazing for the branch. Honestly, we can reach out and relate, to the civilian sector, kids in high school. I know they do it in colleges now, like the academy teams and stuff. And I honestly, I think this is just a perfect experience for the military overall, not even just the Army, just overall. And just really relate, from soldier to civilian and build that bridge and solidify it.
I would say Air Force National Guard is a little different. Active duty is definitely, they have more of a base life. For Air Force National Guard, we have a lot more group activities. So I just had drill right before I went to Patrick Space Force Base for the Air Force finals for Halo Infinite. Before coming, while I was at drill, we went to the Louisville Slugs game, just hung out as a group, and we always do some sort of community event. So we're always getting together, going canoeing or whatever it is, lake, stuff like that. Definitely a community vibe on the Air Force National Guard side.
I actually have been playing in the HCS, which is the league that everybody else can play in. I just got asked by Schlags and Command Station to play, and that's kind of how I got into the Air Force gaming Halo part. I did play, I think it was 2 years ago when they started bringing it into the military. I played in one of the Apex tournaments that they had, but since then I haven't played anything else. So it was kind of Schlags and Command Station that kind of brought me into it.
I just like the rocket, if at all possible. And if I'm not using that, then I probably get more kills with grenades than I do with guns. So it doesn't really matter what I'm using, honestly.
I'm super lucky. Like, I never thought that I'd be in this situation. I joined the Navy. I wanted to serve our country. I was on submarines. I loved every bit of it. I want to share my experience with other people and hopefully allow them to get the same joy that I got in the Navy. That was where I was going. I never thought that one day I'd be here in San Antonio getting ready to play in a Halo tournament. But I'm super, super lucky, super happy.
I'm one of the first Marines to step foot into this realm, and I really look forward to this just expanding more in the competitiveness between the other branches.
Yeah, shout out to my wife, Morgan. I love you, sweetie. I'm sorry I'm not here. I know I was away for the road the last 2 weeks. Thank you for letting me come out here. I want to also say shout out to my son, Jaden, our newest addition to the family. Madison, she's my sweetheart. She always makes me smile. Himawari, she knows who she is. She's probably smiling when I'm saying this right now. And JJ, he's always out there trying to be like Spider-Man, trying to web swing. So I miss you guys, and I'll see you soon. Love you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're live at the Techport Center, San Antonio, for our first ever FORCECON event. And what an event it's been so far. I'm Shyway. I've got Magic with me. Magic, can we just talk a little bit about that last series? My God.
That's all we do is talk about some Shyway, so this is going to be no different that we can talk about that last series.
Yeah.
It sure was intense from start to finish, but at the end of the day, Air Force really coming into their own, and every time we see them on the stage, I feel like they've done some improving even since the last time we saw them.
Right. They just get better and better. They came out with a dominant showing. They now punched their ticket in the Winterside Grand Final, so they're waiting for their competitor. We're going to find out those competitors as we get through the lower bracket in just a second. We also crowned our MVP before we went away for break. Command Station coming out with a big WWE belt to take home as well.
Yeah, I love to see that. With Command Station getting that win and well-earned, we've seen her absolutely popping off out here in these games and being absolutely a game maker for the Air Force. And no difference. Love to see her coming away with that reward and that little shout out as well for the women of Halo.
Right, and you can see the result of that on screen, of course, with the bracket. Air Force Gaming in a 3-0 performance. They are now waiting in grand finals. In the meantime, we're going to jump into the lower bracket. Our next matchup is going to be Space Force Gaming up against the U.S. Army. Now, you can see both of these teams have dominated in their own series, respectively, but this is a little different, right? Army previously played against Air Force. They had a very close series. Of course, Air Force looking a little bit different, but maybe this is Army's time to shine, or maybe Space Force has a storyline for us we haven't seen just yet.
Well, both of those series that we saw were some of the more competitive side of things. So we definitely saw the Space Force in a competitive matchup against the Marines, as well as the Army going up against Air Force. So these teams can definitely bring the heat. We watched the 8 players right here. Love to see their faces right there back on the screen, but even more excited to see the gameplay.
Definitely. Right back on board here with Cabase, Godriguez, Hangdog, and, of course, One more.
No Dante
No
is the
Dante.
fourth player of that lineup.
I'm not good with names, but what I am good with is just respecting the skill out of these players. They're so damn talented. And I'm sure we'll get to see that again. Of course, they had a rough series up against Marine Corps to drop into the lower bracket. They had to face the Navy to get back into this, but the Army, arguably one of the best teams in the tournament here today. And we got to witness some of their firepower a little bit earlier, especially with Leafeon and that sniper.
Absolutely right. Leafeon was popping off earlier in the game, so I want to see if he can bring that same level of just outright slaying power here for this matchup. Really impressed with what I'm seeing overall from the Army, but it's not going to be an easy road. No. This is a good matchup between these two teams, and we really don't know what to expect other than good competitive Halo.
Right, and of course with winners finals we swapped to a best of 5, so we had a longer series, an opportunity for maybe a comeback. We're back to best of 3 territory now, so this could go by very quickly, and once again I think an opportunity for the Army to maybe showcase they got what it takes to take on Air Force later on. We'll have to see. Either way, let's send it back to Tools and Tony and see what they have to say about this game.
If you would have asked us before this tournament started, who were 2 of the favorite teams to make it into the grand finals throughout the elimination bracket, we probably both would have said Army and Space Force Gaming. However, one of these 2 teams aren't even going to make it into the elimination finals. They're going to be going home a lot earlier than expected. Are you excited about this matchup?
I have a feeling that it's going to be a close one. It's going to be hard fought, and well, I think it's going to come down to the coaches and how much preparation they're able to get with these players, right? Space Force, they have Elamite from Space Station Gaming. U.S. Army, they have Alumni sitting behind them, the Elamite alumni debate. I think it's going to be really important how these teams come out and play the maps on a macro sense this time around, Tony.
No, ladies and gentlemen, they're not cousins, but they've been battling it out on the Halo battlefield and even the coaching battlefield for quite some time. Here we look at the series King of the Hill. On Recharge, going to be game number 1. Game number 2, going to be Slayer on Aquarius. And then, if necessary, we're taking our fight to the streets, Strongholds Streets, for game 3.
I think what we've seen is a consensus through the player base in general today is that Recharge is a fan favorite. We've been seeing it time and time again, especially on King of the Hill. It seems like people are enjoying that new game type. And I think King of the Hill plays best thus far on Recharge as well.
I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to say besides that long haul hill, which is really tough to break out of, which I know you've given multiple analysis. We're probably going to talk about that during the game as well. Besides that one hill, I really like the flow of King of the Hill on Recharge as compared to the rest of the maps. I'm also really liking this matchup. U.S. Army, Space Force Gaming, game number 1 should be on its way here.
Look at that. We are in, and it's already coming down. Kabase and the crew from Space Force Gaming taking on U.S. Army with Coach Alumni in the back, trying to keep them well-oiled.
The winner of this will make it into the top 3 right now. Lots of implications on this matchup. Immediately, we're seeing 3 down for Space Force Gaming. U.S. Army really started to take control, and because of that, they've been able to make it into the hill. But the question is, for how long?
And what's really important to notice here, Tony, is how they're setting themselves up on the map. Notice how Kabase and Space Force Gaming putting a lot of emphasis on that A to C side. Let's call it the BR tower half of the map. They want to control that side. If they're going to be successful on that, that's how they take away the first hill. But the biggest part of the equation is keeping up with the raw slaying ability of U.S. Army.
LMNO able to get a big double kill as he puts his 4th kill on the board. Fakey able to get away with the shock rifle when he commands this top gold side of the map. Just barely gonna miss out on that shot. Misses out in the second one, but eventually those shots are going to start to connect.
Oh my, we're talking about PIV BR shots being won there by U.S. Army, but they still don't have the position on the map, and it's making this game easy for Space Force Gaming. They finally get wiped, but look at how many resources the U.S. Army had to allocate to breaking this hill and still not having control of the A spot. But LMNO making the difference. He's been able to block the spawn.
Space Force Gaming have been fighting well, but I mean, U.S. Army just put them 4 down. Now a fresh 2 down. They're still in the hill, and they're so close from stealing that 1-0 lead. It looks like they're going to be able to get the kill. Leafeon slides in, and that first cap going towards the boys in yellow. And off of that, a fresh 2 down, so they're already going to start to move forward towards the next hill.
This could be Space Force's most critical fight of the game yet. Winning the initial fight for Hill 2 is going to be vital towards your success. This is what we call the money hill. And guess what? Money talks. You have to be set up on this hill because it's almost impossible to break when you're trying to come on the way back in. Camouflage easily dealt with. Space Force controlling the hill already halfway to finding their first point.
It sounds like what you're trying to say is money talks and scrubs walk. That's what it sounds like you're trying to say. 1-0 lead in favor of U.S. Army, and watch out. Fakey having the sword, ain't nothing fake about that. Call me Smiley, putting some excellent shots over the top goal, ends up finding one, gets the assist onto the second one. Long haul should be clear. It looks like U.S. Army are starting to surround it and starting to break through. There's only one more line of defense that to work through, but it is hang dog.
Leafeon got on that flank. It was just a hair too late, and we saw how dominant Hill 2 can be. A true money hill that's almost impossible to break, but even though Leafeon got those final 2 kills, what that essentially did was flipped out the spawns for Space Force. They had immediate access to Hill 3 as well. Now, for the U.S. Army, they are able to get the immediate slays and get back into this action, but already having to play close defense on Hill 3.
I don't know, dog. The boys could have hang. They steal away that long haul hill, and now they're working forward towards the A side. Once again, Space Force Gaming finding their footing, not only able to steal away that 1 point, but able to break the setup that U.S. Army were holding. We now see Space Force Gaming taking clear control of the A side, and they have the sword in hands. Dun-dun. There's one right around. He needs to know the shots go in. Sword coming out. Smiley gonna try to go into the battlefield, and there it is. Finds the backside of one. Space Force Gaming still holding control and about to go up 2-1.
Now Dante needs help towards this hill, though. He has sword, but he's restricted to staying inside this hill. You want the freedom for your player with that energy sword. And finally, we're seeing the push materialize from U.S. Army Esports as they're finally able to get the break. Now the sword themselves, the key to victory right here, Tony. Find your slays. Get that sword outside of the hill and let them go on a slice and dice spree. And look at the timer on this. Space Force was so close to capturing Hill 3, but U.S. Army coming in at the last second, getting control and stealing away Hill 3.
That boy named LMNO, I thought it was LMAO, because he's laughing his way to the bank right now, and they go up 2-1. The U.S. Army 2 captures away from taking game number 1 in this best-of-3 series.
Oh, and look, we're out of the Money Hill territory. It's all about the scrap yards. How can you get time on this next hill? It's going to be pivotal as we see the sword making plays. Leafeon going down once again, but look at the location of this next hill. In the bottom half of the map in Repulse Hall. It's so hard to maintain this hill because you're exposed to nades and long sight lines. It's going to be important for the tertiary players from U.S. Army to find their slays.
Big double kill coming out of Godriguez, but can't find the third as they're able to hunt him down. 2 down. Go Space Force Gaming and Fakey having the equalizer in hand and ends up getting the no-scope across the map, taking down that player that was trying to find the sight line from bottom control. Once again, U.S. Army down in numbers, but they equalize the situation.
Oh.
He's not done yet. That's a perfect kill. U.S. Army are stealing away this Repulse Hill.
The creativity of Fakey right there, right? Playing his position perfectly as he finds the killing spree. The shock rifle in the backhand, keeping his distance but hitting his shots, and then most importantly, using the utility to the best of his ability. He puts them off the map. You're going swimming as Fakey gets 6 in a row.
I ain't calling Fakey no more. He's the real deal right here. I don't know what we're doing. Sword plays, shock rifle plays, mind the gap. Fakey is absolutely taking over.
Fakey looks locked in. Take a look at this man. He has no desire to lose, trying to lock this hill up. But the problem is no one from U.S. Army's in position to get hill time. He's trying desperately to alleviate the pressure, but Space Force is keeping them off hill at the moment. This next fight could be the critical one. Space Force needs to win the next couple slays.
Fakey has been absolutely going off, and he's not done yet. Finds yet another kill with that sword. Finally, we are seeing this base really start to get towards the end game. Space Force Gaming go 3 down. Nade starts to fly here for Leafeon as he's the final player alive. They are fighting for this hill. He slides in. Nade's coming in from Godriguez. Godriguez ends up repulsing, but there was a counter repulse coming out of Leafeon who knocks him off of the map.
The U.S. Army up 3-1. We've seen this before, though. No lead is safe in this game. We move on to the Turbine Hill. This one's going to be a little bit tough to get on. It's hard to manipulate the spawns into your favor. You have to be careful about the sightlines that you expose yourself to. And what's most important is you have to dominate the kill feed. Winning your one-on-one and pivotal fights is what comes first in this hill.
U.S. Army with the 3-1 lead have afforded themselves an opportunity to make a few mistakes and even lose a hill, but I don't think they want that. I think they want to end it right here, but the double kill coming out of Kabasi, big plays to put his 11th on the board. LMNO able to get away with the shock rifle, body shotting one. Can't find the kill just yet, but still having that elevation in the top goal.
LMNO able to find that kill, and what that does, Tony, is he's securing the top red/glass spawn for his team, and that's a power position on the map, right? You have elevation, and you can see the swaths of map that is necessary, able to dictate the pacing through the middle half of the map. Being able to be in these power positions is what's necessary for the U.S. Army to close out the game here, but Space Force has consistently been able to weasel their way into this hill by going through unorthodox routes, going through bottom map, and finding their way into this hill and stealing away hill time that the U.S. Army feels that they deserve.
Bunch of weasels, sneaky beavers, bandits, whatever you want to call them, they're stealing away hills. They're getting in. Another 3 down goes Space Force Gaming, and every time U.S. Army get that numbers advantage, they take control, they push forward. Space Force Gaming once again are on the ropes.
Look at LMNO and how much of an impact he's had on this game. He finally gets taken down as we see a 4-man push from Space Force to go through the long haul. This is an all-or-nothing push. They have to win these next couple fights as the kill feed starts to light up yellow. It's getting dicey. Space Force has one last opportunity to find a break.
Space Force Gaming, we got the chance to commentate them last weekend. They went undefeated, making it to the grand finals and stealing away the show. They earned their right here, but as of right now, they are in trouble. They are about to get knocked out of this tournament, courtesy of U.S. Army.
LMNO finishes this game at 23-11, an absolute slayer. And let's not forget about that 21-8 stat line from Leafeon as well. 2 players coming up clutch for their squad, showing what it takes to take it to the next distance. A dominating Game 1 victory from the U.S. Army Esports. This looks like a team that wants to make its triumphant return to the finals.
We heard the rumors. We heard that U.S. Army were coming for that #1 spot. And we knew Air Force were going to be that top-ranked team. They were going to be the favorites. But U.S. Army are exactly what they thought they were. They're dangerous. Nobody wants to match up against that, and that includes Space Force Gaming. Down 0-1. Space Force Gaming need to make their stance right here. Otherwise, they're going home.
Yeah, it's best of 3s, right? And that's the problem. You go down into the lower bracket, you have to get it done in 3. And it's so much harder to not be giving up 2 maps. You know, best of 5, you have a little bit of space to work with. In a best of 3 scenario, you have to play just about perfect. We're moving on to Slayer Aquarius. And this is concerning because the way that we saw the U.S. Army playing with each other, having each other's help, was so promising. And Aquarius is a map that absolutely leads itself to that, right? It's the ultimate team player map. You can't have these one-on-one rogue pushes. It's all about your BR and working as a team.
Feels like we're seeing some of the highlights on screen here, and let me tell you, it was plenty of them. Love that play by No Tante, getting right behind enemy lines, slice and dice he win an element. And just there was a nice little balance of flashy plays, but then also just good fundamentals, just good overall first-person shooter, something that carries from Halo to COD to Apex. Doesn't matter what you're playing, the fundamentals almost never change.
And it was Fakey who really just started to change this game's pace by himself. getting the power weapons, playing the power position. That's what you want to see from U.S. Army, is have those players be able to get into the strong spots and stay there and be a rock for your team. You know, be that hardened figure who is not going to go down to an individual push. You're going to have to send 2, 3 players at a time to take down a player like Fakey.
Well, the one thing that I noticed that Fakey did really well of is controlling that sandbox and really being great. He just give me. He had the sword, he had the shock rifle, even had the repulse. Aquarius a little bit different. You're not going to have that much utility. I think the Heat Wave is a phenomenal weapon. It's over toward the P side. You only have a thrust on each side. There's not that much utility control. So now I want to see what Fakey's going to do with that BR enhanced. It's going to be a brawl here on Aquarius Game 2.
One thing to note, Kabase from the other side, there was moments where he was able to get control of that commando rifle, and he found critical double kills on the map with it, was able to absolutely shred. He has that precision aim that you're looking for. Aquarius, another map that lends itself to that commando rifle style play. You're spawning in those bases so often, you have immediate access to that rifle. If you're able to use it in those short line of sights, you're going to be able to absolutely slay your way out.
Aquarius game number 2, starting on board with LMNO, immediately going towards top mid. We talked about the keys to success. Controlling that car side, controlling that dynamo grenade that spawns over to how much value they can get, but don't forget about that camouflage. And clearly, Fakey has it. And I said it wasn't that much of a sandbox. He starts off with a heat wave and camo right off the rip.
Hey, he needs to check his thumb, though. He's hanging himself a couple degrees to the right, missing some uncharacteristic shots. You don't want to see that. He had the position right, he had the utility right, but at the end of the day, you can't replace aim. He needs to make sure that he's not getting a little bit nervous on that main stage and keeping his aim steady.
And let's be honest, them lights are bright. Them lights are bright. I'd be nervous I was up there, but these guys are cool, calm, and collected. They've been through the ringer, and they're here for a reason. Winner of this makes it towards the lower bracket finals. Loser simply goes home. LMNO once again getting the heat wave. Tries to heat that player onto the black screen. Not able to get the kill, but the assist is just as good.
And you're seeing already U.S. Army might be in a bit of trouble right here as you see the push start to materialize on the flank. As this Kabase, he has a player right to his right, and it's going to be Leafeon who might be that player in trouble, or he could be the hero reversing the situation and trying to get behind these players. That Space Force, he's able to get one. He's able, no, just getting away with the second, but Leafeon changing a dangerous position to an advantageous one. Those are the plays that you want to see from your playmakers.
BVR, what we thought was an overextension was all a part of the plan. Coming out of U.S. Army, Handdog doing a great job of shooting across the map and denying access over towards the P side, but eventually you have to fight for that mid-map. You got to get yourself on the car side or get yourself on the P side, and look who's waiting for them. It's Call Me Smiling, and something tells me they ain't gonna be smiling once they run into the heat wave.
Oh man, the Heat Wave has been a bit of a cursed weapon thus far. Usually a gun that dominates the kill feed on Aquarius, but we've been seeing some uncharacteristic misses, some missed opportunities, and it seems to be leading to people's deaths. Now, one thing I'm noticing, LMNO getting right back on top of this camouflage, and that's where U.S. Army has really differentiated themselves in this game. When it comes to controlling the thrust, the camo, and getting in the power positions, they have absolutely dominated.
This is dangerous. What once was a 3-kill game here in the early game has erupted to a 13-5 lead going in favor of U.S. Army. Space Force Gaming need to find a way to slow this gap down. They need to find a way to change the pace on Aquarius. Otherwise, they're going home.
It's all about finding that first pick and working together to get the job done. And that's what Space Force has done. They found the opening pick towards P side. They've been able to get some tower control. Now it's about using that elevation to find the next steps. Get another pick or two, and then when you get that job done, you can start getting them into a slave rotation.
Rodriguez looking to take height onto the P side, but immediately feels pressure coming from behind him, so he wants to locate over towards back blue, pushing forward with the commando. Finds one in front of a one-shot player. Looks like he's trying to wall jump for a second like it's Apex. Rodriguez takes him down, and now we're seeing Space Force Gaming start to create some kind of momentum, but they are still down by double-digit kills.
Yeah, U.S. Army using that momentum from the first game to propel them forward, and it has made all of the difference. Building yourself a lead like this in the initial parts of the Slayer allows you to be a little bit more free with the way that you play.
Hangdog looking around, trying to find an opponent. This map got really quiet for a moment as both teams don't want to make any mistake whatsoever. Fakey goes down, but takes one with them with that excellent place. Sticky grenade. 22 kills have been accomplished for U.S. Army, and I cannot say the same for Space Force Gaming.
Space Force has just not been able to feel comfortable on the map. U.S. Army always tracking them down, finding the stragglers on the map. If you get weak in your Space Force, you know that the U.S. Army is coming, and they've been able to get weapon after weapon. Finally, no Dante able to stop the bleeding, but the lead just continues to grow for the U.S. Army.
Rodriguez immediately taking this perimeter side here, but he needs his teammates with him. They need to formulate a push together. Excellent nade all the way towards LMNO, makes him one shot, but can't get the kill just yet. Meanwhile, Call Me Smiley getting very interesting with that angle, ends up running into two, so decides to reevaluate those decisions, backing down. High IQ play coming out of Smiley.
Now take a look at Leafeon's stat line right here, right? 4 kills, 0 deaths. Insane to think about, but 9 assists. The guy has been putting on a performance for his team. Sometimes it's not the high kill stats that you have to look at. You have to look at the teamwork as Fakey puts in a couple bullets of lead into an unsuspecting Spartan on the ground. Some heat coming in for the final phase of this U.S. Army team. They are looking primed to get back into our grand finals.
See, I thought that was body disrespect right there, but no, see, that's called the double tap. I watched Zombieland. You got to make sure them zombies don't come back. Double tap even when they're dead.
Well, the shock nades are coming through, and this is all that Space Force can do. They've just been feeling the pressure from U.S. Army, but finally finding some space on the map. But it's these next couple kills that are going to be the most important. Space Force can't afford to trade, and you see the kill feed light up. LMNO with the triple kill.
Another assist coming in for LMNO, and now he has his teammate Fakey with him. Look at the bait and switch. Fakey starts the engagement, and LMNO tries to find an angle, and then ends up finding the kill. While this happens, Smiley is coming in as well. It's not just about the individual skill. It is about the willing to play for your team, the willing to play for your brother, the coordination, the teamwork. It is too good coming out of U.S. Army.
Oh, man, I just love how the load has been shared by this U.S. Army Esports team. You look at the kill column, it's all about even. Then you say, oh, well, Leafeon's not carrying his weight. And then you look and he has 13 assists to work with. The man has been put in the damage. U.S. Army surely working together as a team. Space Force, they've just been consistently finding themselves on the lower half of the map. They haven't been able to find the power positions. They haven't been able to find U.S. Army on their back foot off of respawns, and it's made all the difference. And once again, a camouflage moving into the hands of Fakey and the U.S. Army Esports. At some point, you have to give the shout out to Alumni for keeping them on top of the power-up time-ups.
I hate to call it early. I never want to be that guy, but at one point, this was a 20-kill lead. U.S. Army are just looking dominant here in your lower semifinals, and they are simply 8 kills away from coming out on top, and they're still playing such good Halo. They're not overextending. They're not putting themselves in terrible situations because they have a lead. They are sticking to their guns. They're sticking to what got them here to begin with.
The U.S. Army has 200+ years of experience of being the sole defender of America. Space Force, they're the new kids on the block. You know, they got the fancy new toys, but you can't replicate experience. In U.S. Army, it looks like they're going to be primed to take this game away. There's nothing stopping them.
Space Force Gaming was able to put U.S. Army 3 down, though, so showing some life here, definitely not giving up early. And we are seeing U.S. Army start to be trapped over here a little bit towards the blue base, and we are seeing Space Force Gaming trying to take advantage of it. Fakey, though, finds the opening, comes in with the sidekick. Melee comes in, double melee, in fact. He's throwing knockout blows at, he's just taking jabs.
And it's how can you do it in style. Heat wave in hand for Fakey as he looks to find the last couple kills and secure the 2-0 dub for U.S. Army Esports as the final players fall. A double kill for Fakey, and it feels so clean as they're able to get it done. A fat old steak dinner on the menu for U.S. Army Esports.
That was not just a game. That was not just a series. That was a statement being made by U.S. Army Gaming. They're looking all the way towards Air Force saying, we are coming for you.
Like I said, Douglas MacArthur, his famous words, "I shall return." You know that they want to return to the stage and take on Air Force, who eventually knocked them down into this lower bracket. I think they want some sweet revenge. And it was just a couple things that changed between them and Air Force, and they could be where Air Force is sitting pretty in that grand finals. Revenge definitely on the plate for U.S. Army.
I'm loving the scene, the comeback story of Army. I love, because we heard a lot. Like I said, we heard so much about them. We actually saw them put into play, but they ended up running into Air Force in the in the upper semifinals a lot earlier than expected. Obviously, Air Force ended up knocking them down into the lower bracket, but I feel like that's only motivated them. That's only driving them to go forward. And this is a newly motivated Army. This is a new-looking Army squad. And if I had to pick a squad to make it to the grand finals, I'm sorry, the way that just looked, I'm going then. I'm staying out of their way.
Hey. One thing I'll say, that's a performance that the U.S. Army put on that, Alumni's back there and he's feeling proud of his boys. He's sitting there. He has the signature look, crossed arms, looking at the screens, giving the call-outs. And you have to know there's a little smile starting to appear on his lips. He knows that this is a team that could make some upsets happen today.
We're just going to cast like Alumni from now on.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. This is it. Arms folded, all serious, all business. Yeah. This is it's exactly how he's all business all the time. And clearly, he got his team straight. U.S. Army doing very well.
Now, our interview is going to be taking place with Smiley. Let's go to Blaze on the stage.
All right, everybody. We on the main stage with Staff Sergeant Smiley. Get up for the U.S. Army one time. Now, Smiley, you guys are in the elimination bracket. You took a devastating loss against Air Force earlier where it was a close series, right? What are you guys doing to build off of that and be the team that you guys know you could be to win this tournament?
So what we're doing pretty much is recollecting ourselves. We were out of place at those couple of matches, but it was pretty close. So we just took a break, recollect ourselves, and then now we're going to play our game instead of theirs.
Nice, nice. And I felt like you guys were playing your game in this series, able to do what you guys wanted to do against Space Force. Everything was coming together. What makes the U.S. Army great, this squad here in Halo? Tell me about your teammates.
My teammates are phenomenal. They're great all around. They can play objective, they can play Slayer, but our bond together is pretty much what's keeping us strong, and being able to rely on one another is what's going to get us through this.
Hey, that sounds like the Army to me, baby, all right? Now, when it comes down to it, this event, the first event being federally recognized as an esport, what does that mean for you and your other service members that's out there?
This is actually really phenomenal how this is like the first esports event for the military, and I'm glad that they're doing this, and I'm super proud and happy that I'm a part of this, and I appreciate everybody who was able to put this together and let this happen.
Yo, shout out to all the amazing people who was able to put this event together. Give it up one more time for Staff Sergeant Smiley and the U.S. Army. Good luck in the elimination bracket. That's going to do it for us. Back to the desk. Awesome, bro.
Great. The U.S. Army are looking great. And, well, unfortunately, this is the end of the journey for Space Force. It just seems like the beginning here for the U.S. Army.
I mean, the fact that this is the first U.S. government-sanctioned tournament, they're already coming out, making a name for themselves here in this Halo Championship. We saw Army early on today, but I'm glad to see them come back around and with a nice victory under their belts.
Agreed, Magic. Let's just reminisce for a second. Let's take a look at the map and modes that we just witness and recap it all. Of course, the Army, they've had quite a journey through this tournament. They had a very close series with Air Force, who are on top of their game right now, looking incredible. Got knocked down in that close series, but now they have an opportunity to regain their confidence and come back with a vengeance. And I think this series really showcased that for them.
I absolutely agree. Both games 1 and 2 were very dominant for the Army, starting off with that King of the Hill and a 4-1 win, looking very solid. And then game number 2 actually was a spectacular. So great work for the Army, good momentum carrying them forward. Let's take a look at the rest of the teams in the overall of the bracket.
Completely agree. No doubt that's some good momentum, and we can see how it all turned out here. Of course, they still have yet to go up against the Marine Corps. That's going to be our lower bracket finals, our second last match of the tournament. You can see they took it 2-0, Space Force, also a 2-0 over the Coast Guard. I don't know if we got to witness that series, but quite a bit of momentum they've gained, I think. And they talked about just being able to play their game, right? Don't let the enemy team set the pace. Be proactive instead of reactive. And I think if they can maintain that, especially up against Marine Corps seems like a good opportunity, right? A very high-level competition competitor. We've witnessed some of their great wins earlier on. Marine Corps could either give us a close series, or maybe Army can come out and dominate again. And if they do that, what does that mean for Grand Finals?
I mean, behind the scenes, we were just talking Shyway, and I said Marine Army, that's the matchup I want to see. From what we've seen of the team so far today, I think this could be a really tight matchup. Both of them fighting to win that spot against Air Force Gaming, who has dropped both teams down to the lower bracket.
Right.
So they both have a lot to play for, maybe even a little vendetta on their shoulders.
Ooh, I love this point in the tournament, Magic. Just a few more matches left to go, and everything just gets so close. So the pressure really sets in. And it's a pressure that makes, I think, Diamonds, makes the biggest plays. And, of course, as you can see in that grand final, there is going to be a 1-point advantage for Air Force Gaming. That is the advantage that is given with coming out of winner's side in grand finals. Something to work with in that best of 5 as well. It could be a quick series because of it. But I think, once again, if armies are able to come out strong in lower bracket finals, then even with that 1-point advantage, I think the question mark still exists. We don't know what could happen here.
We definitely don't know what could happen because we have already seen Army compete against Air Force, even though they went down 2-0 as you referenced. Both matches were very close. So if they make their way back to the grand finals, that's a rematch to keep your eyes out for.
Magic, I can't wait to see it. We've only got a few matches left to go in this tournament. If you're just tuning in, you picked the perfect time to do so. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We're going to be back with more FORCECON.
Coming out, Smiley going to try to go into the battlefield, and there it is. Finds the batting out, Smiley going to try to go into the battlefield, and there it is. Finds the best. Force Gaming and Fakey have an equalizer in hand. And U.S. Army down in numbers, but they equalize the situation. He's not done yet.
Distance, but hitting his shots, and then most importantly, using the utility to the best of his ability. Always tracking them down, finding the stragglers on the map. If you get weak in your Space Force, you know that the U.S. say, oh, well, Leafeon's not carrying his weight. And then you look and he has 13 assists to work with. The man U.S. Army Esports, at some point you have to give the shot.
Finds the opening, comes in with the sidekick. Melee comes in, double melee in.
For U.S. Army Esports, as the final players fall, a double kill for Fakey, and it feels so clean.
Cola, JT, Stunts, you guys are my team for Call of Duty. You guys brought me here in the first place. Thanks. And I kind of want to see how the Army team is going. I've heard a lot of good things, and I'm sure we can put up a good fight.
My name is Marcus Lovejoy. My gamer tag is Alumni. I'm a former Halo professional, transitioned from gaming professionally to coaching professionally. Now I'm a player manager, and I've managed many professional players over, many games.
My name is Anthony Canelos, and my gamer tag is Vicky. I feel like sometimes I try to pull like almost an in-game leader role, just kind of reel everyone in, try to stay on the same page. We try to stay focused, communicate. We can almost fit any role. If one guy's slacking, one of us can pick up the kills, get us across that line, get the win in the end.
With like Fakey, I heard a whole bunch of great things from his counterparts. He's got a lot of dynamic playstyle within himself.
My name is Jacob Swancott, and my gamer tag is Leafeon. The role I think I bring to the team is almost like an all-around player. I'm whatever role I need to be. Like if I need to play objective, I can grab ball, or if they need me to slay, I can slay. Halo Infinite is such a skill-based game that like almost everybody on your team needs to be able to do almost everything.
I had played with Leafy prior to this tournament and saw a lot of potential in him.
My name is Christopher Caudillo. My gamer tag is LMNO. As far as for the role of the team, I think at any given moment, I'm able to slay or play support at the same time. If I have to play support because everyone else is just doing great, I'll do that. If I have to slay because someone is not doing so well, I'll do that as well. In general, I'm willing to just fit in wherever I need to and play any role that's going to give us the win.
There was a lot of consistent play with LMNO, pretty solid all-around shot, positioning.
My gamer tag is Call Me Smiley, and I'm Jared John Santos. I know what these three are capable of, so I play more of the support role / the objective player, so I'm the one that pushes a lot for the objective side and then support whatever these guys are trying to do.
I was following along Call Me Smiley, and he really impressed me with a lot of the majority of the games he was playing. Took some time and a lot of consideration, and it was super hard. That's how I came to this decision.
As long as we stay together as a team and play as a team, as a unit, we can decide our own outcome, and we can get that win.
I think we're all very focused. Everyone comes here wanting to win, and if we all just put our minds to it and realize that, hey, this is an opportunity that we all get a chance to compete while being in the military and just stay humble, I think we get a lot of good out of that.
The team that poses the biggest challenge to our team is probably the Air Force team, but I know we could take them.
But it's just a mental game, really. Like as long as we are mentally there in game, work together, and we can make anything happen.
What we're going to focus on, just our team style or team play, based on what team we're playing during this tournament.
To the other teams, good luck, but not really. Let's get it.
If it flies, it dies.
hundreds of players competed to make it here to FORCECON 2022. We started today off with 6 teams, just 6 teams, and now we're down to our final 3. It is time for your elimination bracket finals.
Well, the Marines, they have a tall task ahead of them. U.S. Army Esports team looks primed to get into that grand finals. They looked incredible against the Space Force, but we've known time again not to count out the Marines. They have consistently played above their weight class. They are punching up today.
Army Esports sent the message in that semifinals, but we already know, like you said, Marines, they always try to find a way to claw their way back into these games. Why don't we take a look at the Marines?
The Marines, they had 8 players that they hand-selected to come here today. 4 of those players were then selected by their coach to come and take the main stage today. And now they're here and they're ready to go into this eliminations finals and earn themselves a spot in the grand finals.
Coached by one of the greatest grinders we know, both in-game and out as far as his coaching. Now we got to look at the Army, because again, they put on a show in the semifinals.
Yeah, the Army has been absolutely critical today. They have been just going through the gauntlet. Once again, they did the same exact process as the Marines. They hand-selected their 8 players, and then they got them in front of Alumni, and Alumni said, hey, I'm taking these 4. These are my guys. And now they're here on the stage. And speaking of the coaches, got a little bit of a rivalry today, huh, Tony?
Okay.
Two brothers are going to be going at it on the stage today.
The brothers coming out of Atlanta, Georgia, Alumni and Hoaxer going at it. You know there's going to be a little rivalry, just a little bit of trash talk, just a little bit.
Just a tiny bit of trash talk. But the team that's waiting in the grand finals, their road was a little bit different. The Air Force had a 6-week competition in which all the teams would play each week against each other, and they selected 4 teams from there. A North American team, an EU team, and an APAC team, and then a last chance qualifier, which happens to be our team that's in the grand finals today. They happened to play at Florida 1 week ago, and the top 8 players from there were selected to come to the Combine, and they've whittled them down to the 4 best today, as they're going to be led by Coach Clutch.
We got to see firsthand how strong of a squad Air Force Gaming is. It is no wonder that they have run undefeated, going all the way through the winners finals and making it to the grand finals. Air Force Gaming are serious. But why don't we take a look at Space Force Gaming?
On Space Force Gaming, they had a similar road ahead of them. They also sent 4 teams last week to Florida to compete, and they had the top 2 head towards today to where they can play in the Combine and play at FORCECON.
And we got to talk about Coast Guard Gaming, the real deal. They came in, they came to play. Obviously didn't make it over all the way to the elimination finals, but they definitely put up one hell of a fight.
Yeah, they absolutely came to play their top game. Unfortunately, the road ended a little bit short. Let's take a look at how the road was for all these teams in the bracket today.
Just the semifinals before, we saw the Marines going up against U.S. Army, and it was absolutely, it was a 2-0, I'm sorry, U.S. Army against Space Force Gaming, and we saw a 2-0 in favor of U.S. Army to make it into your lower bracket finals and to secure themselves a top 3 finish. But I don't think they're happy with top 3. Mm-hmm. I think they're going for the grand finals. I think they're going for that #1 spot. Something tells me that they want to continue to grind, they want to continue to compete, and their story does not end here.
Grand finals is the only thing on these teams' minds. And well, the Marines, they've had an incredible upper bracket run. The way that they were able to survive against Coast Guard and and the Space Force was incredible. They went down to the wire time and time again when we're able to clutch it up when necessary. Air Force Gaming proved to be too much for them now in the elimination bracket, in which they're going to have to play against the U.S. Army, who looks like they want revenge on Air Force in that grand finals.
U.S. Army, Marines, going at it. You're looking at the players on screen. You're looking at the determination in their faces. Neither one of these teams want to go down. We're talking about a rivalry practically as old as time.
And you have to look out for that young man on the bottom half of your screen. LMNO. Absolutely making impact play after impact play in our previous series, while you have players like the of Hero and Rain, who are making absolute stellar plays for the Marine Corps.
Yeah, we definitely saw Rain just really take control, and not even just in the slaves department, but also in that dirty work, that objective efficiency, doing everything that his team needed him to do to succeed. This match was going to be insane, Garrett. It really is.
Yeah, the Marine Corps, man, it's time for them to show up at their highest level. The U.S. Army is going to take everything. It's going to take everything inside of this Marine Corps gaming group to take down this U.S. Army squad. They look to be a grand finals contender over there at the U.S. Army. And like I said, I think Coach Alumni has to be very proud of these boys and what they've been able to provide for him. Alumni had the training sessions with them. He tried to get them in the best shape possible. And, well, I think it's playing dividends out today.
And I would say same on the opposite side with his brother Hoaxer. I mean, you got to think about it. To have those miraculous comebacks that Marine Gaming was able to do to get their way back into each and every one of those matches were absolutely incredible, but they can't find themselves too deep of a hole against U.S. Army. Otherwise, it might be too deep for them to dig themselves out of. We're going to pass it over to Shyway and Magic. They're going to bring the magic, going to guide us through our game. This is your elimination finals.
Magic and I. Wait. I'm just going to say we're locked and loaded, okay? Magic for the series. Thank you, Tony, by the way. What were you going to say, Magic?
I was going to say you might not want to reload an energy sword. That way you might be short a couple of fingers afterwards.
Wait, that's not how you use this thing?
No, not so much.
You don't shoot with the energy sword? Are you sure?
You know what? Stick to making the breakdown videos and stay to casting. Now I understand why you're not up on the stage. But we do have 8 impressive players.
I GA this for the record. I don't use it. Either way, these players won't be, though. I'm pretty sure this sword might come in the mix in this series, and I can't wait to see it. Like Tony and Tools had been saying, we're down to the end of the line here. We're on Losers Bracket Finals. One more match after this, the Grands, and whoever gets there is going to have to win this best of 3.
I mean, the fact that we're down to just 3 teams left is really showing how this competition is heating up. And with that, here's the maps in front of us. Going back to a familiar map from today, Recharge, but we're doing Strongholds this time around.
Well, I mean, I said the sword might come into play. It looks like it will come into play in this series. Recharge will have the sword. It's going to have the grapple, the repulsor as well. Quite a few goodies to control. And, of course, we've talked a little bit about these teams coming into this. They've also, interestingly, 2-0'd the same teams to get to this point, right? Both Marine Corps and U.S. Army have 2-0'd the Space Force Gaming and the Coast Guard as well. So you'd think maybe we got a very closely contested series in hand here.
I mean, we might, and I'm eyeing that game number 3 as well, with Capture the Flag being a possibility. I would love to see that come through on Aquarius, but it would take a game 3 to get us there. We haven't seen them yet in today's tournament, but we have another chance here, even before getting into the grand finals, as this lower bracket finals is going to take place. I'm really eyeing that live fire map. We've seen some amazing snipe plays today, and I am geared up and ready for some more.
And we've got some amazing snipers, I think, to control it as well. I believe it was Leafeon, the designated sniper, on one side, and then Ezelon?
Yeah, I think Ezelon has made some amazing snipe plays.
So a bit of a head-to-head there once we get to live fire, and of course Recharge has a snipe of its own. So some great weapons to look to do some damage. But a couple different storylines, I think, coming into this one as well. Like the U.S. Army had such a close series once again with the Air Force to get to the lower bracket in the first place. So a bit of a revenge story for them. I don't think they just want to win; they want to dominate in this series. Whereas the Marines, on the other hand, they've been a bit of a sleeper hit. I think, kind of coming out of almost nowhere with so much talent, so much force on their side, that it makes you think that maybe Army have quite a contender to handle on the way to Grand.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, Marines, that first round, they took down Coast Guard, but I think it was really round 2 where they impressed me when they were up against Space Force. It was a competitive matchup, but they did take the series 2-0.
Right.
It is kind of interesting how Marines and Army have been interacting on this bracket, because Marines dropped both of those teams to the lower bracket, where Army then eliminated, and that's coming back to this, kind of wrapping it up, which team, is going to take the lead, because they haven't faced off just yet.
Good point, right? So Marine had to kind of break the seal, well, Space Force might have had some confidence, let's say, early on, and then Army just completely shut them down, shut them out, and, let them know that this tournament life ends here. But what does that mean going into this series then, Magic, right? Because Army, there's clearly some firepower on board here. And then you got personality as well, like Fakey, for example. We've been seeing this man make plays, and then once he makes the play, he lets you feel it. He'll look down at your body, he'll shake his head, he'll add a couple bags in, right? There's a mental game, I think, with players like Fakey on the side of the Army, and I'm not sure if the Marines are ready for it.
No, I love Fakey coming out and just making these dramatic, huge plays on the stage, but then they bring him back and they interview him, and he's, calm, reserved, He was, I believe he was one shouting out his son as well, so I love to see that coming through, and it just goes to show you can't judge a book by its cover, right? So when it comes to medium person, you would know he's such a savage slayer out in the battlefield.
You know what? I think that's one of the coolest things with Halo is it's how you translate your energy into the game, because outside of the game, you could be a totally different person. I mean, take Roy, for example, a legend in the Halo scene. And we got Lunchbox here as well. But Roy, I mean, very known to be so humble in his interviews. But when he plays the game, he is a demon on the sticks. The ego comes out in his gameplay. So these players, some of the best players, they tend to save the ego. They save the energy for the moments in the game. And it's like they're a different person when they activate.
Yeah, the only similarity I have between, myself as a person and myself as a player is that I use the purple sparkle skin in game. So, that part is consistent, but maybe not the skill ability on that side. People, hype it up, think it's going to be something great. They're let down, but this matchup is not going to be a letdown, I'm sure. Look at Master Chief over there.
Master Cheeks, you mean, by the way. That's a nice little profile, and I love the positioning, too, clearly lining up with the art in the background. It looks like they're doing a full 360 camera, by the way. That's a setup that anybody can jump in and take part in, and they look so damn cool when they come out.
That makes you, if you want to feel epic, if you want to feel just full boss mode like Master Chief. Oh, I like this.
I'm nerding out over here.
Yes. I got a little bit of a crush going. Is it on here? Is it just Master Chief on the screen? I can't tell. But they also have a VR station set up outside as well, where you can go into VR. It's about 15 minutes if you want to train and feel what it's like to be a Black Ops, actually. So there's a lot of cool things happening around here at Techport Center, and we love to see it all coming together.
Right. Not sure how I feel about Chief taking off the helmet there to check the results. That's not allowed, right? You can't do it. The Halo series, they didn't like it, so, once again, we got to keep Chief hidden. But what won't be hiding are the players on the map here. We are finally ready to go with Game 1 in our lower bracket final.
And it is going to be a Strongholds recharge with players right out the gates making that fight for the active camo. Smiley taking down a nice kill and kind of trying to preserve his life there in the low ground. Tough place to hide. And here we see Edmond. You said watch out for him as a sniper. Right. He already has the shock rifle.
Oh, he beelined to it right off the start, so he's looking to make plays. But can he line it up? Of course he can. There goes Leafy. And of all people to take out with a snipe, what a way to start things by killing Leafy.
And it's add insult to injury.
Right.
Like, oh, you see this long-range weapon? Yeah, I'll deliver a straight shot to the head right there. And he's not stopping. He gets a nice pick, cleaning it up with a BR, barely dodging that plasma grenade. So watch out for some sticks down the road. But we do have an early lead coming out from the Marines.
Right, and the Marines, no doubt, despite the strong start, they've got a long road to climb, and it won't be easy, but I think the best way to ensure success is to start confidently, just like they've done.
Those power weapons are a big factor. That shock rifle providing the coverage here for the Marines to capture B, and with that, they regain zone control. B was contested there for a minute, but U.S. Army still have to put points on the board.
Waffles wanted back into that fight, but unfortunately the enemy team wouldn't let them. And if they can just get a little slice advantage, then maybe we can see U.S. Army start to bounce into a cap. Looks like B is the point of contention here. They're already in it. Leafy going to get a crucial kill with the help of Smiley, actually, to finish that one off. There's Fakey with a double of his own. So here's the answer you like to see at a U.S. Army. They've got some control.
And this is what we saw in the previous series with the Army as well. Leafy, who came out strong today as the leading slayer, kind of fell into the role of being the assist master. He had so many assists. I believe it was 14 in that last matchup. And he's kind of doing the same here in this next game. 1 kill on the board, 2 assists. We'll see if he comes out as the slayer or assist. Either way, we do see 10 points on the board for Army.
And I mean, good point, Magic, right? Because assists almost as important as kills in Halo. You're opening up opportunities for your teammates to finish things off, and that gives camos and other, important options, I guess, for the enemy team. Let's see what Hero can do with this camo. Can he save a B? Or is he going to get tagged left? And right here, just slipped by him.
Barely jumped through that doorway, which could be so dangerous, but still trying to play that life. And there's the flank play. Now Smiley has sights on the target, deals out some damage. I like this, strategic retreat, playing your life and regenning that shield.
And honestly, a big live at a hero, though, right? That grappler went right by him. He somehow managed to stay alive long enough to get a second kill, and because of it, I mean, we're still seeing a lead on the side of Marine Corps, though Army are sneaking up. They do have AB locked down. Fakey. Speaking of being sneaky, Hero did not see that one. He probably should have checked his right.
Yeah.
Because of it. Oh, a double.
Oh, nice plays here from Fakey. Kind of jukes left and right, maybe breaking some ankles along the way to secure A. And we see that fight has shifted off of the B spawn. Now over to A. A beautiful headshot coming out from Fakey. He already has 7 kills on the board.
Uh-oh. Oh, he picked just that perfect timing to look away from the scope when they walk through the hallway. But here's Fakey on screen. You can see this man is laser focused. Can he keep A control?
Those plasma grenades are certainly going to help, even though they didn't get the stick. They prevent anyone from walking through that doorway, which was the objective.
Right.
Just playing those grenades defensively, dropping down, and they had a little 2v1, so nice plays with the teammate there. Like to see Army rallying, and this scoreline is getting tight.
It definitely is. You can see 2 wars being waged on each side of the map, right? The coverage of B with 2 members of Army, and then the other side, you got Call Me Smiley and Fakey working together to just secure A. Because of this, Camo is about to spawn. They got a perimeter around it as well. For Marines, I mean, having C is a good spot to get to Camo, but can they win without the weapons? You can see Smiley's already waiting for it. Fakey, oh, he wants kills, he wants Camo, he wants it all.
But in that defense of the active Camo, they did lose B to the Marine Corps. So was it worth it to try to secure Camo? Even in the end of the day, now Marines come away with the B capture and Rain with the Camo.
You know what? Good point. Somehow they managed to micromanage, I guess, that whole situation, controlling B, grabbing Camo. But they have lost C. You can see capture back in the favor of Army. Army creeping up, I believe, taking the lead at this point. Just a slight advantage. Elemento, look at the lockdown B. We talked about it earlier. The most difficult point to control, B in the center of the map, in the center of the action.
Oh, look at Leafy actually going after that triple kappa. Waffles is going to shut it down as he sits on B. That capture is going to come through, and now BC hold for the Marines as they fought their way back to win C and then swapped B over. Waffles looking for some high ground, rounds the corner into a 1v1 against Fakey. If you round a corner for a 1v1, you don't want to see Fakey on the other side.
Definitely not. This man's got 8 kills to his name, only 5 deaths and 4 assists as well. He's doing damage for his team. And you know what? We talked about this coming into the series. Magic, this might be a close one. Look how close it is so far. And I hope it stays this way. This is what we came for.
I mean, I love a close matchup.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have a favorite team, but I love to see it back and forth on the lead swaps. And here's a little brawl happening in the long haul. Both players going at each other with a little fisticuffs action. And then switching over, now Rain firing at long range. But I think there might be a player around behind him, actually around by the sword spawn. I think it was a teammate respawning over there. There was a player. It was on his own team, so it's okay.
Fair enough. I mean, if anything, just locking down that point, he'll get a teammate spawn nearby, and maybe that gives him an opportunity. You can see long haul is the point of approach. Going to look to move together to get through to Attic. That's going to try to isolate the players in A out of the field to play and maybe give them a numbers advantage. But I mean, as I say it, it's just not working. The cross comes in across map, takes now 3 members of Marine. That's going to leave Rain alone, and he tries to get a cheeky stick, but it's just not enough.
I think
he's got no ammo either.
Oh, out of ammo in the shock rifle. Did try to land that last shot, though, before running out. But I think that stop from the Army, that could have been the pivotal point of the game. When you saw that push through long haul, Army was ready to meet it and just shut it down. And now that leaves Marines back at that C spawn. Do they push to A? Do they push to B? They're kind of caught, and it looks like the push is going to come through B. Maybe a little bit of an alternate route. But again, Army shutting it down. Their defense is so strong.
Defense so strong, and also they're working as a unit. It just seems like Marine Corps are kind of trying to pick and choose opportunities to get in, but not quite doing it in unison. And the result is, you know, a solo player trying to push B with no help, and, you know, he's melted because of it. You need to make sure you're pushing together, and I think when the pressure is on and the points are against you, I mean, look at the score. It is not what it was. A dominant game now for Army, and with that pressure, Marines, they're starting to make little mistakes, and the lead only grows.
Well, you start to panic, right? If you see that lead go to that 100-point difference mark, it starts to mess with you. And we talked about the mental game earlier, Shyway. I think you brought it up. But once you see that 100-point difference, you might pick a fight that you really shouldn't. You might play more aggressive or separate from your team. And it's easy to get disjointed as the Army is just outside that 200-point mark.
And you might not want to pick a fight with Smiley, by the way. He's got a sword. He is baiting players to this door for good reason. Oh, what?
Oh, he landed the melee before the sword slice came through.
No way. Waffles gets away with murder, and I don't know how he did it. Maybe a little miss on the right trigger there, but somehow the sword player does not come out with the exchange, and the Marines are given a little second wind here. Can they hold it?
A murder has happened on our screen, and we have a lot of witnesses, actually. So watch yourself, Waffles, right there, with just the steal on that kill and picking up the sword. So a nice little break there for the Marines, but, I mean, Army answering right back. They recapped A, and now they're even pushing for that triple cap with the shock rifle back in the hands of Fakey.
Right, so Waffles might have gotten maybe 5 seconds of confidence off that one before Army said, nope, you know what, we're going to close it out here. 2:20 and counting as they look to dominate this game one. Camo just spawned up. Can Marines even coordinate for it? Beautiful nades. There goes Smiley. They'll take back A. Just a little bit of control, but they got to worry about the camo now.
I love that pre-nade, just ready for the player coming around the corner, catches them with the fragmentation. AB hold now for Marines, but they need to win some of these fights. It's going to be hard with LMNO and the active camo. He can hide here on B, but they know a player is there, so those grenades coming by, dealing a lot of damage. Fakey again with a shock rifle takedown.
And that's the double dilemma for Marine at this point, because they're down by such a deficit. It's hard to commit numbers to set center map to, risk it for the camo. So instead, you just see Army break away with it. LMNO looking to shut out this game with control of A. Marine are going to try to grab C to counter. In the meantime, you got one member in B, but that's an easy perfect for someone like Leafeon.
Leafeon with a huge takedown, and he's also passed the double-digit mark in assists. I cannot overemphasize the importance of that stat line coming out from Leafeon. There's only seconds left, and that's it. U.S. Army lock it down with some strong defense and solid offense.
Solid offense, defense, no matter what you look at, it's just coming out in spades, I think, for the U.S. Army. We talked about, whether or not this would be closely contested, and to start the game, it definitely looked like it would be.
Yeah.
But U.S. Army, they pulled away, and they did not let go once they did. We saw coverage from A over to Attic, and that was a coverage that it just seemed like the Marines could not break through. And I think a big part of that was because of the staggered push that we saw out of the Marines. It's always, send one player to a hill at a time, or split your numbers, try to cap B and C at the same time, but you run the risk of not having help when you need the capture.
I mean, it reminds me of Army in that very first series that opened up the day when they had that cross-map coverage, and it worked for them on Recharge. Right. It's working for them again. If I had to pick a best map for the Army, I think Recharge would be it. I love how they can control every area of this map.
They're definitely comfortable on Recharge. We've seen them a few times now, but I think their favorite is Streets, though, right? When we look back at the series that we've had previously, they seem to love Streets. We've had Game 2s, Game 3. We didn't get to the Game 3, but we've had it set up for multiple maps on Streets back-to-back. And, maybe we'll get that in the series. I think we had our layout there just a second ago. But before we do that, let's just relive some of the moments in this game, because, man, were there plenty, Magic.
There's plenty of great moments on both sides. I mean, I already know which play is, stuck in the back of my mind. It'll come up. Waffles getting the melee on the sword player. I mean, come on, that was beautiful. Here's Waffles again with that 1v1 against Fakey. But I have to say, Fakey was crushing those 1v1s.
Yeah. Right, and that's a little worrisome for the enemy team for sure. We talked about, I don't know what happened there, right? Maybe a little hesitation on the trigger pull in a close quarters scenario where you'd expect the sword to dominate. It didn't quite work out, but despite the little opportunity that Waffles got, it didn't last, right? Army are so good at bouncing back from a deficit, from slight mistakes, and it was something we saw with the Air Force. It allowed them to get a very closely contested series. With this kind of dominance in Game 1, maybe they come back with a vengeance in Grand Finals, or once again, it's still up in the air. I still want to believe that the Marines have a shot here.
I mean, we're going to hold out for a Game 3. Personally, I want to get to a capture the flag, but it has to be Slayer first, and it is going to be live fire. For game number 2. We talked about how important the sniper is, and from that last game, shock rifle was a huge participant in that win for the Army on Recharge.
Now, you know what? That shock did start with Ezelon, right? Ezelon had a couple opening kills to start confidently. I think we had 20 or 30 points exchanged to Marines. So if they can open confident again, I think that's a great precedent to set, and especially with Slayer, it does tend to snowball. It's something they need to maintain when they start to lose their footing. It seems that when Marines are under pressure, when they're down numbers, they start to get a little anxious, maybe make a couple mistakes. But this is where it counts most. What might be the final game in losers finals. We need to see Marines bounce back.
Would love to see Marines come out strong, but it does look like the sniper is going back in the hands of Fakey, who we saw with some lasers in the shock rifle in the last game. That is going to be a problem for Marines, especially as a couple of them are hitting the respawn screen. They need to find where that sniper is, avoid those lines of sight, and find a way to take him down.
Find a way to kill LMNO where you're at it, because he just won't die. There he goes with one on the board. Leafeon already with 2. We talked about his assists in that first game, but typically Leafy is someone we look to as a main slayer. So it might just be a second till this man wakes up and makes plays. But for now, let's let LMNO do his thing.
One thing going in the favor of Marines is that overshield. I did see a very coordinated effort to lock down that side of the map. And now you see Ezelon kind of hanging out by Heatwave, watching for that respawn, that little blue meter. Once it fills up, that means the respawn is coming through. There it is. He doubles back, ready for the pickup. Still a little overshield to work with, landing so much damage. 3 players in front, they get the melt on the overshield.
And despite the patience and the weapon that he had, I mean, he had a Heatwave to work with. It's just teamwork wins in the end of the day. In the U.S. Army, they're rolling together. The result, Fakey now has a snipe. And does he hit it? Oh, not quite. Hero will save the day.
Nice job from Hero, staying alive, and then immediately taken down. Again, that team fire coming through. But we have a close start in this match. Just a 9-7 lead right now for Army. And right now, Sniper, 1 round left, no overshield to speak of. So it comes back to just straight up some BR plays and maybe some Heatwave. Smiley with a quick weapon drop. I already know you like that, Shyway.
Oh, definitely. He's quick with it. He'll drop the weapon for the snap with the BR, but Ezelon still does have that shot we talked about. Can he land it? Not quite. Now he's in trouble. Got a bob and weave here. He's got multiple coming in. We talked about the teamwork. At least he'll get a trade, but the Army, they're just rolling together. And somehow, even though they are, Smiley gets the OS. What is this?
Ezelon had 3 players busy, and the only player that wasn't occupied with him is Smiley. Sneaks through for that overshield, gets a nice pick. Second grenade didn't really work out so well, but immediately adjusting. And that ability to just adjust on the fly is really setting Army apart with that nice takedown.
Definitely. Now, it's not out of the running yet, just a 4-kill deficit, but the confidence out of U.S. Army is undeniable. We need to see something change out of Marines. And Fakey is not going to make it easy, is he? He's got the coverage fire out of Smiley as he plays it slow on B. 3 members of Marine going to try to rotate up through outside while it happens, but don't leave him alone, by the way. Ezelon, he's been trying to change the route here. They need to be rolling together.
Interested to see if Ezelon makes a flank play here. Hero is taken down, but sitting at 6-3. Hero's having a great start to this game. Meanwhile, Fakey is lurking behind, going for a backsmack, going for the grenade, going for both of them with the help of LMNO, and then turning it into a double kill.
It's one of those moments where it's just too perfect, right? Yes. I got 2 victims in front of me. What do? Do I backsmack? Do I pre-nade? Like, he's got so many options. And thankfully, it looks like he chose the right ones. 21-12 because of it. Leafeon just going to pepper him from top ground. Fakey still being a nuisance at the scoreboard. They'll find him, almost sticks him. But Ezelon will take the kill. And, Smiley ready to answer.
Ezelon so close on that next kill, but here's Smiley using that drop wall and Heatwave, so cover fire, but there's broken down as Hero takes the kill, sitting at 7-4. Has the most kills on the board for his team. Also see 7 and 8 on the opposing side, but going after this player in the top of tower.
But can he do it? Hall tries to slide in with the snipe, but just wasn't enough to stay up. That snipe's still in the hands of Army. It's going to be a thorn in the side of Marine if they can even get out of their spawn at this rate. Point of contention going to be the OS, but Fakey not going to let him have it. That's a double for him and an OS on the body.
That double kill cleared up like half of the map. You know, he could have just stood up there on the top of that pylon, done a little dance, still got the overshield come out of there just fine. They say you have to fake it to make it, and Fakey is showing us just that.
You know what? I watched a TED Talk that said you fake it till you become it. So let's see this man become the demon on the map and put it together. He's got a snipe. He's got it all, apparently. Thank you for answering my question, by the way. Jeez.
He heard you through the, the audio here in the arena. Woo! He said, you want to see some demon-level plays. Let me deliver this snipe. Now going after another kill, barely misses off of the player. Tossing a couple of grenades down to help Smiley. Smiley barely survives. That repulsor almost sent him off the map. He just caught the little bumper to stay in play. Still 2 players in the back of B for the Marines to fight, taking them down. I see Rain on the kill feed with a nice change down, and Ezelon as well.
I feel like you can tell how hard a player is trying by how much they strafe in a gunfight, Magic. And I don't know if you're seeing these strafes, but the wiggles out of both sides here, giving their all, I think, to every gunfight. But really, it's just coming down at the end of the line here. 37 on the board for Army. Marine, they can't afford trades. They need guaranteed kills, and Hero's got to be the one to do it. He's got some coverage to help. Can he take Smiley as well? Smiley looking for it. Not quite going to hit the shot. And Hero, with help, he'll come out of that fight.
can't believe Hero's walking away from that fight. That's incredible. More players now from Army getting ready to round the corner. I like that defensive grenade again from Hero, creating enough space and time for him to regenerate the shield from the previous fight. But I think we're going to see the attention over here at the Overshield as both Sniper and Overshield are getting ready to spawn. Waffles is taken down, dealt out some damage, so maybe the assist's still able to come through.
The only hope that Marines have at a comeback is down to this Sniper and OS. They got to control it. They have put presence for it as well. Smiley gets back down, Ezelon on top of it, but a flank out of Leafy. He comes from behind, and that kill opens it up for his team, and there goes Fakey with the Sniper as well. It couldn't have gone worse for the Marines, and if Fakey lines it up, you know it's over.
Oh, an extra snipe too. He doesn't even care that he burned an extra round of the ammo because he did it for the style points. He's feeling good coming back around with BR, and he lands another snipe going for the triple.
He was spawned for how many seconds? 0.5, half a second. He didn't get to live. Give him a break, Fakey.
Half a second was all Fakey needed to make that play happen. And we're winding down as the score line is 47-24 in favor of Army. They're ready to come back. They're ready to secure their spot in the grand finals.
It wasn't just about the win for Army. It's about whether or not they could dominate and be confident up against Air Force, and I think they made a statement here.
They are about to make a statement here.
Well,
I would agree with 90%
I'm
of what you
predicting the
said.
future and saying that this is already a statement. Element, with the flank. There's one more left to close it.
I want this to be a snipe from Fakey. It is the body shot, the BR cleanup for the Steak-tacular.
Final shot in the snipe. And a headshot with the BR to close that one out in dominant fashion. The Army have punched their ticket to the grand final.
What a way for them to do it.
Yeah.
U.S. Army, I feel like every game we've seen from them here on the stage, they've gotten better and better and better. But are they Air Force ready?
We'll have to find out. You know, the one advantage I think we saw in that series with the Air Force was just their ability to force Air Force to slow down their pace and play uncomfortably, which is something that was uncharacteristic for them. And once again, going back to that interview with Posey said, you know, we weren't playing our game like we usually do. We were playing a little slower. You know, it almost looked a little scared, giving them a lot of respect. I think that Streets Slayer game they had was a good indication of it. So can Army, you know, put the fear back in them, or are Air Force too far gone at this point? Because they had some domination of their own and quite a lot of confidence, I think, to sit in grand finals, plus the one-game advantage. I mean, that's a lot stacked on their plate.
There's a lot stacked on their plate for sure. They're piling it up like a Thanksgiving dinner plate would be.
They're going to be eating pretty after tonight, I think, too, for sure, if they win it, of course.
But they have, you know, Air Force Command Station taking that MVP, taking that amazing belt with her, and now she's trying to take her team to a championship. This would be her 32nd Halo championship win. And Army, I'm impressed with what we're seeing.
Yeah.
I think this momentum could carry them forward. Ultimately, it's going to be a test for the grand finals.
You know what? No doubt, though, when we look back at that series, I think every single individual in Army popped off. Fakey definitely stole the spotlight at the end, so big shout out to him. I mean, the snipes, what a play. The spawn snipe as well. But Elemento had some plays to make as well, and let's hear what he has to say. We're going to send it back to Blaze for a quick interview.
Thank you so much, Shyway. I'm up here on the main stage as U.S. Army comes away with another W on the board with Sergeant. And LMNO, this was no laughing matter, was it?
No, it wasn't. I mean, we're here for business, so we're just trying to take it.
Trying to take it here for business, and you make it back to the grand finals to go up against Air Force. I was talking to your teammates earlier about it. You know, it was a series in which you were up in both maps, and, you know, we felt like you guys should have won it, but you just let it slip away. You ready to go up against them this time in the grand finals?
100%. Just minor adjustments. I think this time we went back, watched a little bit of video. I think we just correct those small adjustments, and we'll be good to go.
Now, speaking of those adjustments, you guys got a legendary coach on the stage, Alum Night, and tell me what he does for this team and how is he helping y'all become the best version of yourselves and get through those adjustments so you can be better up against the Air Force?
First of all, he's awesome, right? So when we go back and watch video, he lets us know what we're doing wrong. He's letting us know what we can do to improve. One of the biggest things is make sure that we're calm. Calms are, you know, coming out smooth, and that we just don't get over too hyped. Yep. And when the right moment comes, it'll come.
All right, I hope you can grasp the right moment in this next series. Any shout-outs there to the fans of the U.S. Army and the fans of your squad?
Yeah, you know, shout out to everybody here that made it. This is a big deal, and I hope it continues. And shout out to my team. I mean, they've been working hard for a week straight, so we're ready.
All right, good luck, my guy. Yo, give it up one more time for the U.S. Army as they go to the grand finals against the Air Force. Desk, break it all down. Good stuff.
The Air Force ran undefeated through the winner's bracket to make it into the grand finals, but I said it before. This is a different looking U.S. Army squad. This is a U.S. Army squad that's looking to contend with the best of the best, and they're going into the grand finals.
The team that's aged like wine. The longer they've played, the better they've gotten. Alumni has made sure that they have gotten better time and time again, and it was a journey for them to get here. Remember them starting against the U.S. Navy, where it was a dominant victory, and then a heartbreaker over an Air Force, and they had to make an early exit into the elimination bracket. From there, they've been flawless, taking down the Coast Guard, taking down Space Force, taking down the Marine Corps. It's truly a gauntlet. They played against every single team here.
We projected these two teams to make it into the grand finals. These were the two favorites, but it's not just about the destination. It's also about the journey. And both of these teams have grown so much. They have both gotten better throughout this tournament, especially U.S. Army, and I can't wait to watch it. Now, keep in mind, Air Force Gaming do have a competitive advantage over U.S. Army because they made it through the winner's bracket. They're going to start up 1-0 in a best-of-5 series. 2 wins, and they become your champions.
Essentially, they're doing the same that they've done all tournament long. Play the best of 3, win 2, you're done. Now for U.S. Army, it's a little bit tougher. You got to get 3 games in to win the tournament today. But they feel confident. I love that interview that they had at the end with LMNO. I think they are actually ready to take on this Air Force squad. I think they truly believe that they can take down Air Force. It's just going to come down to fixing the little mistakes that we saw in the previous match.
What stood out to me is the fact that they said that they were doing film review. So in that short amount of time, they're reviewing their film. I'm all about grind, review, improve. And that's exactly what they're doing, and they're bringing their coach in. They're not shutting him out. They're bringing him in and really utilizing him as a resource on to find out what your strengths are, or what your weaknesses are, and how you're going to execute. This U.S. Army squad looks determined, they look good, and they deserve their spot here in the grand finals.
Hey, and you know what? Fakey, I know you can hear me in the venue. Okay. That man, after he's done with the U.S. Army, maybe he should chant up face for some lessons over there. You know what I'm saying? That man with a sniper rifle was as dangerous as you could possibly ask. He was an absolute highlight reel in that last game. If I'm them, I'm looking for recharge and live fire once again. Get the sniper rifle in his hands and let him determine your game.
He's absolutely dangerous, and when we come back, we will have your grand finals. We will be crowning a champion. Don't go anywhere.
AB lockdown, Fakey. Speaking of being sneaky, Hero did not see that one. He probably should have checked his right.
Yeah.
Because of it. Oh, a double.
Oh, nice play. We see that fight has shifted off of the B spawn, now over to A, a beautiful headshot.
He is baiting players to this door for good reason. Oh, wound up. Can Marines even coordinate for it? Beautiful.
Find a way to take him down.
Find a way to kill LMNO where you're at.
Just straight up some BR plays and maybe some heat waves. Smiley with a quick.
Trouble. Got a bob and weave here. He's got multiple coming in. We talked about this.
He's working behind, going for a backspin, going for the grenade, going for both of them with the help of LMNO, and then turning it into a double.
It's going to be a thorn in the side of Marine if they can even get out of their spawn at this rate. Point of contention going to be the OS. The map. And put it together. He's got a snipe. He's got it all, apparently, for the Marines. And if Fakey lines it up, you know it's over.
Ammo because he did it for the style point. He's feeling good coming back around BR, and he lands another snipe. I want this to be a snipe from Fakey. It is the body shot. The BR cleanup for the stage.
My name is Kenny Johnson. I'll go by Coach Clutch. Way back in the beginning of Halo 3, I've owned a LAN center with my family, and then throughout having, those, I was approached by other Halo players or like semi-pros at the time, and then they were saying that, we wanted to find someone to help direct the other players so that he could worry less about trying to teach them all and just play his game, and then by directing everybody, it will help them get up to his level. So anytime we can help each other out, we know like what we're about. I'm excited to be back with my baby.
My name's Cole Schlegel and I go by Schlegs. I definitely feel like I'm a utility player. I kind of do what needs to get done. I know how to play the OBJ. I know I can main slow when I need to. So it's just finding where we're not performing particularly well during that map and being able to fill that role adequately.
My name's Trey Christensen. I go by Trey. I wasn't confident in myself being picked. I knew that I had to come out and perform. So that's what I'm here to do, just execute. I'm just excited to be a part of the team and sort of finalize it and then, you know, practice leading up to Saturday and then perform.
My name is Allison Stevenson and I go by Command Station. I'm more of like a sniper, slayer, but I can also be like an anchor. Like I'm where my teammates need me to be, and if somebody needs me to run with them, I'm always there to support. I definitely think I lucked out, just being in the military and then just being in this position to be able to be here. And yeah, I'm just here to play my game and represent the Air Force. I'm excited.
My name is Shane Posey and I go by Posey. I just fill in where I need to. I can main slay, I can do OBJ, I can do support really well. That's actually what I do. Support is mainly on my other teams, but yeah, I just kind of IGL a lot, then just fill in where it needs to be filled. I'm not trying to be egotistical when I say this. I know we are all better than everybody here. So as long as we play how we're supposed to play, then we'll be fine. It's just comes down to teamwork and listening. It's never about the skill, because we all have that, and that'll come game day. It's just how we communicate and play with each other, and we're our biggest challenge, because I feel like we are the only people that can beat ourselves.
With Halo Infinite, it's a lot of teamwork. When we get on land, everyone's going to be able to shoot back around the same rim. But when we get to teamwork and everything, if we're shooting ourselves in the foot, that we're going to just lose the games ourselves. They're not going to beat us. We're just going to lose all the games ourselves. And so then that made it, we're like, okay, I still have to pick everyone and do this whole combine process. So then, yeah, they weren't sure, because I was giving them the poker face and the cold shoulder the whole time to be like, nope, we're going to do the process. I'm switching teams. I'm not letting you play with your friends. I'm letting you get comfortable. You know, just to kind of see what everybody's about and how they kind of handle that adversity, and can they just stand on their own merit and know that, like, no, I've got what it takes. He's going to see that, you know. They picked him for a reason, and the other coaches, and then as us both being HCS coaches, like, I know he knew, like, okay, he'll know what he's doing. So maybe it might not be us, but they should have felt like it was. But then when you're looking at when I had him playing twos, you could see that those little individual things, that the reasons that would make me want to do that, they didn't necessarily exist. It was like, okay, they have that little bit of extra ceiling to grow for in the next 2-3 days, to where it's like, okay, I'm gonna keep the roster, but, you know, make them sweat a little, see what they can kind of do on their own, to really see how to get the most out of everybody when we want to grow this roster, and then go from there.
Humble brag. I think we're gonna take it all. Shout out to my boy Tyler Spartan, Tyler Gonza, plays for E United at the moment. Shout out to Lethal, he's the homie. Shout out to Trey, Shane, and Allie on the team. Shout out to Oliver for putting this all together. Shout out to everybody from services for putting it all together. There's a long list. We got Mario, Justin, Mike, all of you guys, and especially Rally Cry as well. They're behind the scenes doing a bunch of good work. And Bento, thank you guys as well.
My name is Marcus Lovejoy. My gamer tag is Alumni. I'm a former Halo professional, transitioned from gaming professionally to coaching professionally. Now I'm a player manager, and I've managed many professional players over, you know, many games.
My name is Anthony Canelos, and my gamer tag is Vicky. I feel like sometimes I try to pull like almost an in-game leader role, just kind of reel everyone in, try to stay on the same page. We try to stay focused, communicate. We can almost fit any role. If one guy's slacking, you know, one of us can pick up the kills, get us across that line, get the win in the end.
With like Fakey, I heard a whole bunch of great things from his counterparts. He's got a lot of dynamic playstyle within himself.
My name is Jacob Swancott and my gamer tag is Leafeon. The role I think I bring to the team is almost like an all-around player. I'm whatever role I need to be. Like if I need to play objective, I can grab ball, or if they need me to slay, I can slay. Halo Infinite is such a skill-based game that like almost everybody on your team needs to be able to do almost everything.
I had played with Leafy prior to this tournament and saw a lot of potential in him.
My name is Christopher Caudillo. My gamer tag is LMNO. As far as for the role of the team, I think at any given moment, I'm able to slay or play support at the same time. If I have to play support because everyone else is just doing great, I'll do that. If I have to slay because someone is not doing so well, I'll do that as well. In general, I'm willing to just fit in wherever I need to and play any role that's going to give us the win.
There was a lot of consistent play with LMNO, you know, pretty solid all-around shot, positioning.
My gamer tag is Call Me Smiley, and I'm Jared John Santos. I know what these three are capable of, so I play more of the support role / the objective player, so I'm the one that pushes a lot for the objective side and then support whatever these guys are trying to do.
I was following along Call Me Smiley, and he really impressed me with a lot of the majority of the games he was playing. Took some time and a lot of consideration, and it was super hard. That's how I came to this decision.
As long as we stay together as a team and play as a team, as a unit, we can decide our own outcome, and we can get that win.
I think we're all very focused. Everyone comes here wanting to win, and if we all just put our minds to it and realize that, hey, this is an opportunity that we all get a chance to compete while being in the military and just stay humble, I think we get a lot of good out of that.
The team that poses the biggest challenge to our team is probably the Air Force team, but I know we could take them.
But it's just a mental game, really. Like as long as we are mentally there in game, work together, and we can make anything happen.
What we're going to focus on, just our team style or team play, based on what team we're playing during this tournament.
To the other teams, good luck, but not really. Let's get it.
If it flies, it dies.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to FORCECON for the last time. We are live in the Techport Center, San Antonio, for our grand finals on I guess, Saturday. One hell of a tournament we've had so far, and I mean, the energy in the venue, it's undeniable. We are packed at this point. All that's left is one match, and Magic, I mean, I can't wait to get into it. Just talk to me. What do you think of this event?
Oh, man, it's been amazing. And you said for the last time. I hope it's not the last time.
The last time of today.
Today. Yeah. So I'm hype. I'm ready. The audience has been amazing. They're cheering on their teams. And the energy in this place is just what you want. Speaking of energy, if you have a little extra energy you want to burn off, make sure to check out the Echo VR station. The Air Force has it ready there for you. Have a whole VR experience, and the best part, it's free.
Wow. I haven't checked it out. So, Magic, I don't know if, after the cast, maybe we're going to have to try it out. They got AR and VR. I think it just sounds like an incredible experience. Just one of several things you can do at FORCECON. So make sure that you attend the future events, right? This is just the first one. We're only just getting started. And, man, has it been hype? Has it been exciting the whole way through? But we need to get into this matchup. We've got grand finals coming up. We've got two teams about to face off. Before we do that, actually, let's take a look at the bracket real quick just to see where we've come from, how far we've come in this tournament.
I mean, we start with 6 teams, and before that, even more players fighting to get these locked in. 24 players coming out today to compete, but we're down to just the final 8. 4 for Air Force Gaming, who held their spot through the winner's bracket, and then we just saw them coming off a nice victory. It's the U.S. Army Esports.
Now, the U.S. Army, they are coming in with vengeance, right? They got a lot of heat off those past 2 series, dominating them as well, so that's going to put them in a pretty good spot. But as you can see in that grand finals matchup, Air Force Gaming, they currently lead 1-0. Because they've made it to winner's side of grand finals, they have been given a 1-0 advantage for the series, and that will definitely help when it comes down to it. I mean, it's a best-of-5 series, but for Air Force, it's almost like a best-of-3 to win just 2 games.
Absolutely right. Air Force earned the right to have that 1-0 advantage coming into it, but everything seems to be stacked against Army. We'll see how they play under that pressure. Here are the 8 players we're talking about.
Look at all these beautiful faces. Clearly, we've got talent at all sides of armed forces, but the best talent came for this grand finals matchup, and here we have it on screen. And we have a couple different achievements already, I think, getting to this point in the tournament. No doubt, Command Station, as you can see, has stolen the thunder a few times. She's stolen the MVP award today as well. Got a belt, thanks to Xavier Wood, who tuned in a little earlier today. But my God, what an achievement already before Grants.
Amazing to see that MVP go to Command Station. She worked hard to earn that honor. I think it's fair to say she's still in the heart of the audience here in the arena as well. But all these 8 players really proving themselves on the battlegrounds. I mean, you could pick a name off of these rosters, and I could tell you a moment from today's tournament that stands out in my mind where they just came out clutch.
I completely agree, Magic. Let's start to zero in on each one of these teams. We're going to start with the Air Force. Let's meet the Air Force. Pretty cool.
Can you remember any of the rap that you did?
My money don't jiggle jiggle, it folds. I like to see you wiggle wiggle, for sure. It makes me wanna dribble dribble,
That's what I'm here to do, just execute.
Anytime we can help each other out, we know what we're about.
It's definitely something that's gonna go down in the history books and be looked upon.
I know we are all better than everybody here.
They're not gonna beat us, but make them sweat a little.
Do whatever it takes for the win.
Then the game's over.
I feel like we are the only people that can beat ourselves.
We know all the routes, and we're together 24/7. They're done, so.
I'm just here to play my game and represent the Air Force.
Air Force!
It's time to introduce the players one at a time and have them walk up to the main stage. First up, we've got Schlags.
Schlags absolutely coming out strong in the tournament today. His first FPS was Halo Combat Evolved, and you can see how that experience is starting to pay off.
We've only introduced one player, and it's very clear the audience is happy to see him. But man, Schlegs, he'll intro the team for us. Let's keep it going, though. Our second player up to the stage, we've got Trey.
All right, audience, don't let us down. Keep that energy up. I tell you what, Shyway, this is it. This is grand finals. If I'm going to lose my voice, let it be. I'm talking over this audience. Here comes Trey, that confident, set, straightforward, ready to go.
Trey bringing a lot of personality to this team. We got to see it in that little intro, the little Meet the Team video. Guarantee he'll bring that personality in his gameplay, the second member of the roster. Let's bring on the third, though. Next one, we've got Posey.
Posey brings it all the way back to playing GoldenEye 007. That's a throwback for me. I have great memories of that match. And so whatever shooter you're playing, he's bringing it out in Halo Infinite here today. And he's trying to get the crowd going. Let's go!
Hype them up. They're going to need them. This is a hell of a series coming up. And I think the one individual to really bring the hype, our MVP of the tournament so far. Let's bring in Command Station.
Today's FORCECON Halo Championship, Command Station. Her work is not yet done. She has to deliver one more series for this Air Force gaming lineup. Let's hear it, San Antonio, one more time for the Air Force.
No, we're not done.
Give me a minute.
We can't forget about that coach. Here he is, Coach Clutch.
I was just building it up for the coach. Let's go, Clutch.
This is the team to beat. They've got a 1-0 advantage in this series coming up, Magic. And they look focused and ready to play. Like you said, we already have an MVP belt on their side, but they're not here for just an MVP belt. They're here to take the dub. They're here to prove they're the best in the armed forces. But there's a team in their way, a team looking to take them down, and that is the Army. We're going to be meeting the U.S. Army in just a second. Let's meet them now. Actually, no, we're not going to meet them now just yet.
We're hyped up, but before,
let's look at the roster for real quick here. And I mean, we talked about it, just a bunch of beautiful faces, very talented players on this team.
I really like their intro video. It shows so much personality, but also shows that drive to take this championship.
Definitely. A lot of talent here. Let's see if they can control the pace of play. We can see where they come from in the U.S. as well. Magic all around U.S., just completely representing their country.
Well, isn't that the beautiful thing about gaming? You can play from anywhere, anytime, match up with people across the country, and that team chemistry, that dynamic is still in place.
And I think the beauty of an event like FORCECON is it just brings us all together, right? Brings the armed forces together, brings our players together in an environment, the best place to play. Puts them on a stage like this, too. I mean, what an environment to really feel like a champion. But let's take a look at the Army map as well. We can't forget about the U.S. Army. The boys here to defeat them, also spread out around the U.S. here.
Yeah, similar geographic all across the U.S., but coming together. They can play together online, but there's nothing quite like playing together at the same table, side by side with your teammates. Checking out the roster here, we have Call Me Smiley, LMNO, Fakey, Leafeon. We just saw them. They're fresh off that last matchup and ready to roll.
I mean, we just saw them dominate. Remember Fakey with the snipe in that final game? I mean, he's lining up spawn kills, making him feel it. And previously, we saw Fakey with a little bit of attitude, too, to the enemy team, right? He tries to get in your head. Leafeon as well. They got to watch out for these boys. They mean business. Let's meet them.
Let's get it.
Our entire team is filled with talent.
I'm just trying to do anything I can to be able to win the game. If I have to slay, I'll do that.
I know we could take them.
Any game is winnable, and we can get that win.
I think that everyone comes here wanting to win, but
don't get too comfortable. We can make anything happen. If the Navy thinks they can bring it, get your scrims in and then come see us.
To the other teams, good luck, but not really.
If it flies, it dies.
Whew, Magic, if there's one thing that the Army are clearly not lacking, it's confidence. Let's introduce the boys, kick it off with LMNO.
LMNO has the right to some of that confidence, playing since Halo Combat Evolved when he was 10, and we've seen some amazing gameplay today. I still picture him on streets with that Stalker rifle.
Oh, for sure. He's been making big plays. He'll go sit down, get ready to focus up. Of course, quite a competitor up against him. But let's keep it going with this roster. Next up to the plate, we've got Fakey.
I tell you what, look at the shades on. This reminds me of what the Army was saying on the video. Good luck, but not really, because they want to come out with a win. Pulling out all the stops, the shades are in place. Fakey is ready to go up there.
We talked about the confidence. I mean, he's bringing it out, right? Anything you can do to assault the mental of the enemy team. And, you know, sunglasses, that might just be one step forward. But we're not done yet. Let's bring out the third. We've got Call Me Smiley.
We got to see what Call Me Smiley adds to this team roster, really locking it down, an all-around solid player. He can deliver the kills, he can deliver the objective play, and when he came to that interview, he was focused, man. He said, I don't have time for this spotlight. We got games to win.
I think he's the glue that sticks them all together, you know, making the dirty plays when he needs to. But I think we might be saving the best for last as well, Magic. We got to bring out the last player here. It's Leafeon.
Leafeon is ready to bring it. Look at the confidence. I think that he's had some of the best player intros, and he is not afraid to just point down the Air Force Gaming. He's ready to bring it on.
I mean, we saw Fakey make big plays with the snipe last time, but you got to watch out for Leafy as well. They trade hands. They bring the energy, but we can't forget about the coach to tie it all together. Let's bring out Alumni.
Alumni absolutely being a difference maker for this U.S. Army Esports team, beating them to the success they've had throughout the tournament, dropping down the lower bracket, fighting their way back to the grand finals. And the credit goes to Alumni, who's been leading this team, helping them to get better and better every matchup we've seen.
And Magic, you see that hat. He's the coach of Optic Gaming as well. When you're coaching a championship team, there's no doubt that the skill, the experience translates. This is a hell of a competitor. They are down 1-0 in this series, but they still got a shot. Before we kick it off, though, apparently we're not done with the walk-ins, Magic. We got a special guest. We have some cosplayers in the venue to bring up onto the stage.
Cosplayers, we got real Spartans in the book.
Oh!
Woo! Spartans, who will come out on top with this victory? Is that an Air Force chant? Oh, okay, we're locked and loaded. Who's about to come out on top with this victory?
Dude, Army.
Army, where my Army fans in the building? Okay, one more time. Who about to come out on top? Air Force is gonna fly, fight, win. Air Force is gonna fly! Army fans, make some noise! Air Force fans, where you at? The grand finals is about to go down. Keep bringing the energy. Take it away.
This is definitely a hell of a matchup. Is it the Army? Is the Air Force going to fly? I don't really know. I think the audience definitely is leaning maybe a little bit more to one side than the other. I think it will reveal itself, though, when this matchup finally gets started, Magic.
It absolutely will. So we have fans on both sides.
For sure.
A little bit one-sided. I want to see those cosplayers pick up the controls and see what they can do out on the battlefield.
They're Spartans.
Those
we don't even call them cosplayers. I mean, that Chief over there, he's like, the way he's walking, carrying himself, it's looking like Chief. So I don't know. I want like a picture or something.
Yeah, go get you a picture with Master Chief. The Spartans are coming out strong. And these 8 players are getting ready to roll. Right now they're sitting down at their stations. They're getting locked in, maybe taking a few deep breaths and getting ready for the matchup to come.
That's such an important point that I think you brought up here is the fact that, FORCECON gives opportunities to these players that they've never had before. Of course, they're very talented. They got a lot of experience playing Halo, maybe online, maybe little local lands, but not a main stage like this, not with MVP belts and big championship trophies in the middle. There's a lot of pressure here. So to be able to bring your A game under the pressure, it's a hell of a statement to make, and I can't wait to see how that goes in this series.
Absolutely. We've seen some great online play, but now it's live in person. It brings a whole nother layer to this matchup. When you can sit right down the aisle from your opposition, it makes everything seem really, really real. And speaking of making it real, bringing the action, we're going to toss it over to our casters, Tools, and Why Not.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for your grand finals. I'm ready. I'm excited. I thought, I'm not gonna lie, I thought Air Force were winning, but then my man came out with the sunglasses. It's over. That man she shut it down, and the Walkins came out with the sunglasses.
Fakey. The man was hitting snipe after snipe in the previous series. Now, feeling on cloud 9, he walks on with them sunglasses on. I was about to say, Tony, the walkout from Army was phenomenal. Air Force as well. But I have to say, these players, they have to be locked and loaded now. Nothing else to distract you, especially the U.S. Army, because they're going to have a disadvantage in this best of 5. The Air Force already getting one game because they came from the winner's side.
You know what? I like that. Have fun. Play to the crowd. But now, it's nothing but game time. It's time for you to leave it on the line. We obviously have Air Force Gaming looking very strong. But again, that U.S. Army, man, making statements left and right, just continuing to get better and better. This is the most dangerous team that we have here in the tournament.
Absolutely. This is the team that can make the upset happen, but they have to play at their highest level. Because on the other side, you have Coach Clutch leading Air Force Gaming. When you're talking about Halo prestige, Halo history, this team has it all. Trey, a former MOG pro, now an HCS pro coach with Oxygen Esports. Command Station, our MVP. Posey, an up-and-coming AM. And Schlegs, a player who's been around the HCS block and who's been quickly making names for himself. This is a team that is expected to win, and they need to play that way. But on the other side, this U.S. Army squad, they want to make the upset happen. They are playing with a fire lit underneath them, and it's going to be up to Coach Alumni to provide the fuel, the gas, to make that fire explode.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're saying everything nice about Air Force Gaming, but don't forget about the boys U.S. Army. Again, when it comes to slaying, they know what they're doing. When it comes to objective, they're on it. They are on point. And again, I promise you, if you overlook them, if you take them for granted, they will take over. They will steal games and maybe this series. Air Force Gaming better be locked in.
Now, one thing I want to point out, Tony, if you look at the center of that stage, we got one big trophy for the winner today. That thing is an absolute unit. And you know that these four want to hold it over their heads, that they want to be the ones to come home FORCECON champions as that thing glistens on the main stage. But now it's up to these players to make sure that their gameplay shines just as bright as that FORCECON trophy.
That's why Army had to come out with the sunglasses. It's just too bright. There's too much bling on that. That's what I'm saying. They had to come out with the sunglasses. It was just too bright. That thing is beautiful. I'm about to run up and grab it myself real quick. Grab it over here. I can't wait to watch these two teams duke it out in your grand finals. Let's not forget, Air Force Gaming, undefeated, both in the qualifiers to make it here and also here in the tournament. Will they remain undefeated? I mean, 2 games and that's it.
That's an absolute question because they could have been not undefeated. It was very close in the winners semifinals between this team and the U.S. Army. That was moments away from being a 2-0 for the United States Army. They're going to have to try to replicate that success. And I was talking to alumni before they came out on stage, and I was asking, what are they going to do different this time? And he said the key for them is to keep it calm. Don't get too hectic on the call-outs. Make sure that they're playing the same way, playing at their highest level, but communicating with each other calmly so that they can make sure that nothing goes under the radar.
It's important. When you talk about communication, a lot of people think about giving as much information as possible. What's even more important is being able to actively listen to that information, understand it, and actually really dig deep and really converge it, if you will. And that's what's really important. And so I would say slowing it down, make sure you don't get overly hyped. I think that's exactly what I want to see them do. Meanwhile, on the other side, Air Force Gaming, I mean, they try to keep playing they try to keep respecting their opponents, but also keep playing their game. They know what they have to do. They know what they have to accomplish. Now it's all about execution from this point forward.
Now, there's no lack of confidence on the side of Air Force Gaming. They feel as if they belong. They think that this is their birthright to take home the trophy today. They're players that have grinded in the Halo scene, but you can never take any team too lightly. They have an absolute demon across the way with Fakey and the plays that he was making at the end of the last series. That being said, Air Force, they've been gone for a little bit. U.S. Army, they've been going through the gauntlet. They're warm. They're hot. They're ready to go out this gate. Now, Air Force only have to get 2 games in, but you have to take that momentum that you have already and use it to get yourself immediately tying the series up 1-1.
When these two teams matched up in the early rounds, I was upset. I'm happy to see the rematch here. Let's take a look at the map rotation again. That first game going to be a bye. That goes to Air Force Gaming. Coming out of the winner's bracket, they have that 1 game advantage. So it's right to game number 2, Oddball on Live Fire.
Oddball Live Fire is going to be an interesting one, right? It's 3 rounds, and this one could go to round 3. Look out for that sniper rifle on the map in particular. It can absolutely change the pace of the game. We already saw what Fakey can do with it, but there's players like Command Station and Posey on the other side who are just as deadly with the long gun.
And I hope you guys like Live Fire. Map's so nice, we put it in twice. It's coming in again at game number 3. This time it's going to be Live Fire Slayer. No objectives get in the way. At that point, it's all about slaying out. Your only objective, if you will, is to put 50 kills before your opponent does.
And then, hey, the first time that we're going to see Bizarre Flag on stream as well if we do go to the next game. But look at this. We're in. I think we're actually going to have to see a reset. I think someone's settings must have been wrong off rip. So we'll restart that game and get back into the action as soon as possible.
Yeah, I want to make sure that everybody's good to go. Competitive integrity is what's very important, especially here in your grand finals. After the series, someone's being crowned champion. Someone will be raising that trophy above their heads, so we have to make sure that everything's all gravy.
About as big of a trophy as you can raise. Actually, I lie. I was going to say, I don't know if they can raise it over their heads, but then I realized we're talking about the Air Force and the U.S. Army. Every single one of these people could absolutely one-handedly put that thing over their head. I'm going to say, these are some strong people out here. We've been having the pleasure of being able to mingle with these players. Let me just say, they're not fantastic Halo players only. They're also fantastic people. It's been an absolute blast at FORCECON these last couple days.
It really has been. This experience alone has been worth its weight, honestly, in gold. And I've been so happy to be a part of this community, a part of this game-breaking FORCECON 2022. And I hope we have it again year after year. It would be a shame if we only did it this one time.
No, we have to come back with more, and we have to see if someone can put up a god roster as well. You can't let Air Force dominate everything. That being said, the U.S. Army, they're already trying to silence them in the first FORCECON. I think everyone had the Air Force being here, and it was a toss-up as to who would be the second team to challenge them, but there has been no mystery as to how good this U.S. Army team is.
Game number 2, Live Fire Oddball. What are some of your keys to success, specifically when talking about Oddball? Because we haven't seen that on stream very much.
It's all about keeping your Oddball in a correct rotation and making sure that they have support from the side, keeping a strong perimeter. If you're the most left or right player with Oddball, you're doing something wrong. Imagine that Oddball is a meat in the sandwich. You got to have your bread to your left and your right. And while that bread has to be strong as well, hold that meat together because it's important for them to make sure that the sides are not weak in the support. You have to find your slays. If you have your perimeter players dying early, that's where your ball becomes in jeopardy. And the other thing I'd have to say, Tony, is make sure you play that ball early if you can. If you're feeling the pressure, throw the ball off the map. You can always play the ball a little bit early. You can never play it too late.
Be 100%. If at that point in time, if that ball doesn't make its way off the map, and like my man Hunter JJX always to say, every second of ball time the enemy team gets, it's on you. It's your fault. You have to take responsibility. It's up to you to make sure that that ball gets into a playable position and gets reset.
Absolutely. Oddball is going to be a tough one as well because it's a war of attrition, right? We're starting out the gate. Oddball is often a map that goes 20 minutes long because it's 3 rounds. And if it's closely contested every single round, those minutes start to add up. And how players play in round 3 is really determinative of whether they have the ice to be a grand champion, in my opinion, because you're in minute 15 to minute 20. You can't afford to make those mistakes. That's where you have to play at your best when you've already been playing for a substantial amount of time.
When we talk about live fire specifically, now we're going to talk. I want to hone in a little bit more on the map. How do you juggle controlling the ball and then also pushing forward for all those important resources? You know, you talk about the sniper, you're talking about the heat wave. There's so many resources around the map.
It looks like actually we just got word the vetoes have changed. I think the veto was wrong in the first time. Now we're moving on to streets. So it was not supposed to be live fire in the first place, hence the delay that we have. Looks like the map of choice was supposed to be streets, which plays radically different from live fire. No play ball positions on this map, no throwing it off. So having a good rotation and getting out early is what's most important. The only way you can play the ball off this map is by throwing it into the middle of the map in an open, exposed areas.
We are on our way here. Game number 1, oddball on streets. Command Station already fighting over the Rockets. Early Schlags trying to get an angle over towards the B railing. Immediately will be dealt with. Smiley going in for individual challenge, utilizing that thrust, gets himself a double kill, and already we're seeing a fight between both of these squads.
Oh, Smiley leading the back end of the Bulldog. Posey with 2 and making 3, the triple kill, and Schlags gets it all to go through. 4 down. Air Force Gaming responding quickly.
4 down going for Air Force Gaming, and looks like they're finally able to find that ball. 15-0 run for Air Force Gaming on board now with Posey locking down that B Street side, and look at that angle he's catching. Anybody that goes into the crossfire is getting hit left and right. LMNO goes down to 1 shot, but Posey was not able to get the kill.
Posey getting a bit nerdy using that pulse rifle, gun you don't see too often. It's absolutely deadly if you can ensure the burst hits and essentially breaks shields right away. 1 burst that fully hits with a pulse rifle turns into a single fire BR to win your fight.
Schlags having his teammate with him, ends up getting the kill onto Leafeon, and that's going to leave LMNO by himself. And goes in for the shots, ends up putting LMNO down to 1 shot, and looks like that player will be cleaned up. And while all this is happening, Air Force Gaming is continuing to put time on the board, but looks like they're actually trying to rotate that ball.
A ball essentially in a pseudo play spot right in the middle of the map, the heart. And now you're going to have to go through the opposing team's BRs in order to pick that back up. But most importantly, the Rockets up for grabs as well. This next slay going to be very important as to who can control the Rockets and get more time on the board.
For those of you who are new to Oddball here in Halo Infinite's Command Station gets a nasty Rocket taking down 1. It's actually going to be in a round-based system. If you get 100 points, that's going to be a round. And as of right now, we see a 44-0 run in favor of Air Force Gaming. They're looking to take round number 1 handsomely.
And it was so important for Command Station to get the Rockets in that position because as she did, the 3 teammates went down. She was a solo player who stopped the U.S. Army from getting any ball time, but finally, points on the board for the United States Army.
I mean, Slay is really going in favor of the U.S. Army right now, but somehow it's Air Force Gaming that still have an incredible run. Stalker rifle in the hands of Command Station, takes down 1, gets the assist on the other. There's a 3rd player in sight. Not for long as LMNO goes 1 shot. Command Station tries to go after them. They're just biting off a little bit more than she can chew, as Fakey also has the Bulldog.
I love this position from Fakey. He's getting into the fight right away. Unfortunately for U.S. Army, they've given up the ball, and Posey once again with this pulse rifle. An interesting tech choice. You don't see it every day, but if you're confident enough that you can put them into the lane in which you can get easy shots down range, well, it's an absolute beast to work with.
You know, the only player that I've seen really take use of that pulse carbine and put it to work is Lucid, one of the best players that we have in Halo Infinite. But Posey showing us how it's done. Fakey putting the shotty to the body, taking one down as well, but it's not enough to get the ball out of the hands of Air Force Gaming that are locked into their subway side setup. They're about 25 seconds away from taking that oh so important round number 1.
Slays haven't been a problem for this U.S. Army squad as we see Fakey find another one. The problem has been executing on the next step, right? It's about getting the slay, but then also getting to that ball and playing the objective type. That's where U.S. Army has struggled the most. They need to translate their slays into an efficient objective play.
Excellent shots going in, but Smiley not able to get away with his life. 2 down go U.S. Army, and numbers are oh so important in oddball. Air Force Gaming will be able to lock in the setup if they keep all of their players alive. One does quickly go down. That's going to be Trey Tribe. Meanwhile, Posey throwing some excellent denial grenades over toward that seaside, but he is not confident enough to go in for that ball. He knows that U.S. Army are on the hunt.
And this is an interesting choice by Air Force Gaming. They've decided to drop the ball and not get time. A risky proposition because U.S. Army still trying to find these slays. And although they could have maybe gotten another 6, 7 uncontested seconds of time, they decide to play for the slays, and it looks like it went to their favor as Command Station, the MVP, dots off the first round of oddball.
U.S. Army are in trouble right now. Air Force Gaming already having a 1-0 lead in games. Now they have a 1-0 lead in rounds. They are 1 round away from going up 2-0 in this series. Army need to wake up right now.
Air Force came out and played their game. The slays about even, but Air Force were able to play the efficient objective work, and that's what made the difference in round 1. U.S. Army gonna have to go back to the lab and ensure that they get better oddball time.
LMNO staying up high toward the top A side. Meanwhile, his teammate Leafeon is going to rotate that ball back over toward the A side. An early setup, this time going in favor of U.S. Army. But Trey taking that angle, finding one, and Posey looking to find another.
Look how easily they broke that setup, and it started with the Stalker Rifle. Command Station put it to use, able to get 2 and to break the setup completely open. And now U.S. Army, they're playing on their back foot, and they're all the way across the map, and they have to deal with the Stalker Rifle holding down mid-map.
Long rotation has to be made here by U.S. Army, but that's exactly what you see Leafeon do, taking presence on the perimeter. Command Station, though, has a Bulldog. Excellent shot for backing down. Tries to go in for the one-shot melee. Not going to be able to get away with the 2 down for each of the rosters. Leafeon now chasing down one all the way toward the purple street and into the hands of the spawning Air Force Gaming teammate. Stalker Rifle coming in.
And those are the plays that don't show up on the stat sheet. What Trey Tribe just did right there, it shows his experience as a Halo player. He didn't get a kill nor an assist, but he had the correct ball rotation to keep that ball away from U.S. Army and to keep it as far as possible, getting valuable time for the team.
Air Force Gaming approaching the halfway point. U.S. Army hasn't even gotten double digits yet. We are seeing how dominant Air Force Gaming are. They have been undefeated throughout the winners bracket, but they're showing it right here, but they just go 3 down. Now we're seeing U.S. Army able to break the setup. Not only that, but getting that ball in hands. This is U.S. Army's chance to make something happen.
This is the redemption arc that they're looking for. It hasn't been a problem getting the slays, but they haven't quite been able to get the setup that they like best. Now, Rockets, Shotgun, all on their side. They have the setup. They just need to win the individual fights. But it's Trey who's breaking it all apart. He gets behind them all, and it's 2 for Trey. And suddenly, the setup for U.S. Army looks null and void.
Missing the melee, but getting the shots and sacrificing that kill so his teammates can look good. The assist goes in. Ball in the hands of Air Force Gaming. Once again, Fakey trying to stop him, but it's not going to be enough. Fakey goes down. Smiley goes down. LMNO finally able to find the kill. But while all that happens, Air Force Gaming have rotated that ball toward the subway side. U.S. Army needs to get the ball out of their hands.
LMNO's in a tough spot right here, and he gave up an easy life. Command Station taking advantage. The most forward player, but did not have the team help. And when you give Command Station opportunities like that, she'll take them every time. The MVP of today's tournament for a reason.
20 more seconds for Air Force Gaming to not only take this round, not only to take this game, but to be one game away from becoming your champions. U.S. Army Esports needs something here. Leafeon tries to go in for the challenge, ends up being put down. Slays is coming in from the weak side, and again, only 18 seconds needed for Air Force Gaming.
It's do or die, and it's time to move forward for the U.S. Army. They need to find these next couple slaves, but who else but Posey to break it all open? He's had 19 kills thus far, and he has U.S. Army on their back foot.
Command Station going in for the trades. Melee's coming in, but while that happens, Posey just sees an easy opening towards the ball. 86 points in counting, dodging nades left and right. Slay's doing an excellent job of putting his body on the line to slow down the enemy team's push. Smiley not able to take advantage of the Rockets. Now Trey has it, goes in for a snipe and taking the B stairs. That ball ends up out of the hands of Air Force Gaming, but 3 down, 2-0. Air Force Gaming are 2-0 in the series.
Posey went absolutely off in that final game. 20 kills for him, and we saw him using the sandbox to the best of his ability. Not only using the shotgun, the stalker rifle, and the rockets, but also getting on top of that pulse carbine and the thrust and using it to dictate the pace of the game. A dominating start for Air Force Gaming.
This is a best-of-5 series. Air Force Gaming started off with a 1-0 advantage. This is it. They're one game away from going undefeated in this entire tournament and hoisting that giant trophy. Let's take a look at some of the highlights, because there was plenty of them.
Oh, Air Force Gaming was dominating through and through, and really, it started with Posey getting the early triple kill with the shotgun, and from there, they really just never let off the gas pedal.
Got some excellent grenades coming in from Fakey, but look at the setup coming in from Air Force Gaming. It was just too much. U.S. Army were eventually able to break some of those setups, but it was just so many seconds. Those seconds started to turn to minutes in favor of Air Force Gaming. They were just holding it down. Air Force Gaming, they are who we thought they were. Again, probably the favorites, definitely a crowd favorite. I see how loud they're getting in the crowd. It's absolutely insane. They're definitely a crowd favorite, is Air Force Gaming.
Now, the U.S. Army, there's a lot to take back from them, right? They got outslayed, but it wasn't by a huge margin. They still had their opportunities. They had great breaks, but they need to play a cleaner game. They need to communicate with each other and work on playing the next step. They did a great job at finding the breaks, but the setups were where the poor performance came in. They need to be able to hold extended setups.
Well, you said that U.S. Army were able to win some of these Slaves battles, or most of the Slaves battle. Going into this game number 3, we're going into Slayer. Slaying is the only thing they should be thinking about on live fire. If they're able to beat them out and make this a bit of a series, I'll become a believer. But as of right now, Air Force Gaming still the heavy favorites.
And how does the Army respond when their back's against the wall? Because there's no more mistakes to be found. They lose one more game and their tournament life is done. They have to win 3 in a row. And oftentimes you can tell what the mettle of a player is when how they respond to when their back is clearly against the wall. Are they going to try to push forward, knock back, or, hear me out, Tony, are they going to turn around, put their fist through that wall, and make new opportunities for themselves? Because this U.S. Army team is a capable team, but they need to put it together. They need to work as a unit. They need to clean up their little mistakes that they know, that they're painfully aware that they're making in order to upset a team like Air Force Gaming.
Well, whenever I think of Team Slayer, the one thing I think about, power weapons, equipment. That's if you can control the sandbox, you can maybe come out on top. If I'm U.S. Army, I'm making sure that every single power up, every single power weapon is in my hands, and I'm making use of it. And if worst case scenario, if you're about to die, throw it off the map. Do not let that heat wave or sniper rifle into the hands of any player, especially this one on screen, Posey.
Posey's been an absolute demon today, but look at this. U.S. Army coming out strong, able to find the first 3 opening picks, able to dictate their pace. And if I'm alumni right now, I'm saying, hey, take a look towards your right. Take a look at that trophy. Do you want to win it? Do you have it within you to take home a championship? Because you have to be perfect.
Well, it looks like Smiley wants it, Big plays coming out of him with the heat wave, but Schlaze gets it out of his hand, steals it, ends up using it to get a double kill. Now going in for the triple as that player is one shot. It's going to be Fakey, cleaned up by Command Station, who also cleaned up the sniper rifle as well. We saw an early lead in favor of U.S. Army, but Air Force quickly striking back and making this just a one-kill game.
And that's an incredible response from Air Force Gaming. They lost the open. They didn't have sniper, they didn't have heat wave, and they didn't get overshield, but still somehow able to stabilize out of the position, find the kills necessary, and now control the sandbox for their favor.
Schlaze starting things off with a 3-0 lead right now. Now it looks like Command Station finding her second kill, taking on Leafeon, but having 3 players in her sights. You see the ping comes in. She is notifying her teammates that they have spawned onto the A side.
And remember, last time we saw Slayer between these two teams, it became painfully slow. They didn't want to make any mistakes, and we're already seeing how Air Force Gaming is adapting to that. Playing a bit faster this time, trying to get behind the players and make quick flanks to get quick collapse kills.
The early lead that was in favor of U.S. Army Esports is no more. Air Force Gaming once again taking control here in the early game, right as Overshield is coming up. And look at all the players on Air Force Gaming surrounding that Overshield. They want it. They need this power up.
This is where the action's going to come down. The Overshield acting as a pseudo black hole for everyone to get around, and it's Air Force Gaming who swoop in and turn on the afterburners. They're ready to start soaring away with a victory. This is where you can start to find your separation on the map.
Air Force Gaming doubling the enemy team score line. Posey finding yet another one. It's going to be Smiley LMNO trying to get away with his life, but it looks like Posey ends up earning himself a quick assist, and now Posey immediately blocking that B-side spawn. Where are they spawning, Garrett?
Hey, they're going to be taking the spawn over at back tower. U.S. Army needs to find their way out. The tower is a great position to be at, but you need to have more presence. And so far, they're finding themselves corralled over at tower. It's Schlaze who gets behind the opposing lines. He has yet to die, and it's not starting anytime soon. We'll see ya go swimming with the fishes.
Schlaze being disrespectful right there. Ain't no reason for him to go for that mind the gap. He not only was going for perfection for a bit, but then styling on them with the repulsor. You know I like what I see. Meanwhile, Command Station coming right up a spawn, making her presence known immediately, pushing that sandbag. One ends up going down, but she's able to equalize the situation. 2 down for each of the teams, and Schlaze is back on the map with a power weapon.
And Schlaze, you know, you have to die at some point. Perfection, no more. But now, the sniper rifle in the hands of Command Station, and notice how Air Force Gaming is going to play around her. Let her make the decisive plays to decide this game.
This is your MVP of FORCECON 2022. She already hoisted that championship belt, but now she wants to hoist that trophy as well. Sniper rifle in the hands of Command Station, and she's commanding space over toward the seaside as Air Force Gaming already have the lead, so they're looking to slow things down.
Already, Command Station was able to find a pick towards sandbags with that sniper, and it's just telling the opposing team that, hey, there are certain lanes that you just can't push right now because Command Station has the sniper ready, and you're going to have to try to find a new way to take down this Air Force Gaming squad. But finally, we're seeing the snipe rotating hands. U.S. Army, they don't have a ton of time to start getting back into this game. They need to use the power weapons to the best of their ability.
Smiley ends up getting away with that overshield like you wanted to see, and I believe they even have the heat wave as well. You said you want to take control of the powers and power weapons. That's exactly what U.S. Army are doing. Smiley gets the melee, but somehow that's not enough. Smiley goes down.
Posey, he's ready to take some more action. I love this fast, aggressive play. You get a pick, well, don't let the Army get comfortable. Get into their spawn. Make it rain bullets down. Double kill, looking for more. Posey, did he get the stick? No, not counting the last second, but how? Staying alive.
Posey refuses to go down using grenades and the repulsor, everything to stay alive, ends up dropping down bottom mid, gets himself a killing spree. You cannot stop Posey.
And he's able to get the new heat wave as well, refill that ammo, all the power weapons in the hands of Air Force Gaming.
Who is Posey? What is Command Station? And what is going on? Who is this Air Force Gaming roster? They're coming out of nowhere. They're commanding the space. Posey gets yet another kill onto Fakey. Heat Wave still in the hands of Posey. We know how good he's been at simply staying alive in this game. 13-4, only has died 4 times as Posey.
It's been these quick flanks that have been so effective for Air Force Gaming as Trey finds himself behind a player once again, able to get the kill and get his team back into the action.
Fakey taking over the B side. Meanwhile, LMNO checking every angle. They know that Air Force Gaming can come out of nowhere. Command station going all the way down to 1 shot, able to stay alive though. And right as overshoot is coming up, this should be in the hands of Trey. Grabs it immediately, forget about shooting, forget about the kills, secure the overshoot, then use that to get the kills. That's what Trey's doing.
Trey's gonna be able to find another easy one, double kill for him. And you can see how Posey, really the tip of the spear right here, trying to get behind the fleshy defense of U.S. Army with that heat wave, and it's coming in dividends. Look at the double for Schlags, and it's all because of the aggressive play with that heat wave, giving a triple overkill on the horizon as Schlags tries to keep on forward. Goodbye, go swim with the fishes.
He's not done yet. Schlags going in. Posey shooting bodies. It's a 40-18 lead in favor of Air Force Gaming. U.S. Army started off with a 4-0 run. I don't know what happened to that lead.
It comes down to the teamwork and ferocity of Air Force Gaming. This is a team that is working as a unit. There is no breathing room, a suffocating presence on the map from this Air Force Gaming squad.
Posey stealing away that tower side control, dropping the drop while having a little bit of defense, finding the back of LMNO. Air Force Gaming are 6 kills away from becoming your champions.
Oh, the trophy. It's glimmering, it's shining. Air Force has something to add to their case. Let's see them get the job done. Killing frenzy for Air Force Gaming.
Posey sneaking it over towards top mid, playing very aggressive right now. He knows there is very little that U.S. Army can do at this point to steal away. Something catastrophic would have to happen for Air Force Gaming to give away this lead. We're talking 46-19. Sniper rifle in the hands of command station over toward the top tower and looking to find an angle on U.S. Army Esports.
It looks like I think we might have had a crash on the side of U.S. Army. I'm not sure. We'll have to keep this playing as we see players trying to find those last couple kills, but it looks like we're going to have the end. 50-19. Air Force Gaming getting the job done as they're going to stand up and take what is rightfully theirs, the trophy for FORCECON.
Air Force Gaming, your favorites coming in. The crowd is going wild right now. They have earned their right to become your champions, undefeated through the winner's bracket, all the way towards the grand finals, and they remain undefeated. Air Force Gaming will be hoisting that trophy.
Oh, get them all over there. Look at that beautiful trophy glistening in the stars as they reach high and above the competition. Air Force Gaming, your FORCECON champions.
Well deserved. Well deserved. This has been the favorites going in, but there was a lot of expectations, a lot of pressure on them. There was teams going at them in sprints, not even the tournament, in sprints, trying to steal wins, trying to steal some kind of momentum, but they answered every single challenge. They accepted every single obstacle.
Make some noise one last time for your Air Force Gaming champions of FORCECON.
Wow, coming out on top with the first Armed Forces trophy. Give it up one more time for the Air Force in a dominating performance. Didn't drop a mat the entirety of the tournament. And I gotta start over here, Trey. Tell me about your team, man, because it seemed like you all were fighting for who could put on the best montage there in that last map.
Honestly, I was a little worried I wouldn't have any kills by the end of the Slayer because I didn't get a chance to shoot anybody. So it's sort of just like, I don't know what was going on.
Hey, they call it the anchor, okay? Right. Cole, come on over, man. You know, we saw some awesome snipes, some awesome plays from you throughout the entirety of the matchup. What does this win mean for you?
You know, it means more for esports as a whole than it does to me. Obviously, it means a lot to me, but for esports, this is the first federally recognized esports event, so we are the roots. This is definitely going to go down the history books. This is an awesome moment to be a part of.
It is an awesome one to be a part of. You guys happy to be here? I am too as well. So the man holding the trophy to go in a killing frenzy to end that game, so dominant, and we saw so many great repulsor plays from you, knocking people off the map. You put them in the water, man. How you feeling?
Honestly, I was in my bag that whole series, so I feel great, honestly.
He definitely was, okay? He truly was. Coach, come on, tell me about how it was to coach this team, get them up until this point. You know, we watched you coach some great teams in Halo once before, but what was it like working with everyone here?
Well, first off, I just want to say thank you, and it was just an honor being with these other coaches, like 5 other Hall of Famers, you know, guys like legendary Halo coaches that have parts of the map named after them, and then just being here able to coach with these guys, they gave me the grace and, you know, the professionalism to be able to coach them, especially working with this guy. It was great. A lot of personal affirmations of seeing that, like, what I've been doing in the semi-pro level is what they're doing too, and then that here that I have more experience developing and coaching players, and I got to show off that extra bit of skill set where, you know, with pro coaches, their scope is a little bit different. So I really enjoyed it all along, in the combine and everything.
You did a great job, man. Give it up one more time for Coach Clutch. Can we rotate this down so I can talk to Allie, the command station, your MVP of the tournament. Give it up for her one time again. Girl, you were styling on him out there. You had such a great tournament. Tell me, what does this mean for you?
It means the world to me. I'm glad I had this opportunity from Air Force Gaming, and again, I love representing women in esports. This is awesome.
And I was just about to say that, representing women in esports, dominating all the guys out there. Put some respect on it. You guys are awesome. Any last minute shout outs, any last words you want to give, Trey?
They're frying, honestly. Like, all 3 of these players are phenomenal. They're going to do great things in the HCS. So I'm really excited to see sort of their careers flourish. But it was fantastic teaming with them. They listened great. We literally were just absolutely dominating. So it all came down to teamwork, and we went over strategies and map vetoes and the whole 9. So we put an effort into this, and it paid off.
It paid off to have a perfect tournament, okay? Give it up for the Air Force one more time. Man, what a show this has been. Magic. This is our first FORCECON, by the way. You'd think we've been doing this for years with this type of energy in the venue, with how well this all came together. But man, so thankful to be here. What a wonderful event, Magic.
An amazing event. FORCECON 2022 does not disappoint, and I just hope that there's more to come, like setting the stage right now, and excited to see all the branches coming together with more competition.
Absolutely. And of course, this is just Saturday. There's a little bit more FORCECON continuing tomorrow with other games in play as well. But let's just recap the day, take a look back at what we've experienced. Of course, we had 6 different branches of the Army, of the U.S. Armed Forces, coming into this tournament. Here they are in the bracket, of course. One hell of a day of Halo. A lot of 2-0s, as you can see. Actually, there was never a series that wasn't a sweep.
There was not. They kind of stacked up that way, but we had a couple of close calls. I remember the 49-49 Slayer match that came down to the wire, along with some of the objective modes that were just neck and neck. But at the end of the day, Air Force Gaming take away that championship.
Right, so many fierce competitors the whole way through, that's for sure. Of course, Air Force just dominating winner's side. They did not drop a game all tournament. But then you have the Marine Corps that kind of came in, had some very close series, had to fight their way through the gauntlet until they faced the Army. The Army with that revenge grind, it just didn't quite work out in the end. It just seemed like Air Force, too much confidence, too much dominance, right? Too much chemistry with that team as well. And I think that makes 32 wins for Command Station at this point.
Absolutely, that's a nice number for her. And adding the belt on top of it, Command Station coming out with the victory along with the rest of the Air Force roster.
That's FORCECON. That's Saturday for FORCECON. This event has been absolutely incredible. Once again, Magic, just an honor to be here casting with you. By the way, I have so many thank yous to give out to everyone who put this together. This would not be possible without our hosts. I want to give a quick thank you to Air Force Gaming, to Armed Force Sports, to Rally Cry and the Techport Center as well, where all this action is happening. This would not be possible without it. Of course, all 6 branches of our armed forces as well. You got the Air Force, the Space Force, the Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Coast Guard participating in this. Each one of them represented by a very talented coach as well. Magic, let's read off some of the coaches too.
Yeah, absolutely. Working with the Air Force, we have Coach Clutch himself. You got to hear a couple words from him right there.
Right.
Absolutely coming in clutch, if I may, for the Air Force with his leadership. Also for Space Force, we have Eli, who's the head coach for Space Station Gaming. Moving down to the Army alumni. Also a general manager for Optic. Navy, represented by Eli the Ninja, who's the G1 coach. Marines have Hoaxer, and Coast Guard, last but not least, Lunchbox leading the way with that team. So thank you to all 6 coaches coming out, giving your time, investing in these players.
What a lineup. And of course, massive thank you to the talent as well in this blaze. Shout out to him, to Xavier Wood as well from the WWE, comes in and hands off that MVP belt. Of course, Tools and Tony as well with the casting. Unbelievable job in grand finals and production for putting this all together. So many teams involved behind the scenes, putting on incredible events like this. And of course, hopefully just the beginning. Our weekend is not over, by the way. We still got Sunday coming up. I think we got Fortnite and what am I missing?
Apex Legends. We got some Rocket League
and another Halo Open.
And the Halo Open. There's so much more to come tomorrow, so I hope we'll see you right back here. It's been an amazing day, and it's not over yet.
It's not over. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. That's it for the show. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Here in beautiful San Antonio, Texas, where the weather is nice, but the food is even nicer.
Oh, coming out to the stage. Oh, my. Invincible.
Woo! Invincible. Here. I'm going to say, look for this man.
Dealer, I got Magic with me, and I can't help but feel like this isn't a fair fight. We're a goose there, and hopefully we see that change. What we're seeing, though,
the sword takedown and what looked to be a great flank was cut short, quite literally.
I'm gonna take down with me.
That's right.
But there we go, and Fakey, that would be pretty wild. But it's looking good so far. By the way, in this game, Magic and Rockets about to pop up yet again, but he's worried about the kills.
Rockets yet again. This is the 3rd set of Rockets on board. There's one takedown. Can he survive this?
There's a big skill gap between Army and Navy right now, so
yeah. I know how to win some fans over. You think if we regionally...
Sorry. Well, we're going to kind of put them down immediately. Then the flank's going to come in, utilizing the pancake.
So valuable. This is what we call a money hill. No exposed sightlines. As soon as one gets the hill, the next comes out stronger for the next hill. We could be going down to the utility that works, but check that kill feed. A sniper rifle.
So not only able to answer back at game number 1, but they are stealing the show here. Hold on. Coast Guard coming out of nowhere. Hold on. What's going on?
Oh, it's going to... No, come on, get the punch, and it's over.
Great try, professional coach.
Take your kill, diving in the hill as well. I think we got 2 members in there to clean up, but she's not worried. Making a spree and a double on the Fakey there. This is where it really opens the floodgates. This is the opportunity to make big plays in command station. Go for him. Oh, we found the Rockets. That's a nice little gift. There goes 2. They can start to get aggressive.
From the other side, I think there's a player damage. It's LMNO, and here come the Rockets. They just drop into the waiting arms of Flag. He gets the shot off. He finishes off with a melee. The Bulldog, but taken down as he's trapped between this closing force of Air Force.
He's looking to stay alive as well. 30 seconds on the board. He's going to put pressure on the Army, and down they go. A double for command station.
Both side, anybody tries to come and got to go through hand controls for the challenge on Ezalon. Ends up getting the kill. That's perfect. That's
not shock rifle. Unfortunately, he falls down, but it's no Dante behind everyone throwing in the damage.
That's what Space Force Gaming are doing. Match point for them. One more hill, and they're taking game number 1. They are poised to do so. It's a 1-0 lead. Ezalon ends up finding the backside with the sword slice and dice.
Make sure you play your corners as it's 49-49, but no! Rodriguez goes down. A hero was needed, and he executes at the end. The Marine Corps get it done.
Magic, Don't move a muscle.
He's going to run into Hero. He uses the grenades for damage as he shoots out. This is a few seconds left for Marines to contest. 1 rocket, 1 kill, 2 rockets, 2 down. We saw Air Force earlier on the Streets map, and it was kind of a stop and go game. You almost got out of your seat on that, but the Marines keep on coming, one after the other. Command Station using that high ground.
Wow. Scramble to get out of gunfire here.
Well, those 2 remaining members, I think, were calling out warning.
Going to the MVP, and that is Command Station.
I got a little bit of a crush going. Is it on here? Is it just Master Chief on the screen? I can't tell. But I tell you what, look at the shades on.
The board.
For those of you who are new to Oddball,
Fortunately for U.S. Army, they've their hands. In a tough spot right here, and he gave up an easy life. Command Station taking advantage. The most Army with that heat wave, and it's coming in dividends. Look at the double for Schlags, and it's all because of the aggressive play with that heat. Schlags tries to keep on forward. Goodbye. Go swim with the fishes.
He's not done yet. Schlags going in, posing, shooting bodies. It's a 4
couple kills, but it looks like we're going to have the N50, the 19 Air Force getting the job done as they're going to stand reach high and above the competition.
But they answered every single challenge. They accepted every single obstacle.
Make some noise one last time for your Air Force Gaming champions of FORCECON.